Hey everybody, Nick Blazer here, just finishing up chatting with y'all in the chat. We are about to get started with the World Championship main event. And for our first matchup, we're going to have your defending champion, Masayuki Mochizuki, playing against a very strong French player in Martin Frederick Kahn. So very excited to see that. I just saw, I think, Eli Roimi walk in there as well. He's a former champion, the champion before Mochi back in 2019. So I'm not sure if we're going to do some introductions or handoffs there. But yeah, I think we have an over 200 player field. We've got some room for late entries too, so that number could even get a little bit higher. So that means at 800 euros in the prize pool for each one, someone do the math for me, but it's a good chunk of money. I think percentages are usually, a quarter to a third up top, something like that. With this big of a field, probably a quarter would be a lot. I don't know exactly what it looks like. I'll look at the payouts and announce that later too. But yeah, this tends to be as big of a tournament as it gets in the world of backgammon. A ton of entrants, relatively high buy-in for just a main event kind of thing. Long matches too. I think we start at 17. We'll see for sure once we get live on the stream. But yeah, so it's a lot of backgammon action. It is a really relaxed schedule, which is nice too. I think I see Mochi walking towards the room there. So we should be on the board very soon. But yeah, the play schedule, I believe we'll have 2 championship matches today, one before dinner and one after dinner. And that's the general schedule. They have a lot of time to relax in between matches. There are plenty of side events to be played, so we might stream some other events and matchups, such as the Open and the Super High Roller Jackpot we did last night. I know the original plan was to have the finals of the Super High Roller Jackpot at 5:30 today, 3.5 hours from now. So that could still be on. I think they played the semifinals to decide the finalists. It looked like it was Zdeněk Ziska, and I didn't see who his opponent was, but I know the semifinals last night got played between Manny Olshinsky and I'm blanking on the name now. He was another Romy, someone recreational player that I haven't met before, but tore through a field of Mochi and Wilcox Snellings, and I'm not sure how he fared or who won between Manny and him. So one of them is in the finals. Maybe it's Zdeněk. I don't know. We'll see. But the finals should be pretty exciting in that event for a really high prize up top, too. So exciting stuff. Oh, who won between Wilcox and Martin Frederick Kahn? Oh, what event was that in? I didn't get to see what they were playing in. Was that, late last night. Was that the... What am I missed the match last night because I had a lecture to do this morning. But I remember that they were playing last night. That's right. I couldn't remember who Wilcox's opponent was. Seemed like an exciting one. But I'm guessing... So Wilcox must have been in on the rebuy, and it could have been him playing against Zdeněk. It didn't look like Martin Frederick Kahn playing. I couldn't tell for sure, but maybe it's entirely possible one of them just ended up getting knocked off later to not arrive in the semifinals as well. Not 100% certain where that ended up. I think the brackets might be online by now. Yeah, what other question do we have in there? Oh, Martin Frederick Kahn had a rough match, it sounds like, last night, too. That's surprising for him, to be certain. Actually, I didn't see that match streaming because the main one was Kazuki and Zdeněk. I remember that on the stream 1, so maybe it was on stream 2 or afterwards. I don't really know what happened there. Interesting. Didn't get to see the Wilcox match, though. But yeah, with such a large field, do the math on how many rounds that is, too. Is it 8 rounds to get to the money? Something like this. There we go. We see the board here. Playing on that beautiful Monte Carlo Grand Prix board, which I believe you can find in the web shop already. Looks like Mochi has decided he'll be opening with a 4-1 slot. Maybe they got started playing before they had a transcriber or everyone in the room. That's funny. We'll be getting on that shortly. Oh, there's a video of that Wilcox and Martin Frederick Kahn match this morning. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Maybe from last night.
What do you write in this notebook? Is the time thing? Yeah, just time.
Beautiful board they're playing on that's available in the shop. Mixed reviews on the Tempest clock. It's a cool little idea.
Okay.
I think I guess the biggest issue for me traveling with the clock is that it weighs a lot and it doesn't fit in the board. And it looks like that thing has a small enough footprint that it fits in. I'm not sure that I would love like having my phone tip back and forth exactly. I don't know if I would. I'm like kind of happy just using a phone or something like that for a clock too, but interesting idea. I think they're using the premium model that's all made of wood too to match the board. I don't know how well that shows up on the stream, but it's definitely got a different look than the other model that's, I think, black plastic. Probably matches the void board a little better.
A little bit.
When will the semifinal high roller match between Ziska and other opponent? It will happen 2 hours and 10 minutes ago and is completed, and I did not check who won it. So if someone stops by and can tell me, I'll check that out. Oh, someone's suggesting we should use the BG Buddy app. Actually, the Tempest comes with its own app that you get a QR code for in the box. Otherwise, you can't get, like, I think you can download it for free, but can't really use it unless you have the code. Okay, after the 5-1 split, we're going to blitz for sure. And if on a fan we still don't have a cube, 4-3 is a decent entry, but Martin under some pressure here. Needs to anchor up quickly. 2-1 is going to continue the attack. And then what's the best use of the ace here? Wow, I would not find lifting to the 3, I don't think. I was actually thinking about splitting because I like my checker placed on the 8. It's 6 away, nice coverage. But this is a good idea for the blitz. We only have 8 checkers in the zone and really don't want to risk having a 7 sent back and lose our racing lead. Surprised that Mochi has an idea about that even. I would struggle to think about that play. Regrets not lifting is hit and down in the race now. And Martin's going to have a little more time to potentially anchor up. Oh, thanks for the birthday wishes, everyone. Appreciate that. And yeah, no need to step up further to the 20, I wouldn't think. That's interesting. It's a contending play. But usually when you're under attack, you don't prefer to be on a point where your opponent wants to hit you. So I like this idea of just sliding the 10 to the 9. 5-2 looks like a bit of a whiff, but it remakes the 8, so that's pretty decent. That's an improvement for sure. And Martin's going to come out of this opening with the advantage for certain. A small amount of priming value as 3 of Mochi's checkers back. And Mochi's position is pretty committed to the blitz. This looks like it makes both 5 points. That's quite an improvement. What else can we do? I don't think with only 8 in the zone and that checker high and now a 3rd checker back that I would be focusing on the blitz plan anymore. It's very difficult to complete a blitz when you have a 3rd checker back out of the game. It's hard enough when you have 5 stacked up on the midpoint and have to improve that way. This is always a reasonable alternative to make a new point and unstack the midpoint. But my first instinct was just to make the best board point, and we still have some threat with the blitz. If our opponent doesn't anchor up, they can't come to the outfield. Not a lot of room to move or improve anywhere else. It feels like there's a lot of pressure on Martin's position after we make the 5. But Mochi knows they must be close. And as is often the case in backgammon, when we have a lot of reasonable competing options is when we spend the most time, even though we can't, he can't really make an error. They're just different ideas here. But he's trying to figure out if one of them must beat the other one. And of course, he doesn't know that they're tied. So he's going to do his best to pick whichever looks the best to him, regardless of the margins. Yeah, I agree, CMC. The 20 and 5 seemed fairly automatic to me. But always making the 10 point, so the 10 and the 8 can outweigh the 5 point. It unstacks the midpoint. It blocks 6s. Maybe I guess with all the even numbers or something, there might be, maybe there's some, I can't think of what's like really nasty about 6-2, 6-4, anything like this. They don't look too bad. I don't know. Interesting. He's obviously not trying to prime really, but maybe it reduces mobility somehow. 4-1, I think is just gonna, wow, I don't know. My first instinct is that it makes a bit at escaping by playing 21 to 16. But we leave a lot of blots around against a pretty strong board, so that's a bit of a tough play to make. Everything else is destructive or playing past the anchor and things like this too, though, so tricky. Yeah, that's way down the list. Okay, and so making the 9 is the best improvement to the position we can make. Okay. Our opponent doesn't really have 6s now, so moving 21 to 20 is a bit of an improvement there. Okay. This is a very difficult one for me to find. I know that I don't want to run in basically a losing race with all this attacking threat, but I don't see what else to do, so I'd probably just make that mistake. The 6-3 looks like a pretty natural attacking number now. I think the blitz is back on with 10 in the zone. Wow, and I'm wrong there too. Okay, this is already a very difficult position. The bot just likes running to a 5-pip deficit and controlling the outfield, I guess, is the idea. When we get hit, we lose our control of the outfield. It's nice that he knows to step up. I was thinking basically all in on the blitz in 13 to 4. 2-6 cleans up a blot. That's a reasonable improvement for Martin. Not really under blitzing pressure anymore, but out of time and really needs to escape Mochi's structure quickly. This, I believe, is going to make the bar point along with, or is it's just going to escape and try to race? Okay. Doesn't seem like keeping the anchor is so bad here, but I guess we will have to we don't control the outfield is kind of part of it. Well, no, I mean, we have that checker on the 16. It looks very reasonable to me to keep the anchor and just make a priming point. But it doesn't last seems to be the issue. And we're enough ahead in the race that we'd like to just escape contact and convert to that. I guess after this play, if we know that we're 25 ahead in the race, we're just usually going to have a cube after this. Yeah, okay. And so Mochi does see this other option that was my instinct to begin with too, and realizes that he's far enough in the head in the race that he can make this better play. Not sure I would have found that. Very heads up play from the champ to begin. 6-5 is probably stuck making a deep point somewhere. Whichever you prefer, they're going to be close. A little better to use the spares and make the ace, apparently, with all the other points made. And ahead 14 pips in the race against that deuce point anchor. The cube is coming, and is there enough contact for Martin to play it out is the question with that open 5 point. His board's no good, but he does have some racing value here and potential to escape to it. This is a very unusual looking position and a difficult one to evaluate for sure. I don't have any clear references to help me through this one, but he finds the break-even take. Mochi with the race lead, I think, is going to be happy to clean up 15-6. That'll be my instinct. Again, we have a multitude of options to control the outfield instead and try to build that 5 point, I guess is the idea. Okay. So he finds, where does this, I don't know where this is on the list. This is one below my 15-6, I think. It helps build the bar very well, but doesn't aim at the 5 point very effectively. I think it's probably part of the problem with it. And the 5-3 should, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with, again, getting a spare on the 6 seems fine. We don't love leaving the double 5 fly shot, so just cleaning up blobs and leaving no shots is okay as well. It still gets a builder for the 5 point and keeps a builder. Keeps builders for the bar point as well. I guess making that point allows double 4s and double 2s to make the 5 point as well. So the 9 has a little more value than initially it looks like to me.
So close.
So he goes for the spare on the 6 point for building. I think that makes a lot of sense to me as well. All the plays ran pretty close. Double 1s, he's going to be rewarded for that decision and make the 5 point. Big improvement to the position. Double 2s is going to improve Martin's position quite a bit as well. I think he's likely... Does he need to save a 6 when his 6s are blocked? Maybe not. Maybe he can just come into the 5. Usually I'd be thinking about leaving one outside to avoid that, but of course the distribution's better when we come in. So this might hold his board a little bit longer. It's a good find from Frederick. Or Martin. What can Mochi do with this? I think we can unblock the 5-6 and force him off. That might be of value now. So 13-11 with 2 helps do that, or just 13-9 with both. Otherwise, my first instinct was to just... The first 12-6 looks nice, and then you don't really have a last 2 that you like anymore. You don't want to leave fly shots against that 5 point board, of course. Good find by Mochi there. 4-1, again, we're just trying to ideally keep the checkers high usually. So yes, I think 6 to ace is my preferred play, even though it feels like we keep one higher number to go for that 6 and 3 distribution. I don't know. I really don't completely understand why that is, but I've seen it enough times where I favor the distribution he chose. 11-4 seems like the only choice there. We don't want to bury checkers behind the ace. We hate giving the 5-4, but only 2 shots. Likely to have to leave something in the order of fly shots on the way home. 5-1 is going to clean up and play to the 5, I think. 4-3 must be trying to stay even or avoid some sort of disaster roll. Double 5s, I guess he saves by doing this? Does he? No, he doesn't. I'm not sure why he went for this distribution. Seems very strange to me. For the same reasons that I preferred Martin's play the roll before. Both these players are in the buy round. Okay, I didn't realize that. That makes sense. Round of 128. Guess that's where that comes from. So double threes, and then yeah, I don't think we want to make the two goalposts kind of stacks by playing 6-3, although clearing as soon as possible is a theme. This distribution doesn't look good enough to be worth not taking a checker off. Michi's taught us that we really like to have a checker on the 3-point before we clear the 6 because we run out of threes otherwise. But yeah, it looks like a little too much to make a stack of 4 and a stack of 5 with 0 checkers off the way it came out there. Six-5 is going to be forced to run with 1. So the question is, does he stay back for contact and try to win? Or does he just make sure he saves the gammon? Sometimes both out can do better for the race and avoid some anti-jokers that would close him out and take all his race lead away. But of course, he's got 6-4 immediately. What else is there? Is there anything else that would leave a shot? I don't think so. So it's just the two numbers where you would get a third of wins there, but he chooses to stay for it. Of course, more shots can show up later. I think that seems reasonable. Wishes he would have run after that roll for sure. But with only 6 pips outside, we're going to be under 10% gammons for Mochi. So just running as far as he did is enough to save most gammons. That's why he chose to stay anyway afterward and spend those gammon saving pips. It's hard to figure out which play in those scenarios wins more, frankly. Sometimes the contact's okay even though your board's crashed like that. Sometimes the little few percent hope of like a 20 pip trailing race is your best shot. I don't really know how to tell the difference. Maybe I could figure that out someday. Oh, transcriber catching up quick. No, wrong checker. There we go.
So I haven't played it yet, right? Oh, sorry.
All right, Mochi's off to a 2-point lead, it looks like, in this match to 17. I just gave my match adjustment lecture this morning, and I was talking about shorter matches than this in general, but towards the end of a match, the 2-point lead can mean everything for how you play the cube and your checkers and everything. In the beginning of the match, it changes almost nothing versus regular, even scores, money play, what have you. It'll matter if they get into really deep recube positions potentially, but that's about it. In a long match, it doesn't start to change until the score is affecting someone being very close to reaching the end of the match. Just a lot of value in actually closing the match out or getting to Crawford, and that changes things quite a bit. After a down play, I like Martin's choice to slot. Not a match adjustment again, I don't think. I expect that's just a reaction to the opening down play. 6-5 is going to make the 3-point. I like to see players that seem like really familiar with the opening. Seems like clearly Martin's studied the game quite a bit that way, and all these plays look like things he's seen 1,000 times before. Is my lecture available for all to read or view? Wilson recorded it. I'm not sure what he's going to do with it. So it's possible that it'll get out there somewhere. But it's like a brief overview of the same content that I intend to release in the book anyway. So maybe the book's better anyway. I might be doing that lecture in Florida in the fall. Been talking to people about that. So if you're in the States for the Florida tournament, it's possible that'll happen there. That might be a way you can see it. It's 3-2. Okay. So it looks natural to make the 10, but then you have no deuce you like with it. 6 to 4 is a very difficult play to make. So I guess play B would be to split, and we don't really like blots everywhere if we're under attack that way. So cleaning up 10 to 8 seems nice. We wouldn't want to strip the midpoint, all those things. I imagine that I just have such a hard time making that 6 to 4 dilly builder play in the early game that I'd probably find the other, but Mochi finds the best play and makes that play anyway. It's well done. Covers and plays down. That's pretty natural play for Martin. 4-1 doesn't do anything too natural. It can't possibly afford to put another dilly builder on the 4 point, I don't think. And we're so out of timing on the front that I think we really would like to split 24 to 23. So I think, yeah, the best 4 that I see with that is just to clean up 10 to 6. And 10 to 9, 10 to 6 staying unsplit is actually best against 10 in the zone. Very interesting. Slightly outboarded. I like Mochi's idea of splitting when he's out of time a little bit better here. But the bot prefers the other play, and they're very close. Very competing themes going on in this pretty non-standard opening again. This Mochi just gets himself into weird positions, maybe. Okay, 1 is a nice return shot, except for the no 4. All it can do is clean up. Not preferred, but that's what we're going to do with it for sure. So Mochi has a racing advantage now, but Martin's structure looking very strong. Oh, is Michi's next booked on 5-point matches? I haven't asked him. I don't know. I should talk to him about that. I hope not. Maybe he explains it a different way. We'll find out. Five-one, yeah. Martin needs to get back checkers moving with his great structure on the front side. Does not prefer to stay on that 23-point anchor. 6-3 from Mochi would be happy to run, but might be required to hit to reduce that mobility. What do we do with the 3? The down seems like a fairly natural play to avoid leaving shots in the outfield, but stepping up seems like a candidate too. Except I don't think it creates more mobility for that back checker. It's actually maybe having an easier time escaping with 6s from the 24 than escaping with 5s and 3s from the 21 anyway. 2-1 I think is just stepping up to the edge and trying to see the light. Both players are in a battle for mobility here, the way I see it. But he should spread out in the outfield and try to build instead. That's very interesting. Under so much pressure from so many checkers that he can't afford to leave the blot there to be attacked, or is it just about the diversification in the outfield? That's a strange one. I would have made Martin's play as well. And after a fan, Mochi needs some relatively perfect numbers to not crack his prime. But even when he does crack, he's still going to have a 5 prime with 3 checkers behind it. So is the difficulty in escaping only 5s and 3s to advance, 2s do something? I think Martin should have a take here for counterplay against those 2 blots. Does Mochi have enough to cube this and lose his market? How often does he get to the outfield? And does the outfield complete the game enough? I think if he rolls like a 3-2 for mobility, he's looking good after that, but maybe Martin still has enough counterplay where he hasn't lost his market. I'm not sure. I guess maybe Martin really needs Mochi to crack first so that he has some counterplay in order to be able to take after Mochi has some time to move. And Mochi does find a fairly borderline cube, and it looks like Martin's just going to pass it, let it go because he's behind a 6 prime, doesn't see the counterplay. Okay. First technical mistake we've seen from Martin. That can be a tough one to find. I think a lot of times it's a little bit unintuitive to want to play a game out when you're currently behind a 6 prime. If Mochi just escapes, of course, he's fairly hopeless. But he does always have the deuce point anchor, so there's always some counterplay from that as Mochi has to roll his position through it. I'm not sure. I thought that one seemed like a likely take to me. Three down, and then does Martin want to split into this stack? I'm not so sure. It's relatively close, but I probably would have made a building play instead. 4 or 5 is going to hit in the outfield. And a fan, and Mochi with a clear early game lead again. Equal boards, 3 checkers back. The real advantage he has is 1.5 checkers back. 1 checker, half escape to Martin's 3. But very likely Martin will come out of this with some sort of anchor against only 9 in the zone, and Mochi's distribution is not great. I would think that maybe we're running on a close cube for money, but even though I said we don't adjust the score very much in a long match like this, I might use it to push me towards a borderline decision such as this one, and it would help me not make the double, even if it's already not a cube for money either. But I expect Mochi will roll on here, but I've seen him take a lot of time analyzing these and really making sure he's aware of what the follow-up rolls are going to look like, and doing some sort of calculation to figure out exactly what his market loss might look like. He doesn't feel like he goes by feel. I think he's going to come up with some sort of metric for an answer and make his decision that way, and he needs to really think about the rolls to do that. And he does roll on, rolls a 6-3, continues the attack, puts 2 in the air. Very strong and very great response from Martin here. Makes the anchor, and then what's our best improvement now? I guess just maybe... Wow, I don't know. This is very difficult. 2 down from the 8 was my first instinct, but it strips the mid. But that can work since we need to get the back checker moving anyway. I don't think I want to give up the 8 for the 3. The 8's probably a better point here. It's blocking the checker on the 23. And then I want to keep my anchor since I'm still down in the race. I don't really want to make the ace and turn this into some sort of blitzing in pure kind of game plan early on when I don't even put a checker in the air. None of them are very attractive, but I think I'd probably end up making that first instinct play instead. This seems reasonable as well. Five, 4. Does not safely cover the checker on the 3, but we can invite our anchor to, or our opponent to break their anchor to hit. So, and we make another landing point in the outfield. We don't give up. We trade the 8 for the 9. That looks like a really reasonable play to me. I'm not sure how we're going to find better. I guess 2 down is the other play. Yeah, I like this. The 4 is almost certainly coming down. And then we could make a bid for escaping. But I think when we're hit, we'd rather be hit by the anchor than leaving the direct shot from the checker on the 24. So feels like a nice tactical solution there. Okay. With the blot available and shot available, Martin's going to take the tempo hit to try to slow Mochi down from cleaning that up. My first instinct was just looking at the back checker 24 to 20 and 13 to 11s, like something like this. I think that's the strategic idea here, but with the opportunity to maybe get a fan and some extra vig there, I think he's right to go for the tempo. One 5. This looks like it's going to... Is there any need to enter high? If we enter low, we can remake the 8. And we still have 4s and 6s out. We put pressure on the blot back. I think, again, that's the best use of this roll here, even though our first instinct is probably to enter high and try to escape with a big racing lead. It's a little counterintuitive to enter on the 24 by choice. But here I think it's called for. Okay, he sees some other options that I didn't actually look over here. Surprised that we would consider... I guess the same idea with the tempo hit there, that it might buy us time to hit the checker on the 23, but we have 1 back to 3 back, and we don't want to give up the racing advantage and checker's back advantage so easily. So Mochi would rather play this game without contact the best he can. And Martin's happy to hit and not really give up anything in the process. This time, I think... Oh, I really don't know. Yeah, I think I want to enter high and not do the least destructive thing to my position. But I guess we could think about entering deep and tempo hitting on the ace. I just don't think it buys very much here again, so... Like the play found. Or 3 either has to play a checker behind if Martin wants to be safe. If he doesn't mind leaving the shot, what's the best way to do it? We can advance 24 to 20, try to get some mobility. We could just play 13 to 6 and have 2 checkers bearing on Mochi's 20-point blot. Being hit is costly against a 3-point board, even though we have an anchor, though. That's a tricky one. I'm not sure if I could bring myself to bury the checker behind down in the race like this. I think what I also like about the 24 to 20, 11 to 8 play is that when Mochi hits, he rarely gets to safety with that checker as well, so he should get some returns from the bar. Maybe he'll have trouble getting that checker around. Where when Mochi escapes and hits with 6s, most 6s are going to clean up or at least get around the bend. So the hits are a little better further out there. This, I think, again, the theme here, I think, is just putting the most pressure on Mochi's 20-point blot when it doesn't leave, which is maybe a little less than half the time. Three really compelling plays here, though. Really, 11 to 4 and just not giving him the shot in the tempo to escape is quite reasonable. Checker's not all the way dead. I think the best play is the hardest one to find for me. I'd be going through these 2 options as Martin as well. I think this is the one I'd find. And I would expect Mochi to generally be moving past me. And then I'm hoping to send that checker on the 20 out to fight in the outfield, work on making my board, and just waiting out the 20-point holding game. I'm kind of happy with that. And even if I get hit, well, now I have the checker on the 20 creating mobility. I'm not really at risk of cracking or overrunning my position in any way. And he does take a look at that best play. Okay, that's a hard one for me to find. I just don't see what... I guess for a roll, it's okay. We just bring that spare after the midpoint when Mochi runs. Maybe we get to hit loose on the board. That's a very difficult and sort of anti-strategic kind of play to have to make, though. Backgammon gives us those all the time, but they're the hardest to find in a way. For me, anyway. Some other players are more tactical that way. And Mochi's wondering if his shot's enough to decide this game when he hits it. Could be. It's slightly early. I wasn't really thinking about the cube either there. Most likely, Martin enters somewhere and has a fine 20-point holding game. Oh, gets to hit back even. So even after some hits, he hasn't lost his market. Relatively easy take for him. Mochi's only play is to enter high and play 4 to 3. Everything else breaks a point. And 5-3 is going to continue the attack, and I think we go for mobility 20 to 15 here. I don't think creating 2 new blots by breaking our midfield or midpoint is worth the couple direct covers it generates. We still have quite a bit of indirects from here. 2 enters, no very good 4 here. Maybe we're not going to give a double shot from the mid. We could play 6 to 2 to not give up a point. But that would allow... It seems like the nicest place to hit. But when we break 8 to 4, we at least challenge the anchor to have to get broken to hit us. But it gives up a valuable point. So... First instinct is to look at that 8 to 4, but it's not clear that it really outweighs having a piece of structure. When we get away with slotting the deuce, we have to deal with covering it later, and our opponent might still be happy to just stay on the 24. Probably easier to clean up the 8-point blot after we get away with that. Neither looks great, though. So he's going to spend some time thinking about the follow-up on each of these. I'd love to know exactly what he's looking at. He usually has a strong reason with some specific class of rolls or specific role for making his choice. Difficult to give up the structure, though. Both these players being really challenged with plays early on. This is an exciting match that way. I'm sure we can't cover, so why not switch and put Mochi on the roof and take advantage of close to half the time when he fans. And around the bend with the 4, it could step up for mobility as well, but this gets closer to coverage. Also generates its own kind of mobility and utility aimed at the 20 point if Mochi should enter there. Double 2s. Can just cover all the way from the 8. Yeah, that looks very strong. And a fan. Mochi got his cube in nice and early. 9's hitting the outfield. This can hit loose on the ace. And it doesn't look that strong. We could also just clean up and step up, but reasonable candidate when it puts 2 in the air against a 4-point board. Does not get away with it. Solves all the goalkeeper problems if he does. And now he's got to get 2 checkers coming around. Ace 4, okay. Not clear that we stay on the 24 here. Even though having a double anchor is nice and seems like it generates a lot of long-term gains. These are the worst 2 anchors to have together. And we're so out of timing that it's going to be hard to hold them both anyway. So I would have spent some time thinking about just giving one of those up. Seems to have created a dilemma for Mochi now, though, where he can definitely hit if he wants to, but he's not sure if he wants to time up this game that's otherwise very clearly going to crack with 4 checkers back. So I guess maybe play B is just playing 20 to 13 and just trying to play the game around safely without hitting. The question could be which to hit and how. So if he's decided that he hits on the 18, he can clean up to the 13, he can make the 18, or he could have hit from the 23 to 13 and continue, 23 to 18 and continue to the 16. Chooses to hit and continue, seems quite reasonable. Double 2s, we love to block that 24 point now. Even though we'll want to clear it and we're creating contact with that, I think if Martin just enters with 1, we're glad that he's not able to easily escape the 24. And which 2s after that? I don't see a compelling case for either. I guess maybe I wouldn't want to make the 11 to create contact with the 20 point like that. So it feels like more flexible to finish down to the 9. So 13 to 9 feels like a nice play to me. When Martin enters with a 1-6 or a 5-6, having the 11 looks pretty nice, though. Forces the midpoint to break. I think that's what's going either way, though. I really don't know. I don't see a strong numeric reason to do either. I guess when he enters, we have trouble clearing the midpoint, and this is at least has 2 landing points. So we're a little closer to home this way. Four 2 fans, and Mochi is looking to clear the midpoint while he's on the bar, advance the back checker as well, of course. So the 3 probably steps up 23 to 20, and then why not 9 to 8? I think it kind of plays itself. No compelling other options here. 1-2. Oh, he's going to play behind. Very interesting. I would have just almost instantly played 13 to 11 and not thought about breaking my board. But he really wants to keep his midpoint for now and not lose the timing if Mochi should roll a 6 or an ace to hit him. It's pretty painful to be hit here. 5-2. Now Mochi's got an interesting decision about keeping contact with those 2 blots behind. Maybe it's a nice opportunity to just play 13-8, 13 to 11. What risk could there be there? The probably natural looking play is to play 20 to 13, but with such a board advantage and no comfortable rolls for Martin to play next roll with 2 blots behind, why not keep the contact and give him trouble clearing his midpoint? The midpoint's like the very natural thing to go next. Interesting that 20 to 15, 8 to 6. Instead of creating another point to clear later, we just put a spare on the 6 where we want it. That's another interesting way to keep contact, but it doesn't keep as much contact. I'm surprised by that best play there. I would end up finding second best, I think. I really struggle to see the downside. Like a 6-2 is probably the worst. And even that, we're just in the driver's seat. Three-1 is not going to be a pleasant roll for Martin. What's the best he can do with it? I don't think he can avoid to start burying checkers to avoid shots. So likely switching 6 to 2 or just playing down from the mid and only leaving one direct shot. Both those seem like candidates. I don't think I want to break my 6 points, so midpoint probably makes a lot more sense. So just 13 to 9 seems like a nice simple option. Yeah, and the 6 to 2, if we do clean up, we're gonna reduce shots by not hitting on the way. So I would think to play it that way. I considered the 13 to 12, 13 to 10. I guess it's the same number of shots on the indirects between a 7 and an 8. It's maybe the value is that it's closer to cleaning those two checkers up, or that our opponent runs past more often. But I couldn't come up with a compelling reason to leave that distribution, which should be more shots on the front checker. This right here is going to be 2-2 and 3-1 in addition to the direct 4. And if we play 13 to 10, then we have the 3-2 and 4-1, which is one shot more. Very interesting. That's a strange one. I'd have to look very close at that play to understand why 12 and 10 is better than 9. If it is too. We're looking at this on 4+, so maybe plus would change its mind or something like this. Yeah, of all the bad options, this seems most reasonable. I always find it, it's very interesting that he's considering so many different alternatives. There are a number of alternatives, but I think the real interesting part of this is that all the options are so bad that in backgammon, I think those are some of my most difficult decisions, is trying to pick the least bad of all terrible plays. 4-1 was getting hit anyway if Mochi wanted to. So maybe Martin wanted to be hit, and that's why he stays back and leaves more shots. That could be something with it. But this is going to force him to hit if he leaves. I don't see a huge risk in staying back. Not sure he really wants to avoid hitting anyway either here. This back game's just quite weak. And so picking up a bunch of checkers, well, Martin's board is really weak. The ace point and 3-point are made already. It's likely to just win more gammons. I don't think he's worried about timing Martin's game at all here. And sure enough, after a fan, he's going to pick up the second blot instantly. Would love to play in, can't, so maybe 8 to 3. Probably not going to stack a checker on the 7, though, when we don't like to put checkers on points we intend to clear very quickly. Even though that's pretty deep, I think working on breaking the point while there's 2 in the air makes a lot of sense. And this checker on the 7 is so likely to go to a deep point anyway, that he hasn't most likely saved the problem of putting a spare on the 3 by making this play. Small oversight there from the champ. This is going to bring 2 in and end up playing 8 to 3 anyway. Howdy, Monte.
All good, how are you?
I'm doing well, doing well. Yesterday was the birthday. Oh. Today doesn't count anymore. Maybe it's still yesterday back home, though. And Mochi having a clean ride home so far. 6s is going to temporarily freeze him. 5 enters. Yeah, Martin really wants to get moving around to get that 4-point made, the 5-point after it. Start making use of his checkers. Any deuce Mochi likes. This is deuces are kind of a problem number in this game right now. It's going to run out of them quickly. 5-1 is a pretty nice shot, putting a spare on the 6 again. Gives him a deuce to play. 6-4, 6s look like the 4s, look like the problem rolls for Mochi right up here. Plenty of shot levers for sure. No 5 to play, so I think the 2 goes distribution 6-4. Even though we can take a checker off, it gets rid of a lot of the shot levers, I think. Maybe not. It fixes 6-4, but we're going to have that problem of no spares on the 4 for a long time. Chooses to peel instead, which reasonable enough. Six-3 is going to fix the distribution issue. That's a great shot for Mochi. Martin looking for a 6 out. Very nice. He could cover the 4, but I think it's more important to get the checker moving. I would come out to the 18 and probably down to try to cover and get the board made. Look at that. 13-4 is really competitive because he might get the shot now. 4-2 is going to clear from the rear. Very natural. This is coming home nicely for Mochi. Likely to win a gammon. Once again, I really like the 6 out, but maybe I'm over concerned with gammons. Making the board could be pretty important here too. But we already have a 3-point board. It's going to be better than Mochi's if he does leave a shot. So I'm more worried about getting stuck and not having the chance to escape backgammons. Yeah, it seems like maybe I'm over focusing on that. It's interesting. Not a lot of 10-4 plays in there. 20-18, 10-4. Okay, he finds that. And these might all change a little bit on ++ as well. But I sure do hate in a position like this having a third checker back on the 24 that might get me backgammon. Gets to move it there. Okay. Hello, Greggy. 3-1 is going to clear the 3. Wrong order. Going to need a deuce or a set to avoid leaving a shot next time. And does that mean that Martin will do best to split 24-22 here? That'll create double aces that play nicer and allow him to, on 3s, hit from behind instead of having to leave the shot in front. Possibly clearing contact, so he keeps it and just shuffles the checkers in the outfield. Reasonable. 5-2 is going to put 8th checker on the deuce point, which I think means Martin should keep his anchor for another roll, hoping that... Well, there's 2 schools of thought there. Either he leaves hoping the ace gets the shot right away, or I've thought about if he rolls an ace, then he wouldn't be able to move it, and you can get to a coup position where you would stay for the win. But probably better to just get the ace shot and leave right away. Yeah, the 4-2 plays, you have 2 blots in board, and it makes use of both of them, so they do seem kind of reasonable. 4-1, he's going to leave, okay, and try to get a shot on an ace right away. Should be enough to win if he can hit it here anyway. Doesn't need to see both with 7 checkers left. Only 8 off. And he hits it, okay. And with the open 5-point, it's going to be quite a challenge to bring this game home safely. I think... So what's our containment idea here? Any 5s that come in are likely to hop out to the outfield or create another shot, so maybe 18-13 does quite a bit. If we're thinking about aiming at a checker parked on the 20 or trying to attack it, then we have 16-11, but I think really that just gives up shots unnecessarily. So I like this 18-13 play. This is the only example that parks on the 20 and we're hit, so would have been nice for Martin to roll an ace and remake that anchor possibly. So maybe he'd come off it to try to give an ace later. For now, I think it's nice to have. Now we have to enter on the 3, so what's our best deuce? Do we want to... If we make the 16, does that block anything valuable? Blocks a 6-5. So the checkers are kind of spread nicely for that right now. So I'm not sure the 19-17... It's not my inclination. But when we block the 6-5, we get a lot of shots. Most other things, we're going to get double shots. Okay, I see some value to it. When we play 15-13 and Mochi rolls low, a 2-1 won't get a double shot anymore. a 3-1 either. But most other things will. These are tricky plays. I think it just feels like we're not spread out the way that we want to be when we play 15 to 13, but that might be the play that I end up finding as well. The 19 to 17 feels strange. I really like the checkers on the 19 to 17 for the escape on the from the 20. Comes out to a double shot, and Martin misses. Now, once again, we've got to figure out how to maintain our contact best. We could leave no shots by making the 15. Does that give up to... It's going to get a double shot on almost every roll next time. I think that's good enough. I don't think we can do better than that. Our other option is to reduce direct shots with something like 16 to 11. And we still get a double... I don't think we improve anything on that. So why not just make the... I think I'm just making the 15 here. Blocks double fives. Blocks some serious jokers. I guess making the 18 blocks double fours. This is not the starting position. Yeah, there we go. They catch it. I think he'll find this one, yeah. Nice decision. That one had just such a clear upside for making this point that sort of forced into making that play. The 2's going to have to step into a triple shot, and Martin should be able to pick that checker up and go back to thinking about how on earth he's going to close the 5, and he decides 13 to 11 is the most direct route to that. 5-2 is going to pop out, leave a triple shot. Only 2-1 misses. 4-1's going to hit. So we can lift that up to the 6 and leave no shots and still have mostly double shots. Or we can play 13 or 12 to 11 to again aim ourselves at the 20 point if Mochi ends up there. And that's going to help us build on future rolls as well. Very close ideas, as you can see. And I think Martin's going to have a lot of incentive to slot the 5 point if he gets a chance to here. Even though he takes a checker out of zone. Okay, this is a nicer use of the 2. To block the 5-6 and have 3s and 6s to close out. Double 2s works as well. So I think he wants to keep those double 2s and keep parked on the 7, even though it gives up the 5 deuce from the roof, since it also sees the tax points nicely. A reasonable idea there, but I think I would end up splitting the 15 with it and just covering the outfield better on 5s that leap out. This maximizes builders for the 5 point, but leaves a lot of indirect shots that are going to help Mochi potentially escape with tempo. So I think that's a little too loose, the containment plan. There we go. Martin gets to naturally make the 5 points, so he's going to do that instantly. And if he can avoid Mochi running on this play, he's going to be in great shape. Still a great shot for Mochi, completely eliminating the risk of springing another, well, not completely, but mostly eliminating the risk of another checker being sprung loose. Maybe Martin needs to spread out 15 to 13 here to make sure that when Mochi comes out, he gets a double shot. It gives up a 6-5, but otherwise it covers very well, and it's not currently blocking any sets. That would be my instinct. We really love to, with this 5 point board against the 2 point board, just spread the blots out and be as ready as we can be. Oh, this 2 got on 6s. Is that good or bad? I don't think it helped him. Puts him in the air and gets him one step closer to being backgammon. There is a world where he loses a triple as a result. Requires a very specific roll on Martin's side right here. And one of 6 rolls on Mochi's side. Okay. If it happened, it wouldn't have been my fault, you guys. Mochi will have to settle for his 4 points and off to a big lead in this match as well. 10 away, 17 away. Very strong start so far. Can start to think about adjusting the cube here. I'm not sure how severe the adjustments will be, But Mochi will still be able to occasionally send recubes. The 8 cube coming back will be difficult to deal with, but not completely dead on recube value. So, yeah, I think Martin will be earlier for that reason, because it is still a little bit scary to send a 4 cube when it might be an 8 coming back.
Play legal move, yeah.
Legal move, so you have to correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not. I thought it
That's
was.
not. That's not.
Ah, okay.
The same.
I can.
What?
I can tell also.
What?
Right. I can tell also. Right.
So if he found a mistake, like illegal play, he can tell.
Yes. If there was a mistake,
No, there's no mistake. No mistake.
I think it was mandatory to play.
Conversation with the transcriber, looks like.
It's not right. Not in this one. But we can agree.
Yeah. So we play legal move. Oh yeah, you say if there is a problem. Yeah, of course.
After the 5-2 that splits, the 3's going to hit loose and bring another checker down for the attack is fine, or splitting. Would have thought split actually there. Enters and hits, and does he... It's a little early to make the 22 point. We could bring a builder down into the zone instead. With this big racing lead, he's going to be incented to leave the 22 very early anyway. So making it's fairly temporary. For Mochi here, we don't want to put a third checker on the 24, so I agree with entering with the deuce, and then the ace is not great, so he just goes for the slot. Seems pretty reasonable. This looks like it's 4-3. And Martin's going to take a shot at the tempo to prevent Mochi from covering his 5 point if he can. Interesting idea there. Now Mochi gets the option of hitting or covering. With 3 checkers back, it's nice to send a third back, and he's shooting at the blot on the deuce, even if he is hit, but the structural advantage in front of that 22 is pretty huge. This is a very tricky competing themes kind of play. It neutralizes all the race, but the position kind of... It makes the priming point that you really want against those checkers back. You have better time with the 3 checkers back. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like covering. When in doubt, make the 5 point is a nice rule of thumb, too. 6-1 looks like it should still make the bar point, even though it gives up a direct 6. It does block the anchor still. I'm more excited about doing that than covering the deuce, I think. Looks like I'm a little off there, especially since I don't know what my ace is once I play 8-2. 10-9 looks pretty natural, but I guess I'm leaving it direct either way, so I just am inclined to choose the better point. But I guess he's leaving the double shot the other way, so we do reduce shots this by making the deuce. 6-4 not his best, but I think he can just come around from the front, 21-11, get involved in trying to make the bar point in prime. Not really much call to come off the 24 point here. Mochi's got all the timing and the better priming game. So I'm not sure what the value in splitting into his blitzing position is with more checkers back would be. This is interesting too. I feel like Mochi taught me this like early game prime versus blitz structure and concept for making your decisions, and I've seen him kind of consider the alternate game plan quite a bit this weekend. So this feels like something where he would teach, where he'd probably teach people to make this play pretty instantly. But he's seeing something else here and kind of considering how numbers play in each variance. Seeing that twos are there's some 2 duplication, but I think just finds the wrong game plan there. 4-3 should just make the 5 point. Looks like a pretty natural play. Other options, I'm not sure why we want to make the 9 when we've already made such a deep point. Hitting twice has got some value there. And look at that. Hitting twice actually comes out ahead for the gams that win somehow. I guess we really do hate having made the 2 points and allowing Mochi to just roll a 3 and anchor past it. And so hitting 2 is the best way to make sure that no anchor happens. But the 5 point is so valuable to all game plans that I'd be inclined to just go for that here. And they're very close. Yeah, I'm not sure Mochi got too creative with that play necessarily. I think it's more looked past the game plan. Well, a lot of times we just feel a lot of pressure in the opening game to split or get the back checker moving somehow. And it feels very strange to voluntarily sit on the 24. It's kind of always our default to leave that. But I was immediately looking at it like it was opening 6-4 kind of position and whether or not I wanted to split. Because he had the third checker back, I think that he just wasn't thinking of it that way. And instead of thinking of creating that kind of position, he just thought about maybe splitting and finding a way to make an anchor somewhere. Oh, and the reason I saw Eli Royme is because he's apparently playing on stream B against Wilcox Stellings.
You're like a waiter.
Yeah, so after the double hit, CMC points out that there's a loose checker on the 14 to pick up too. So a little additional value in buying the extra tempo. Mochi hits on the ace, very strong response to keep himself from being blitzed off the board. Might have had cubes coming from Martin if he had fanned or something disastrous like that. And with 3 back and behind priming structure, I like this idea of getting as close to the edge and trying to get that back checker moving as he can. Ace in, deuce looks like it's going to hit. Why not? He's got an anchor. He's down in the race. Can extend the prime forward. Just a beautiful use of that checker on the 6. It's exactly where it wants to go. Only place it can go. Martin rolls nicely from the roof, hitting back, and now he can make his 5-point, I think. He's going to look at making his 4-point instead. Why would this be a better point? Not sure I understand that play. Reasonably close. Possible that he just overlooked at it and looked for his best 4 after making the board point. Enters on the ace, and I think he's going to be forced to take that checker off the 24. Not allowed to have 3 checkers on the 24. Against the rules in backgammon. And now Martin with, against 3 checkers back, the better structure, better anchor, all these advantages, and a 7-point match trail is considering whether or not he needs to get the cube involved. And I think it looks quite reasonable. I would have a hard time convincing myself that I need to send, but it doesn't look like it would be a terrible cube for money. And so if it's at all close, it must be quite reasonable to send at the score too. I think it's going to come across. And I think maybe the more difficult position or decision could be, easy take for Mochi too. Into 4-1. I think I'm happy to volunteer the direct and just make the next board point, I believe. It's unfortunate to give up good 6s, but at least our opponent's not making the anchor when he does that. Still stuck back on the 24 behind this very nice 4 prime. Just a huge improvement to our position. Double 3s. What's the best? Wrong 6. I think just making a priming point seems pretty valuable, but not getting hit against a 4-point board and cleaning up the blot is very strong too. Okay, so we gotta seriously consider playing that way. But it might help us make an anchor. We'll have 2 points open. We have 3 checkers behind a 4 prime after we make the 7. Offensively, it just looks a little too strong and a little more flexible. I think I would end up finding that making the 7 play, but they run very close. So once again, presented with a very difficult decision, even though there's not really an error to be made at stake. Interesting. David Presser in the chat would have considered the 24 to 14 too. I don't know. Not sure I see running there. I don't see why we would go for it. And advancing the anchor and loose hit seems like pretty strong plan for Martin, but Mochi rolls well, hits back, sends a 4th checker behind the prime, and now Mochi's quite happy that he used the double 3s to make the 7-point. ace in, and the 6 tries to keep Mochi dancing once more. It works this time. He's got a lot of work to escape. I might have had to pause and think about escaping the prime with that 6 instead of hitting loose. We're really running out of time. Sees his first 3 are just covering, and the last one's going to hop out. Very strong roll for Martin in the driver's seat to win a gammon now. 5s and 2s, I think, are both hitting. Has a little bit of work to do to escape the checker on the 24. So the 6 should be able to come out. I don't mind leaving shots from the roof. It's sort of like Zdenyek's free roll kind of position. Oh, we can just make the 15 too, so we don't even have to leave shots. Sure. So I guess the real question is whether Martin wants to stay diversified to hit the blot on the 11, or if he wants to make sure there's no fly shots from the roof. Double aces gets the cleanup. That's improvement for Mochi. And Martin under a little more pressure now to escape that checker on the 24. 3 up will help quite a bit. I think he goes for that, even though he has to leave a shot in the process. The other play B is just break the 13 and play to the outfield, but that leaves some fly shots too. So why not just 24 to 21, 15, 13? I like this play. Odds Mochi repeats his champ 5 to 1. I would take against Mochi on that if you want. Nothing against him, but it's hard to win backgammon tournaments no matter how good you are. Someone floated around 20 to 1 in the room. That even seems bold. But it could be. I don't really know. Okay, so double aces. Is there any merit to loose hitting when we have to break a point to go with it? I don't think so, so we're going to switch. Then we don't want to give up a point, so we dilly the builder. This looks pretty normal to me. I mean, it's ugly. You don't usually think about the 6 to 4, but you have to think about these kinds of options when you're playing against a 5-point board, and hits are devastating. At least when we're hit here after this play, the opponent's not at the edge of the prime, but he has so much time to escape that I just don't think it works well enough, and it hurts too much to be hit, so I like the safest play here. When we get into the late game, all of our strategic ideas start to go away, and we have to just make tactical survival sorts of plays like these. Five, 6 is going to enter, and first instinct was out, but I guess it can come around the bend and make sure one checker gets to safety. Yeah, I'm not sure I actually see the upside of 20 to 14 now. I don't see much cracking risk. We cover the outfield a little better. Yeah. 5-3. Is this going to be forced to hit loose and try to win the game yet? Maybe. At some point we have to go for containing, and we've run out of options to keep that checker back otherwise. Tactically, last time we had the switch to keep the checker busy. Here is just poised to escape. And yeah, of course, Martin's biggest priority is escaping, so stepping up to the edge makes a lot of sense. 3-1. Is this just gonna... I would just break the 8 here, I think. Hope the 4 prime holds, and then we have some follow-up for next roll. And the 4 prime holds in the best way. Spends a bunch of pips, but Martin now has a 6 prime. So even harder to win against that, so Mochi's gonna have to do something special there. Probably 2 down, must volunteer the least shots and keep the checkers most pure towards priming. Dodging fly shots like 6-2 and 5-3. Going to survive 1 roll. I think Martin's just going to play into the 6 and probably down to the 11. Keep his 6 prime and just keep waiting to escape the checker on the 22. Yeah, so I don't know if there's if you can still win after a loss. I don't remember the rules of this tournament either. I'll check that out eventually. But CMC is saying Mochi must need to win 7 matches to win it all in a row. So yeah, 2 to the 7th, whatever that is, 1 over that. Those are his odds if it's even money, but he's a favorite, so it's going to be a little bit different. I do think Mochi's odds are Probably better than anyone else's. This is interesting. Yeah, I think we have to play in. I guess our only constructive role would be to make the ace. He's going to be stuck. He could play 2 checkers in and try to reduce gammons that way. Or, so I think the last 3 is the only decision. We could think about 5-2, 7-4, or 4-1 would have been my buildy kind of role that doesn't just bring checkers in. I guess this saves a 6 just in case he needs to avoid leaving shots. But Martin's found freedom and just trying to bring the checkers home and then break the 7. Hope Mochi can't escape the third checker back on the 24 and gets to win a gammon that way. Five, 4. We don't really like stacking up the 6 when that's the next point that we can clear, but it brings 2 checkers in, keeps from giving away points while Martin breaks his board, slows us down, doesn't give us 6s to play, so can allow Mochi to have to crack a little bit further, and instead generates a shot right away. Poor timing for him, and Mochi has a lot of game here if he can roll a 4 right off the bat. Double 2s is going to crack instead. Not a good roll for him. And has to decide whether 3 to ace or 4 to 2 is going to keep his 4-point board longest. Generally, keeping it on the high point is going to work. Martin, I think, is going to remake the 5-point, but it makes a pretty flat position that's likely to leave a shot next roll. So maybe just breaking, pre-clearing the 5 and playing to the 4 is an option. Quite close. He'll have to go through the numbers and try to figure out what leaves less shots here. Maybe if I counted it, I would assume this would be right as well. This, I'm struggling to find any problem with this play. And the other play I know the problem with, so I'm not sure why that comes out on top. I think 4-ply does pretty well at evaluating these. So I trust its result there. I don't think it's something that'll shift on plus or anything. That's a tricky one. Really not sure what the additional value of keeping the point is. Maybe 4-3 that escapes, something like this. Take some running rolls from the back. So we've opened up our containment structure a little bit. Okay. Yeah, CMC catches that earlier. Oh yeah, someone's saying they don't believe in Mochi as a match player. I think he's the best match player. I think he's a good money player as well, but I think if you asked him to pick what he was better at, I would assume he would pick match play. That's up for debate, though. 5-4 is going to have to run one from the back. Once, I don't know if someone has a better rule of thumb for that, but usually I'm giving up the anchor and just trying to save gammons when my opponent's at 8 or less checkers or around there. But at some point, when they can't point on head or hit loose as often to clear me off the 24, it's fine to just have one checker and focus on getting moving. If Mochi had a perfect board, he would stay for quite a while for the odd number of checkers on the deuce. But here, I'm not so sure. If he had an opportunity to run off the backgammon, maybe he would have done the last roll. 3-1, of course, can't do that. He runs with 1, misses the checker, loses a gammon, saves the backgammon. And 4 points for Martin, so right back in this match. 13 away, 10 away.
You want 10 minutes, 5? 10
Looks like they're discussing a quick break here. And, oh yeah, so Jonah's saying he doesn't think Mochi's results really match his difference in PR or how well he plays. We hear that a lot. It's kind of a thing like, I guess people think if he's the best player, he's supposed to win every tournament, but it's just not how backgammon works. There is a lot of variance, and as we were discussing, he has to win 7 matches in a row. If it's even money, that happens less than 1% of the time. So very few matches that he's supposed to win. So if he wins a tournament like of this size 2% of the time that he plays it, He is murdering the field. And we're suggesting that we think his edge might be even better than that. But the margins in edge are just like so small. It's a game of dice. You're not going to win that often. He's going to go on long streaks, and he could be the best player in the world and very simply just never win the world championships. But he's managed to do it twice in his life already, which is pretty incredible. Maybe even more incredible that like Jürgen Granstedt has done it 3 times. Very unlikely to repeat, much less do 3 wins in your lifetime. So it has a lot more to do with just like long-term probability and things like that, I think. Vin would take 21 to Mochi. Well, 20 to 1 is suggesting that he's a little worse than 5%. I mean, he really has to be a huge favorite to do that. I'm not sure what his average match winning chances have to be for that to calculate out, but high. And I'm not sure they are. Maybe they could be. It might be reasonable. I'd have to play around with the math quite a bit to have a guess myself. Yeah, I just did the same math, CMC. If we suggest that Mochi's 60% to win in each round. And by the way, you should be able to go look on BMAB and see how many matches he tends to win, which maybe isn't a great measure of this because this is a very long match. So he's probably got a bigger average than that would suggest. But 60% winning chances is pretty strong in the long run for any player. I think Mochi could possibly be 60% here on average to win matches. There are certainly players he's not 60% against, but then I think there's players that he's better than 60% against, so it's hard to say. So if 70% puts him at 8.2, then probably around 65%. So I don't know, maybe if we think he wins 2/3 of his matches. That's tough. It seems high. I guess I would take against on 20 to 1. It is a slightly different story given that he's at 10 away, 13 away, but I'd probably still take that. I don't think it changes it enough. But that's also, so before the draw, he could have had an 8th match. And so if we think about this bet in a field of 200 players, like it's even harder for that to possibly be good odds on him. Oh, you're fine. Come join. You can be in the picture if you want. We got Busato here that just walked by. Won the Intermediate Open champion. Wins everything, right?
I'm leaving today, that's why I'm not playing.
Oh, you're leaving today. Okay. Well, congratulations on your play, man. That's exciting stuff. Yeah. I'm sure the memes are going to be flowing in, right? Yeah, so in this match against Martin, I think there's almost no chance that he's 60%. That's fair. Yeah, Martin, very strong player. Hi, Barack. Nice to see you. Both of them play in higher than their average so far in this match, of course, though. 5.3 is typically a decent amount outside of Martin's range by the end of a 17-point match. And 3.85 is, frankly, a rough match for Mochi, too. I'm sure that'll come down as they work their way through it. But so far, like the first game especially, just very challenging for both of them. It's been an interesting match so far. Do I think that sometimes Mochi is sure what the bot would do but makes different decisions? I know he occasionally does that. I don't know what the search term is. Man, I want to find that. If I can find it, I'll post it in the chat. But he had an interesting clock decision in a San Antonio tournament once upon a time where he played a 6-1 down in the opening. So played down in slot. So he played 13-7, 6-5 to put his opponent under clock pressure and hopefully generate a timeout win that way. and got into this crazy back game with all his checkers back. So that's a unique situation. But there are certainly places where he knows that he has an option and might make different decisions against different opponents. I know a lot of people adjust their cube play if they have a significant edge in a tournament like this to avoid giving away too many points. I'm not. I think about that a lot less than most people, I think, at this tournament. But I know lots of players think that way, and I think Mochi's he's somewhere in the middle. I don't think he adjusts as much as some other players do. But sure he adjusts. Oh, that's right. You can't search. Oh, I found it. Here. I'm going to save this. I think this is it. Oh, it's towards the end of this match, though. Oh, it's against Ronald Loero, too. That's fun. Yeah, I'm watching YouTube. That's how I'm doing commentary right now. This is a wild game. You guys have to see this. I think this is it, though. So you're going to have to skip around in the actual video to find it, but a link in chat. Enjoy this. Thanks, Jonas. Appreciate that. Yeah, Edward sharing with everyone that Busato is the greatest. Busato, not Musato, but, you know, you can call him whatever you want. Oh, maybe I'm remembering this wrong. I don't know. Oh, he's going to pass this game. No, I might have it right. Dang it. Someone find that in there. Oh, maybe I think I found it. I was talking to someone about this at the Stavder tournament, so I absolutely have to find this link now. Here we go. I shared the link. The video starts at 36 minutes. Mochi, Ronald opens with a 6-1. Mochi responds with a 6-1 and slots 2 points, I believe. There it is. Yep. There you have it. Find a way to watch these both at the same time, I guess. That is a fun game. Thanks, Joseph. Yeah, my name is Nick Blazier. I'm in the chat with y'all. I posted the YouTube link in there. So unless the channel blocks like posting links or something like that, might have to ask him, but I tried to post it in there. I just searched Mochi Snake Game or something like that. And now Justin Knoll did all these videos that distract from that versus Abe the Snake, so it's harder to find. But it's still out there. You can get to it. It's from the 2015 San Antonio tournament. So that might help you find it too. But like the title has in parentheses, Snake Match. What's on the lunch menu, someone asks. I just ate before I came here, actually. I had a ham sandwich and a flan that was way too big and a chocolate chip cookie and some kombucha and some water. I usually don't eat breakfast and have lunch, and then I'll eat dinner really late later on. Everywhere in Monte Carlo is like crazy expensive and not that different. Doesn't seem worth it, so I always walk to the France side and get like roasted chickens and things like that for pretty cheap. So Ryan Rebello and I have been taking the walk to this place called Rotisserie. You get a whole chicken or a lamb shank or something like that. It's the spot. €100 for all of what? Did I spend 100 euros on my lunch? Yeah, Mochi Loero might get you there. That's a fun game. So I think the video is like That must be a 30-minute long game, and I think Ronald Loero starts that particular game with, I don't remember if it's 13 seconds on the clock or 3, but yeah. Try something different to get him timeout. Ronald Loero, a pretty strong player too. How's the weather here? Hot? Yes, very much so. I don't know what the temperature is exactly, but definitely warmer than home in Wisconsin. I got to do my lecture from 11 to 12 and then go lay out on the beach until just before this match, so I got a little sun today too. Trying to enjoy that. Every time we walk back and forth between the apartment, just pouring sweat too. Yesterday, Monte had to walk me back to get the key and had to take a shower before he could come back to the playroom. So, yeah, I'd say it's hot here. Yeah, I heard Akiko's back playing, but I haven't seen her yet. I haven't seen her in a long time, so I definitely need to say hi. I'm looking through the playroom to see who I see out there. Must be a lot of people. A lot of people that I haven't seen yet that are just getting into today. I know I saw Mislav walking in toward the playroom, or I think I did, outside on the way, and hadn't seen him this weekend yet. Lots of strong contenders in the field, that's for sure. Hi, Anna Clark. Someone's guessing my age is 47. Why 47? That's rude. Does anyone actually know how old I am? How many players in the main event? I think over 200 is what I saw. I don't know the exact number. I think we have brackets on Draw Boss, but that might be up in the air a little bit while we wait for any late entries. Arda does leave spots in the bracket where opponents that will otherwise have buys could get a new player to play against. So that final number could be a little higher by dinner break tonight. We'll see. Akiko is playing Phil Simborg. Okay, awesome. That should be a fun match. Those two know each other very well and have a lot of fun playing. Yeah, lots of American players here. Jonas Ewald is here. I don't know how he's doing, and I can go check out the room and look at the brackets and try to get info. I got to work with Wilson more on that. Maybe I can find a way to message him during breaks and just run around and get updates like that on our social media pages. Edward says I'm 40. Does he think he knows that, or is that his guess? I haven't seen Mark in any of the videos. Is he keeping busy? Yeah, rumor has it he was up till 6 a.m. last night doing whatever he does. He also had the amazing idea to release the Apple version of the new Galaxy app while we're at the tournament trying to plan everything. So he's kept himself busy for sure. And released a clock and got this new board. He's always got 8 different things he's juggling at the same time. He's here for sure, though. And has a child named Freddie running around that he's got to help out and give hugs to every now and then. Super cute. 1-year-old, almost 2. We've got a 39 guess in the chat as well from Kenneth Olison. Okay. 18. Thank you. The strong 18-year-old beard. Kara Schultz is from... Where's OC, BG? Is Kara Schultz the same one that travels with Jonah all the time? I just assumed if that's the same person that she was also from Denver. Or wherever. Colorado somewhere. Oh, cool. So people in the chat are enjoying the app. Good to hear. 41 guess. 39, 40, 41 are all much closer than 18 and 47. Some people having trouble with the app. Okay, good to know. Not sure we needed to send those, but I'm happy to talk to Mark about it and see what he's finding out. I'm sure he's in touch with his developers and things like that. The one thing I saw was occasionally in Bear Off and things like that, a checker play will freeze, and on the desktop app, I would just have to refresh the browser and that would work fine. But I don't think there's a way to refresh the browser like there is here, and it's probably the same software. So now I think you just froze in and run out of time. So I'm sure that's something they'll have to fix. Oh, cool. Okay. Kara Schultz is from California. Didn't know that. GL says he would reinstall. Yeah. Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in again? For me, it's 30 lie. I don't know what that means. Okay. Explain the joke so I can laugh about it. I turned 39, everyone wondering. I'm an 83 baby. Give us the drama from the Chicago Open. Which drama? What drama? There's no drama. There wasn't a specific drama, was there? What time is the Snelling's Royme match? I think that's up on the secondary stream right now. And I think Bill Riles is doing the commentary on that. We might cycle in more people. Phil Simborg's supposed to be doing some commentary work on that secondary stream through the weekend. But of course, he's in the main event right now. So not until he busts out. Pedo drama. You can go watch the stream to hear about that. But needless to say, both parties in that are not pleased with each other. I don't think they've come to any resolution or anything. Who knows? Both of them are here though. That's cool. Yeah, the automatic pairing on the app seems neat. Kind of like that idea. Seems more fair for the rating system that they're limiting it to 3, 5, and 7-point matches and players in your rating range now. I like that. I think it'll work better without having to change other things. The ELO system's been a bit backwards. I talked to Mark about that and convinced him at some point not too long ago that since longer matches are easier for the better player to win, that the way an ELO formula would typically work is they would win less points as a result. It's supposed to be almost like a direct odds of winning kind of. It should be an equitable formula that keeps you in a similar rating range and doesn't keep expanding your skill gap that way. So I guess you could fix that by making longer matches worth less, but just limiting competitive ones to 3, 5, and 7 into similar rating ranges, then you get rid of that issue anyway. So that's pretty nice, I think. How many chapters in my book? I don't know how to answer that. I don't know how I'll lay it out exactly. There are, I think I have it separated into 14 chapters right now, but they're kind of, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 major sections to it as well. So I don't know. I just like split it up in a way that made sense to get into a Word document, but we'll find out. I think it comes out to like 100 pages of text plus positions, which probably doubles that or something, but I haven't seen its final form yet either, so I'm still waiting to see what the published version is going to look like. Ooh, sort out my pronunciation of Martin. Is it Martine? Mochi is famous for taking his 15-minute breaks when he gets them. Who has the link to stream 2? Let me see if I can find that too. If Tara was in the chat, I'm sure she'd share it. I see day 2, part 1. It could be that it's on the Ace Point channel. Would they be doing it that way? I wonder. No, that's on Galaxy. I'm not sure. Once I can get a link from Tara, I'll be sure to do that. But I'm not seeing this stream either. We'll figure it out. Are all games streamed? No, not even close to it. There's like over 100 matches going on right now. I don't know if you can hear the din of dice shaking and checkers moving and all that, but it's a noisy room while everyone plays. Yeah, you can kind of see in the background how many tables there are here, but yeah, tons of players in the room going right now. Probably some matches finishing up already even. Let's see. Old saying that 80% luck to 20% skill. I don't know how you measure it. It depends how long. One roll is all luck, and a lifetime of backgammon is maybe all skill. Maybe a little luck. Sample size. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the comments on the book. Yeah, I think I came up with something good there. I got to give a lecture on it. You can ask people that attended that. I had like 15 people or so, and we recorded it. But I hope it's a nice simplification to adjusting normal backgammon play to match play. I think there's like a lot of jumping straight into math, take points, match equity, and getting like very complicated specifics like that in a lot of these different rules of thumbs. And I tried to just break it down to the most important and fundamental biggest changes and how to kind of apply that across the board. So I hope it'll be a nice foundation for any player that wants to use that to simplify their understanding of how to get through a match. All right, the players are back at the board. Going back to 10 away, 7 away, a lead for Mochi again, 10 away, 13 away. And this far away in the match, again, very, very little cube adjustment now that Martin's caught up a little bit. Oh, right, Jeff. Jeff is right. The secondary stream we're recording now, but I don't think we're streaming anywhere because of a limitation of resources in the room. So those matches will come up later. Maybe that's where Christian was able to see the match from last night because it got uploaded at a later date. That could be what's going on. Martin opens with a 4-2, 5-4 splitting response is standard. Backgammon News is streaming. Cool. That's probably Wilson. All right, gets attacked. 6-1 down to hit. That makes a lot of sense. And then... ouch, has to enter the third checker on the 24, but has the better board to show for it. So 6-2, where do we want to go with this? We maybe just with the racing lead, 20-14 and 13-11, make a bid for escaping. Oh yeah, once we step up 24-22, now we could escape from the back too. But I think that's going to generate more double hit shots. So, well, why not see the light? I like this play. No reason to just introduce a blot on the 11 when he could improve our position by advancing 24-22. But gets attacked for finding the best play. Hoping to enter high on the 5, but gets to enter on the deuce at least and clean up his blot, looking decent. And Martin with the clear board advantage. 2-1 is going to make the 5, even though it volunteers a direct 6 shot. When he's missed, he's going to be in a commanding position with the board advantage. Double 5s escapes and likely makes the 3, though we are tempted to deal with that stack of 6. We just create a new stack of 6 when we unstack the midpoint, though, so how does it help? So I think we're just going to make the 3-point and deal with this awkward position later. Is it known what the expected change in equity due to luck in a typical game is? Maybe a better way to answer that is just what we've been talking about, is trying to estimate Mochi's winning chances in a typical match on average. And if they're around 60%, I don't know, what does that luck to skill indicate to you? Some of his matches he's going to win by luck. Maybe all of his matches he's going to lose by luck. And so what percent of those extra 10% that he wins, or that 20% discrepancy, are actually because he outplayed someone? Unclear. I mean, I don't know if you can say, I guess all of them in a sense. I don't know. Oh, ZZ's playing on the Backgammon News channel? That's cool. They're streaming matches. I didn't know that. That's really neat. 3 is... so we're definitely going to get a checker with this 6-3 off the 24 point. And the 6 is going to come down to build. Okay, yeah. We don't want to put checkers in front of that heavy stack of 6, so I understand staying back there. Maybe could have just split with both. Mochi's going to find the switching play and put him in the air again. Reasonable. Oh, we could have just made a prime, though. Yeah, and against those 3 checkers, that looks pretty strong. So even leading in the match now, he just has a pretty commanding lead here. sends the cube, and can Martin find a take here? This looks like it's still a take for money since Mochi has only made these 3 board points and he has a very pure board of his own. But this strikes me as a difficult one to find. I guess most of the time Mochi's going to bring 2 checkers down into the zone. Martin's going to enter somewhere. And that'll be a quite threatening position, but there's not a lot he's going to do on this roll. 5-3. We'll see where Martin enters and if he has a chance to improve his position. Good find there. 5-5 is a great response from the roof. It's going to hit. It's going to likely extend the prime with the 8 and keep the bar point slotted. And Mochi's going to have to perform from the roof to not be in a lot of trouble here. Ace-6 does exactly that. Perfect shot. And a 4-3 fans, and now Mochi's glad he sent the cube again. Was quite scared for a moment there. Do we need to... We have a lot of good options here. I think hitting 13 to 12 seems like the best. And then maybe we can just play 13 to 7 along with it to build and keep our checker back on the 18 to pressure the 15-point blot. What doubles does that pay off to? I don't think 5s gets there. Aces does. Yeah, so I'm thinking the big play, but of course the safest play is going to be to hit from the 18. And how much do we gain by picking up that 5th checker anyway? Must be part of the argument for just playing that. We gain 1.6% backgammons by going for the extra checker. That's funny. Those are different ones, difficult ones to weigh for me, but I don't know, just instinct tells, like, makes me want to go for it all there, for sure. Will I be uploading my lecture? I don't know. Like I said, it's recorded, and we'll see what Galaxy wants to do with that. Oh, the match on Backgammon News is from the MC Open. Okay, something previously recorded. Haven't heard of your issue on the app Magic trial, but I can ask about it. Yeah, while we were talking about the luck factor, though, I mean, there is a calculation in a match summary that shows you XG's one-ply analysis of how much better your rolls were than the average rolls, roll by roll, which is some sort of measure of luck, I guess, but it's not a very good one. It's not very useful. But maybe for this conversation, it's worth something. If you're trying to figure out how much luck mattered versus how much skill mattered in a match. Well, you could compare the luck factor to the equity lost by both players and get some idea there, but still not a perfect comparison and still a little bit contentious as to how much that means. Wow, great entry from Martin, and now Mochi's under some pressure to clean up his position. Has no way to not leave a direct shot here. Oh, he can play 6 to 4 and really reduce. I would have had trouble finding that Dilly Builder play too. Martin still hits the indirect, and at least having made the bar point, those 3 checkers on 24 are primed, which leaves him in a good... Oh, wow, is he performing from the roof, Mochi, the champion. He rolls like one. I was about to talk about how much less pressure he was in than last time, and he shows just how much. At least he had a ton of counterplay with those checkers primed, having made the bar point now. Where had he fanned in that the first sequence where he got hit by the double 5s from the roof from Martin, which, by the way, amazing shot as well. They're both rolling out of their minds a little bit here. But yeah, he could have lost the game on that sequence. I think it was going to be a little bit before Martin could completely turn this game around. Wow, and Martin ends up getting the 20 point out of this game as well. He's turned this into something, and I'm not sure how happy Mochi is to have sent the cube at this point. This is a difficult decision as well between just cleaning up the blot and not leaving all of 6 fly shots, which are quite strong for Martin, and perfectly activating those last 2 checkers on his prime to make the deuce point. Deuce point's not that strong, but it is nice in front of the ace, and there is no other way to use those checkers. So, and I think the only play here looks like the 7 and the 8. There's a safe play of playing all the way to the deuce, but given that he didn't do it last time, I feel like I'd be surprised if he went for that. And here it even seems less good now that there's 2 blots in board, even when we do get hit on a fly shot. So I see tactical advantage this time to leaving it indirected and trying to solve your clearing problem now. Double 2s is a very bad shot for Martin, maybe his worst. Well, I guess 3s is probably worse. Only 1 dead checker, but can't escape any checkers from the prime. And starts to have to deteriorate his board. 5-2, I expect just brings a checker in, but maybe Mochi has containment ideas now that his opponent is crashing their board. Okay, goes for this instead. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, sure. We got Ryan Rebello here offering to join me with Mochi and Martin. You might have to turn it on, but I think it works. Yeah, looks like it's on.
It's on, it's on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, nice to be here. I got lucky in my first match, so I'm on the round 2. Fortunately, I don't play until tomorrow.
Nice. Who'd you play?
What's his name? I forget, to be honest. He was a solid. He played well, though. It just,
You don't remember the name, though? Okay, cool.
My dice are unreal this weekend. If you watch me play in the finals yesterday, it's absurd.
Yeah. We got 2 really strong players, the defending champ in Mochi playing against Martin Frederick Kahn from France. If you haven't seen Martin play before, he's a very sharp player as well. I think best on Heroes right now. Five's going to come in, and he's going to keep the other checker outside, and has turned this into a reasonable ace-point game. There have been a ton of swings in this one, and we've ended up kind of where we expected to in the end. Interesting, yeah. 3 in and shift, okay. Could have kept it outside to try to cover the 6 instead of, but it would have required bearing to the ace as well.
6-3 here, yeah.
Why not 6-5, 6-4?
Because you wanna punish him if he runs off the anchor. I see 6-5.
Yeah, better distribution for closing out. Yeah, there's some
but I don't
value
like
to that.
playing to the deuce point. I don't mind leaving the shots here, to be honest. But 6-5, 4-2. Actually, that play's probably the best because it leaves no shot and has the same upside if he runs off. So that's the play I would find with this. Oh, look at that, 6-5, 6-4.
Yeah, they're very close. They both have merit, and he's going to start by playing the ace because that's the common theme between both plays. But just the general ace point, when there's good contact, you want to clear from the rear and be ready to get rid of the 6. Your 6s turn into good numbers. They're often bad numbers after the other play. 3-1 is likely going to clean up and play 2 to ace or 3 to 2 to try to preserve that 5-point board a little bit longer.
Round of 128.
Yeah.
I like it.
Are you in the round of 128 that you wanted, or did you win in the
gotta buy.
256?
I got to buy.
Oh, you got to buy. So 128.
So now
And a 1, so you're at 64.
There you go.
So just 6 more matches to win.
Oh, 64. My math sucks.
What did you roll there? A 5-3 and had to clear from the... Oh, wow. He didn't save himself a 5-3 somehow, but he could have... Wow, that's crazy that he had a shot lever after the 6-5, 6-4. That makes you think about the 6-3 play even more.
This is a great play by Mochi if he finds this, by the way. A lot of players just play 6-2 just to play safe, including me. But playing for a gammon with the crunch position is slightly stronger.
The 6-5, it's not intuitive with the rules that we have of keeping even on the outside, but I've found a lot of times against the ace point that you like the 3rd checker on the 5, even though it gives up 6-5. I mean, you still would be giving up 6-4 and 5-4, right? So it probably reduces shots that way, and your sets still work. So it doesn't look quite right, but it does tend to be the better distribution against the ace point. Even when your opponent doesn't have the ace point, you like that 3 on the 5 structure quite a bit and just trade which one leaves shots and end up taking checkers more often.
Nice play, actually. Really nice play.
4-3 is going to clear another
that's
point,
bad.
unfortunately, for Martin. Contact's really going downhill, just hoping to save the gammon, probably. And Mochi finds another unfortunate 3 to leave a shot.
Yeah, you got to take it off now, I think. Oh, no, you play safe. 5-3.
5-3 is going to clear another point, unfortunately, for Martin. Contact's really going downhill, just hoping to save the gammon, probably. And Mochi finds another unfortunate 3 to leave a shot. Yeah, you got to take it off now, I think. Oh, no, you play safe.
So why was I right to take it off last time? This time it's not right to just take it off. I don't know.
Someone says you played Justin Bohr. I don't know who that is, but 4 hits. Okay, this is gonna help save gammons. It's gonna be hard to win, even though Mochi only has 5 checkers off. Martin can never close him out.
Oh, come on.
6s fixes that. They've both been just rolling lights out from the roof, man. There we go. Martin doesn't miss either.
And you got to come up here, I think.
Do you think he keeps contact, or does he play 19-14 to cover the outfield in case his opponent enters?
I would just play to the 19 point because you're never going to win this game. You just want to save a gammon, but apparently coming out slightly stronger.
He has the better board. He's never getting a shot by being back for contact, but at least when your opponent rolls 6s, you get a shot. Things like that. 5s get a shot. So, yeah, my instinct is to also get some directs when my opponent rolls a 6-4 or something like this.
Nice play.
Finds the best play.
It makes sense, of course. 6-1. Now, you probably do not want to hit, to be honest.
Right now, I think he likes the distribution.
I would have come out. I would have come out just to get it closer, but 4-3 also has merit.
Interesting. When we get closer, then our indirects don't get a direct return.
Okay, this 3-1's interesting, actually. I don't think you can afford to break down. Actually, can you? I think you have to be honest. You can't leave a shot.
I think the direct's not so bad because you can still enter for contact. I'm not sure. Not sure it helps enough to break your board further. It's a tough decision.
You don't want to win this game, right? You just want to save a gammon.
Yeah. I really don't know. So I guess playing 14 to 10 you think wins more?
Yeah, it's a DMP play 100%.
Seems like it would be as well. Yeah, to keep your board and try to play that way, but then we get hit and lose gammons that way. This gets 1 checker closest to home. Okay. I don't know how to pick between those. That's difficult to estimate. I'd probably have to spend a lot of time looking at what the percentages
This is not an easy play. And look how all close the top plays are. It's hard to choose.
Yeah. On plus they might get even closer. I don't know.
So it looks like Martin took a 341 blunder in this game.
He passed.
Oh, he passed.
I think he was trailing a decent amount in the match. I don't think that's why. But he was on a 23-point anchor against a 6 prime. Yeah. And just had gappy structure in his outfield and infield, but Mochi still had 2 checkers behind it. So it looked like a ton of counterplay. I was surprised that he chose to pass there. But he was afraid of being stuck behind the 6 prime, so he just let it go. And it turned out that the cube was the less clear piece of that puzzle.
Are you hitting here, Nick? I wouldn't. I would just come down.
I am generally not thinking about getting another blot involved and just trying to get closer to home. Yeah.
This is something I learned with the. Remember when I played Victor and I played that hitting play with the 6-3?
Yeah. The default, you can always talk yourself into why it's going to be less numbers or some reason, but that second blot involved just hurts so much, you know. Could buy you time to win a gammon here too is actually interesting. So the hit maybe has more merit than usual. But with the 3-point board, yeah, I think I just want to try to win this now. Match lead. A lot of things pointing to just reducing shots. Except you don't reduce shots is another interesting feature of this, do you? No, they're the same. It's 4s and 6s indirects, and now it's 6-5, which is 2 either way. So you reduce by 1.
Don't hit again. Yeah, now
5
he's going to think
for the
about
direct,
it,
and we can give less directs by advancing further, so great.
All right, this game's over. You got to come out. And try to save it. Not many gammons, not many wins. Oh, hang on. It's never over till it's over, which is amazing.
Oh, people are noticing the clocks are at 12 and 13 minutes, so time trouble incoming.
Oh, they have plenty of time.
They'll be okay, but... Oh, I haven't liked this video yet. Thanks for reminding me, everybody.
Right. Chance for a double 3s or higher to go down to get to what, 6 away? Yeah.
Oh, we still have some gammon hope here, huh?
Oh, okay. That's good.
Saves it. So 8 away, 13 away.
Interesting score.
There could be a little bit of match adjustment here.
Oh, there definitely is.
It's not too much on the initial cube again because it's just not getting him too close. The fear is the recube, but like Mochi can still send cubes because he can still afford to efficiently use everything when he receives the 4 cube, even though it's a little bit dead. But I would use it to decide some borderline positions.
2-1's gonna slot. Fair enough.
Mochi will be a little bit more afraid to send a 4 cube as well, so maybe Martin can send a little bit earlier, but this far away I expect to be pretty minimal.
This is a nice advantage already, actually. If he can avoid getting pointed on, he's actually close to a cube, but he's not there yet.
I think at more sensitive
6-3,
like late game cubes like 4 away, 2 away, 4 away, 3 away, 3 away, 2 away. I'd think about it. So even after this, at
and
those
this
scores,
is actually a reasonable double right now.
I don't think so at the score.
It's going to be close. I'm telling you right now, 100% it's going to be close. I don't know. I would not double this. I think it's slightly a little bit too early, but it's definitely not like an error to send it right now.
Yeah, we're about the borderline. Okay.
Anchor. What's he thinking about? Coming down? Just keep it simple and anchor, and you get a cube next time.
(3-1). Mochi gets an anchor of his own, and that's gonna keep the cube off for a long time.
It might not though. It's still borderline again. That's a bad roll, actually. You gotta probably come off. No, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe just slot. It's okay.
Yeah, for lack of options. I mean,
Look at
we
that.
could
Coming
reduce shots
down
by
and not
playing.
coming down is actually better.
Oh wow, coming out is an option against 3 back. I wouldn't have found that with the better board. I would just play to the 4 and think I need to keep my anchor.
It makes a ton of sense though. If he finds his play, it's a nice play. It is.
Yeah. I'm just laughing at the chat.
3-2 hits, probably just comes down for a better 6. You're not in direct range. You're not too scared of getting hit there with the 5-6.
Lack of other options too.
Well, you could play 8-6, which is actually reasonable.
That's a 6 checker on the 8, and somehow that's the best play, but I have to play the rest of this game, and I don't know how to develop my position once I've done that, so I really can't
the
stand
idea
it.
is you're going to strip the midpoint, and your 6s you want to run out anyway. That's why that's better, and it avoids the unnecessary risk, really.
It's only the 5-6 from the bar. It definitely helps build. Interesting.
5-1's going to upgrade, probably play 11-6.
I don't even know if you can upgrade it because you don't have a 5 afterwards, so maybe I just run from the front.
No, you gotta improve your anchor, man.
And then we're going to once again put the 6 checker on the... Yeah, I would not find that either. I would still be playing something more flexible. Very interesting.
2-1's not a good roll. You have to play 6-5, I guess.
Yeah, it goes for the distribution. I think that makes a lot of sense.
22 is not bad here. So
Maybe
you get a
we
6
just
to
step
come
up
out.
instead. Yeah, we really don't like being on the 23. All close. 4-2 gets a checker moving. That's not a bad shot for Mochi. Happy with that one finally.
Now he's got to go, actually. Just leave the 6. Oh, you can play like that. That's ugly, man. I don't want to do like that.
We got someone asking if the main event starts in the round of 128. Well, there are over 200 players, so many players got a buy and started in the round of 128, and many others had to play one. So either 256 or 128.
Interesting play from Mochi. I don't blame him for it either. It turned out to be a half a blunder, but...
Yeah, the slot when you're outboarded feels like a little bit of overplay, but
yeah, it was.
could just leave a direct and only
Nice
have
roll,
one
by
bot
the
to
way.
deal with.
Now it looks like you have an interesting back game going on.
Use points. Yeah, unlikely that it'll develop into a back game. I think
Yeah, I agree.
hopefully he gets to hit a checker and just play forward. Maybe that's why he's pausing to think about this play and not just automatically making the 4, though. If he doesn't mind his back chances, then hitting a second checker looks a little more
Yeah,
viable.
this is a bit of an
Generates
overplay.
timing also.
You just got, like, you break your midpoint, you get hit on the 4, you're not happy. Just make the 4-point and live to fight another day to hit the second shot.
I wonder, this could be a little bit of the Mochi adjustment that people are asking about if he plays any plays that he thinks the bot doesn't like necessarily.
It's true. And let's see if he finds a double hit here. I don't think it's right. I think you just make the 5-point. You don't want to hit and lift. It's a little bit too impure right now, so making the 5 seems very reasonable for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. After we hit on the 5, if we make a point, we should make the 5. And the second hit, just I seen him make plays like this yesterday too, but it just looks very much too loose. It gives up kind of both your game plans, right? You no longer technically have a back game, and you haven't improved your forward chances really by doing this either. I guess you send a fourth checker back, but you're still outboarded after this play, so I just don't see how you can afford it.
I don't see that play either.
Yeah. And I think the rule of thumb that I always use here is I tend to leave it slotted and make the 5 point if I have another spare to cover from the 6. If I would be using my last spare from the 6 to cover, then I'm more inclined to make the 4 point.
Well, this
and try to
position,
make the 5 later.
is probably better just to make the 5 anyway because of your back checkers.
Yeah, there's an additional argument of the 4 back and potential back game here. I agree.
Mochi's got this in the bag. He's gonna find the play. He's just taking his time.
Yeah, I've got Ryan Rebello on commentary with me here, people asking. 207 players is the report that I'm seeing. Is that the actual number? Do you know, Ryan?
I don't know.
I don't know the exact number either. I'll find out. Wow, and he just can't let go of this idea of the double hit, really spending his time thinking about it.
When you see 4 blots, it's usually the wrong idea.
Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb.
4 blots is too many for position to hold. 3 is okay.
But I guess maybe he's looking at it because Martin has 3 blots of his own and 2 more checkers, which is a lot like 5
It's
blots.
just a massive overplay if he makes the double hit.
Also, Mochi has 5 blots, not 4 after that play, right?
That is true.
He's
He
got
has
the one in
5.
the mid. Yeah.
That's a lot of blots, man.
Yeah.
One
You
double
can get a
4
lot of
and,
trouble that way.
it's like a too good. He hasn't even looked at the best play.
He knows what that one looks like, maybe. I hope.
Oh, he's gonna make it. Yeah, there it is. He's gonna press the clock right now.
It sure does seem like he wants to. He just can't talk himself out of it. And he goes for it. Okay.
Wow.
And now Martin thinks, well, this can't be right. Do I have a cube? And
It might be a cube, which is hilarious.
it seems like a reasonable cube.
A little bit too
47 off
early,
now.
but it would have been funny if he sent it.
Yeah.
It means he knows that Mochi just made a blunder, and then he was gonna punish him for it.
I think just really loose plays at score deficits, you have to stop and think about it. For
One,
sure.
make the anchor and make the bar. That's pretty easy.
Oh, the bar. I was thinking about making a second anchor, but I guess that is a great improvement with 4 back.
Well, you can. You
We
can
can
make the
keep the
second anchor, and
flexibility.
then you can make the bar.
No, he entered and made the 5.
No. Yeah, it's true. So he goes 1, 2. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
You're right.
But I think the offense is better than the last anchor. I think we're okay. We only have 9 in the zone. We're against 4 back. No
I want-
big worry about making
I
a
want
back
like
game.
12 ones in this position.
I don't. I think they start to crack. I'm pretty sure 12 ones is bad. Right? I think it's too many. I think this is the exact right number, actually. It's funny that it looks this way and seems like you'd like to make an anchor as well, but I think the flexibility in being spread out here is actually an asset in this position.
This is another overplay. Mochi just doesn't seem to understand the position right now for some reason.
This does this put a second checker in the air?
It does,
okay,
but
okay.
it's just not right.
So buys more time to pick up another checker. Not so bad here though. This seems more reasonable. Double twos enters 2
and probably just hits, to be honest.
and doesn't do much else useful.
Yeah, you got to play 7-3.
Just hit behind, you think? Sure. Instead of leaving a quad
terrible
shot.
roll.
I guess we could also play quiet. How bad could that be? It's gonna make it hard for Martin to do anything productive with those.
2-5. You got to run out from the back. You can't play 13-8. It's just too stiff, and what are you going to do next time?
Yeah, I'm struggling to talk myself. It's pretty close. So coming to the 18 is better than leaving the front anchor, of course. Yeah, okay. Checkers are still reasonably
This is funny
active.
because the best play might not even be to cover here. Just come off of both at 23. I would just do this play just because it's safe, but
Yeah,
okay,
one of them's
it's a
got to
huge
come off
blunder
to
to do
23
like
for
that.
sure. Double 4s is very bad.
Yeah, that's might be a cube, and it might be a pass,
The forced play too.
and it might even
Yeah,
be
it's hard to salvage this into a back game now.
You
that
can't
have,
take this right now. It's over. The
you have
question is
6
whether it's
checkers
too good or
committed
not.
that can no longer make the 5 point. Purity is so important for defending as the back game player. Yeah, I think that it's too trashed, and
You
we
might
have to
even
just
take
let
a
it go.
roll.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that these are too good. I don't know how to evaluate that. I don't have good
I don't
metrics.
see double 4s is okay. Double fives is good.
He decides to double instead, and I think, yeah, it's 44 too good. Very close. And I think Mochi will have an easy pass, but that was the main decision, whether he's supposed to play on or not, which is never super clear.
No, it's not easy. But the guy has 8 points, 8 checkers on his freaking 4-point. How?
I think if I saw the evaluation that said it was 44 too good, I would still choose to claim it. Just
not against
keep
Mochi.
things
Mochi's
simple.
never taken this though. You want to salvage as much equity as you can against this guy.
Yeah, but you might be costing yourself equity having to play the game out and not make mistakes on the way home.
Yeah, but you trust yourself. You can play the checker plays properly. You just
44 is a small price to claim. And sometimes Mochi loses his mind too. He's a taker.
6-1, like that, sure.
Splitting down seems quite reasonable. This should make the 5-point.
Both players above 4 now, actually, much higher than their averages.
Yeah, they've had some difficult games in there, but also both not playing their A game, it would seem. This looks like it anchors up, even though it's kind of deep against the priming structure. But 10 in the zone, we got to do something. Around the bend with that 4-1 looks nice. Starting to play faster, like they've noticed their time
What is that,
issues
3-2?
for sure. 8 away, 12 away. Martin only gets 1 point out of the last game.
Yeah, nice play, actually.
Finds a slot that duplicates some pointing twos. Okay.
Pointing
his twos play
twos,
pretty
covering
well.
twos. Yeah, it's a really nice play that he found. Wow, that's a bad rule. You got to make the 2 innerboard points, I guess.
I would probably actually make the bar and slot
Why?
instead of the deuce, because I feel too overrun behind the anchor.
No, you want him to fan.
Yeah, that helps. It's just after you make the deuce and he fans, how do you win that game then?
Easily. You hit the second checker and you're good.
It's quite difficult, and if he just enters, then we have that open 4 and 5 and a difficult time making it. Typically, these are wrong. There must be, I guess all the blots around must be the tactical thing that changes it here.
You cannot split here. It's way too big. You got to play like 6-5 or something like that. Yeah, 6-5 is reasonable.
Yeah, 10-9 seems fine as well. I'm not sure. Any ace.
One of them.
No need to make
10-9's
another
better.
blot.
Good job.
This is going to be mostly tactics, whether we need deuces somewhere, aces somewhere, 6s and 5s. What's the difference between those? And we're just making the most good numbers.
Why is 10-9 better here? I don't understand.
I think long term, if you don't cover with the checker on the 6, you like it better on the 6. Where the one on the 9 is going to be active regardless. So I think just multiple plies out, they're just placed better. You'd rather make the 9 point than the 10 point as well?
6-3, 3-1.
Like after we cover with
Slot
the
it.
ace, now we
You got
don't
a
like
slot.
where the 10
This
point
is
is.
a slot. I bet my house this is okay. No, it's not. Whoops.
Yeah, why do we want to let him escape? So right now, 5s escape,
Because I
but
see
we
that-
still get shots.
It's too much upside.
But you let him escape with tempo is the problem.
Yeah.
So when we make the 10, we do block some escaping numbers. We have double shots on most of them. And yeah, I don't know. It's not clear that we win after we make the bar point either, which we don't do every time that we slot it either. Is that enough to just claim? If he gets missed here, you think?
Yeah, that's what I see, and that's why I will make this play.
He's down 5,000 pips in the race. So does Mochi have to pass?
It's got to be a pass at the score.
Yeah, looks like it, according to the evaluation. But this is really tough for me. I don't know if I'd find it here.
It's very borderline.
And
whether
I
you
think
take
this
or
is
not.
another kind of play where when it's really close like this, Mochi's tendency is generally going to be to take and make someone play this out.
No, I don't think Mochi's going to take this one.
But, 50, 60 pips in the race is just so many. And your opponent has so much work to come around. If they don't cover, your path to victory is very clear. If they do, you still have ways to give them problems with 3 checkers back on the 22. And you still have time to potentially just use an ace to step up. Yeah, I don't know. I would probably play that one. But he finds the pass. Very reasonable either way at that when the situation's borderline like that too. But that's the merit of Martin's slotting play for sure, even though it was inaccuracy. If you can claim afterwards, it seems pretty strong.
I guess he could have doubled. That's why, because he could have cubed even if Mochi didn't roll a 5 anyway. If he didn't slot, he covers. Mochi doesn't roll a good roll like a 5-4 or something like that. He's gonna send it.
He's
So
sending
you're
anyway.
trying to limit the
Yeah.
volatility before you can cube. That's why.
Yeah, if he has a strong cube either way, then that's true. Then it's an overplay, and it's very simple. But it wasn't clear to me that he did have a cube if Mochi has that big racing lead in a single number to escape.
Well, that's
I still didn't see market losers close the bar necessarily, things like that. Not too many.
Okay, 5-3.
Makes the 5 point. Martin's not going to want to split against this structure. Mochi needs to run when he spent so many checkers from his midpoint, so the
Double
15 is automatic for him.
5-4.
5,
Probably
4,
covers a 9-pointer and hits, I would think.
Yeah, with 10 checkers in the zone, bringing down the 11th, this seems very reasonable. You could split with the hit as well, I guess.
You can also make
Making
this
the
play.
4 point is, yeah, this looks a lot better now that I see it. Making the best 3-point board is very strong. Your opponent's not at too much risk of escaping with running 6s. Tempo doesn't buy so much. This puts that single checker back under a lot of pressure. Yeah, when we make the 9 point, we do strip our midpoint as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So we're running out of time a little bit. But I think it's more that 11th checker in the zone is worth a
Oh,
lot.
this play is very bad.
I see the merit of it. Usually when
don't.
you hit, you
No,
buy the
no,
time
no,
and you're
no,
not
no,
as
no,
worried
no.
about being
There's a-
blitz.
This is a bad play
It
because
keeps the spare on the midpoint.
It's-
You've got decent racing chances now.
yeah, but there's 4 blots everywhere, and if he rolls like
Yeah.
a 4-1,
That's the problem
And
with
you-
it for sure.
at least make some kind of structure if you're gonna hit.
Yeah, it is pretty nice to hit loose and then only have one blot to play with. Both the best plots reduce, or best play is reduced to one blot. Little too loose
Wow,
here.
that's a big play.
It's a common opening idea though, so it's not surprising to me to see the mistake made by any means. This looks like it has to just clean up 15 to 13.
Yeah, that's my play. I don't see hitting on the 5 point here. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, there is some thought to leaving the checker misplaced on the ace, but we gain in the race too much. I think we have to go for this. Send a third back, which neutralizes the blitzing risk too, for the most part. And Mochi with a small lead in this game now.
2-1, 6-3 looks like. Either out of 24,
2-1 is
21.
pretty weak. I don't know what
Yeah,
he's
it's a
looking
bad
for.
roll, but the 6-3 is the best.
Interesting. I would take time finding that. I guess we just can't step under the gun.
Now you make your 4 points. Yeah,
5-4.
now 4 points clear.
Running would be play B maybe, but doesn't quite do enough late at losing in the race. You'd rather keep the contact.
Well, that's just a bad roll. Looks like I have to step up and play 6-3. You cannot leave another blot.
He has to keep just reducing shots. Wow, that's surprising. These are tough for me to find. I'd probably be putting a checker in front of the anchor at some point here.
There's a hitter. Come down. And on a fan, you're going to send him a present.
Yeah, just making the 8's nice, but I don't love coming out to the 18 with it. It's this is something to consider for sure though. It reduces some of the contact. At least we're out of the way of those dillied builders on the 3 point. So I think that's some of the reason why they run a little bit closer here.
But you want to send him a cube here, and the best way to do that is by hitting him, hope he fans, and then you can send it out, and he has a very hard decision, to be honest, because he has 4 guys in the 3 point.
I guess when he's down as much as he is in the race and only 10 checkers in the zone, 3 back, all these things, I'm not sure the cube's so potent on a fan.
Oh, it is. Trust me, it is.
And it only happens a quarter of the time, of course, too. But threatening a 4-point board, okay, it looks pretty good. It's probably, I suppose Mochi still has to play it with a decent racing lead, even at the score.
I might find a pass if he fans, to be honest.
Yeah, it's only 10 pips, okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at this now. I'm dropping it like an absolute rock. Just get out of here.
Yeah. So he finds the play again that generates a clear Cuban pass. Nice stuff. It's the those decisive moments, I think, are where we end up spending a lot of times on the checker. It's a player like Martin does. He's going to think about that sequence and am I arriving at a pass with this one? And what about the other one? What's the follow-up look like? Do I need to edge to a cube? What do I need to do? And I'm sure he considered this since he just immediately whipped the cube after making his play.
Mochi might take this, to be honest. No, he doesn't. Good job. Good play, both players in that game. It was not the easiest of games, but they played it very well. Besides that 5-4, that's true.
Welcome everyone to the stream. Thanks for all the compliments and thank yous and everything. I appreciate it.
You're coming down at the score, I think.
Score is just 8 away, 10 away, so I'm not really changing much here.
Yeah, but I like coming down because it's borderline for money.
Oh, cool, sure. Tara wants me to remind everyone that all the bracket links are in the description of this video below the stream. So if you want to get updates on everyone else's matches, results, everything like that.
This 2-1's
live
interesting,
updates
actually.
there.
I like this play, but the anchoring and thing was actually a blunder. 2-1 steps up all the way.
I'd rather put a checker in the air. I think
Yeah,
this
yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah. It's pretty. It's nice. This looks like it's going to. Wow, this is interesting actually. So he is up 5 after the roll. Maybe doing this and coming in.
The loose hits a candidate too. 13 to 8 is probably what I end up finding.
So it was just running out all the way. I'm not sure
Yeah.
about that play at all.
All very reasonable. And clean up the blot. Okay, he's going to try to preserve what.
Yeah, I might have hit there, to be honest.
Breaking the 8 to do that is pretty tough. They run really close to the score again.
Okay.
Interesting that they're making a lot of pretty tough plays very quickly now.
Yeah. Okay, I would have made a mistake there because I would have run out all the way. But
He has a racing advantage for now, and you just kind of invite contact against a better board. So yeah, running is a little too big there, I suppose. The 2 sees the light when he does this. I would be inclined to just play to the 6 for better distribution.
Yeah, I would have played to the 6 too.
And have more contact with the board and down in the race. All these, white's down in the race. All these things. 5-2. It's gonna make an anchor. Why not? Now Martin's in a mutual holding game with the advantage, but lack of timing. So he's gonna need to do something constructive with that mountain on the front side soon. But he has good distribution to do that. Position looks pretty strong afterward.
What's he thinking about here? Running all the
He
way?
doesn't have timing for it and wants to just run 20 to 13 instead with the
No,
racing
I don't see
lead.
that. You got to make the 20 point. That's the whole reason why you're supposed to stay last time. Yeah, this play doesn't make any sense because now you should have just run out with the 5-1 before. But his game plan was to make a 20 point. He was right about that. So if he runs out, he's kind of contradicting himself.
Well, running out with no risk of being hit is definitely a lot better than running out to the 14.
No, it wasn't.
And he's worried about his distribution.
Now he can make a 20 point with it.
But he's got a lot of room to play with checkers there with the racing lead on the front side, which is why I like the anchor play too. Doesn't necessarily need to make that 5 point in front right away. It's okay to be dumping behind here with the racing lead. 6-2, I kind of like keeping contact with the mid here. But we should come around and challenge the anchor instead for lack of a better 6. Yeah, okay. Got to introduce new blots to do anything else.
What are you supposed to do with this?
6-4. Looks like it's
7-1,
gonna
6-2. Bad roll.
play behind some more is my instinct. Are we releasing the midpoint or something?
No,
yeah,
I wouldn't.
7-1, 6-2.
I would just play 7-1, 6-2. But apparently, it's just breaking
Optionally, we can
breaking
just
the
make
8
the
point to make the
3,
board is better.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times when this is what he was worried about and why he thought about the 5-2 just running is that he doesn't have a lot of time to sit on this position. So he's going to look over some other options that make a better board and challenge the anchor. And this does look to be a pretty strong one. He finds the best play overall too. Mutual holding games, you really got to worry about your board strength. And of
That's a
course,
great
Mochi's going to
roll.
go for the hit.
And of course, he
But
gets
there's some
punished.
compensation after having made a better board.
Nice sequence, and he's fine. That counts.
Not his favorite hit, but it'll do.
On a fan, he's getting a present. Nope. Not this
5-6 doesn't hit anything.
time. You probably got to duplicate 2 as run out to the 14
and still
point.
down in the race. He has to go from the back. Yeah, don't want to introduce another blot anywhere, so it's got to be one of the back checkers. Okay. And very small racing lead for Martin, but he has the anchor and his opponent doesn't, so he's going to pause to think about it. A little too much right now. Work to do. Wow, how do we deal with this now? If we
he can
cover the
slot.
8, we give up the outfield control
Slot's too
entirely, which is not pleasant, but we have the 20 points, so it's okay. Okay. And then 24 to 23. I'm not sure. Why do we like the slot along with it?
Because it's fun.
We're even in the race. We just can't afford
It doesn't
be
make
down.
sense, but it's fun.
Yeah. Or ahead in the race, sorry. So out and continue. Yes, this is going to reduce shots and contain best for Mochi. And that's his game plan from the anchor to give Martin trouble coming home. And so Martin needs to be starting the best points he can. 7-1-6-4 seems to be the best he's got. Sure, okay. I would have started the 5 somehow, I guess.
That
but-
makes the 11, probably 6-4 with it.
Yeah, Mochi wants to prevent the Joker.
No, you don't.
of
You don't want a
double
2-point here,
sixes, I
Mochi.
think, but that also keeps the Joker off and cleans up the race quite a bit. So it makes a lot of sense. You do like to attack that goalkeeper when it's in
This
play.
is gonna cover. Live to fight another day, or run out on a better chance.
I like the cover play too. Where again we have a lot of contact here, so we want to improve our board.
13-6.
Why run out and get into a blot hitting contest when we also have those 2 blots in board to deal with? 4-3 sure can just play to the 6, doesn't do anything stronger, and very tight race.
5-1's terrible.
5-1 is terrible. Yeah, nothing can happen from the backside, so we're gonna bury a checker and I guess start the 5, even though contact's coming. I would still be inclined to work on building my board instead of just wasting 8 to 7 somehow.
Okay,
5-2
5-2. Now
makes
you're
a
gonna
great
make
point.
an 11.
Yeah. I don't think the tempo hit's worth enough here.
No, you don't hit.
If we could point on head, we'd like that. Yeah. And Mochi's doing a good job of turning this game around. The cube's still in the center as well.
Nice roll, actually. It jumps out and makes the 4-point. He'll take that any day of the
Yeah,
week.
finds flexibility. I didn't even notice it could come out to the bar. The 6-2 didn't look so bad, but that's better, of course.
Wow, now he has to hit. No,
Yeah, and then
he can't.
8 to
No, he can't hit. You got to come down and play 8-2. No, okay, you have to
Yeah.
hit. I mean, this leaves
The race
a
is
bunch
too
of
close
returns.
to not go for it, and you can still, when hit, enter on the 5. Double 5's cracked.
Wow.
So Martin's still got plenty of race to play this game, but Mochi has all the contact value now. He's going to keep all those points in front of Martin as long as he can. I think we switch off the 8 to the 7 and slot the 3 here.
Yeah, it seems reasonable.
Still blocks 3s or keeps some contact on it at least. And the priority is keeping the 11 and the 10 intact to prevent rolls exactly like that, the 5s and 6s.
He's
keep
going to see if
wasting
he
pips
can
on
cube
his side.
this. He's down 9 pips.
Yeah, I think Mochi still needs the racing lead to be able to send this one.
No, he actually.
Oh, he had a small cube there. Okay, I'm surprised by that.
Me too.
The third checker back impacts things
Okay,
quite a bit.
So that means this is a clear cube right now because he just gained 5 pips and guy rolled a 0.
I think it's gotten better, but I don't know for sure because he's about to give something up as well. Where last roll he had productive improvements to make.
Hey, Katsuki, what's up? No, you didn't.
no chance.
Come on.
Kazuki is here letting us know that he lost his match. Still a trivial take for Martin.
Did he suit it? He cubed it? Nice.
Yeah, he did.
Nice job, Mochi.
So 3s, how does this best work the position? I guess,
I think you can do this and make the 1 point. Yeah.
yeah, that does look good. Makes use of that extra checker on the 4, and we should be able to cover this quite a bit. Martin, great shot with the 6-4 just to get a checker running. He's very happy with that one. Instead of cracking the board further. Mochi rolls a nice one to break the closest point and make a 5-point board.
5.
Double 4s.
Oh, nice roll.
Perfect. And there could
Wow.
be a recube coming quickly.
Not yet.
Sorry.
The race is misleading here because he has, what, 5
Does
on his
have
ace
wasted.
point?
We got okay. Mochi neutralizes quite easily. What else is there here? I don't see any distribution plays. I'm just coming in.
Yeah, I don't see any. I don't see what he's looking at.
But Martin's only wasting like 6 pips this year, so he can find recubes with the racing advantage. And Mochi's has an open 5 too.
There it is.
So not a perfect
hits the
distribution
gap.
for him.
4-1. That's a bad roll. You got to bring it in and step up, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, going to the 4 is a nice place for the checker to be, so 8 to 4 is fine. But needs more pips. 2 off and fix the distribution.
Well, I would just take another one off.
No, 6 to 5 with 2 for sure.
Is it? Okay.
When you waste both and still have the gap on the 5 for the rest of the game, way better to just take the distribution aces there.
I could learn a lot from you, Blazer, I gotta say.
I teach lessons, right? Where are we at in this? Mochi's gotten the lead back in the race.
Yeah, Mochi's a big favorite right now.
Slightly down in EPC before his roll, but on roll, so that's pretty solid.
There's a 3-2. That's okay.
Oh, there's more on mine. There's more likes on it, I was saying. There, yeah. It doesn't always update.
6-5. Wow.
Yeah.
He needs a double, probably.
Looks like Mochi survived this one.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
That's it.
Kills it. Definitely survives it.
Mochi get to give a good cube in that game, I gotta say.
11-7 is 6 away, 10 away. Now the score gets interesting and impactful for sure. Not a very useful cube to for Mochi to have, so Martin can send earlier. Gammons are going to be quite valuable in equalizing the match. Mochi's going to be afraid of receiving a 4 cube back, so it's hard to send that initial cube. Still always interesting on these streams if you see them both playing under a 4 at a Grandmaster level. And that's still not very good for either of them.
No, it's not.
For money, a fan here is a clear double and actually a small
So
pass.
here's got to be a double and a take.
It's not clear that we can still send the cube this early when the gammons are deuce. I think we still do.
I think you can. I would send it
I
here.
think we still do, but the take
But
is
it's got
trivial.
to be a, yeah.
And it's like borderline. Yeah, okay. It's a huge adjustment in exactly these kinds of positions on whether or not you send the cube. And I expect Martin's going to know to grab it. It would be really... I'm surprised he's thinking about it so long, though. This indicates to me that he's fairly uncertain about the score.
He snapped it. He snapped it.
Yeah. Could be he's in the middle of a match and been thinking hard, too, so he might just be a little bit...
6-3, that's 2 down off the mid. I don't want to
I
split
think that's
right
better
now.
than hitting in the outfield, yeah.
Well, it's you can either split and come down.
No, he
But-
can hit in the outfield.
Well,
too.
yeah, but that plays us wrong because you want another builder at least.
Yeah,
So
I
you can
think...
do this. You can choose either between the split or down, and I would just come down for a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah,
3,
when
4,
you're
5, 6, 7,
blitzing,
8,
why
9,
not?
10 in the zone, which is strong.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I would have guessed that hitting and splitting would be third best by far there. I don't see the
Now
value
there's
in
the
splitting
market
here.
loss.
But I guess we get to play some races too.
6-5.
6-5,
Huh.
I think you like the checkers where they are in case he enters on the 4 or the 5. It feels premature to
Yeah,
make
I
the
like
deuce.
it. I would just come around and
Yeah,
hit.
hit and come around.
But it does pay off the double deuces.
Yep, you do open that and more entering numbers like 2-5 with 2. But it just feels very strong, yeah. Small mistake to make the deuce. If he puts a checker there, we'll be happy to make there. And now we're real
5-4.
happy on a 5-4 that we hit and came around.
Double sixes is
Ooh, what does this do? It
That's
can
kind
hit
of a
one, but
whiff.
that's the best. Oh, it can make the deuces. No, it can't make the deuce. Okay. Ugly roll. And really needs to fade something here to
he needs another
keep his splits
5-4.
alive.
He needs another 5-4. Oh, he almost got it.
4-1 is pretty strong, though.
Yeah, he'll take that.
Mochi's hoping to hit loose on one of those points.
Yeah, and you do it with the 7 point, of course.
Yep. I think so. Enter on the ace and hit on the high point.
He needs a 5. Double twos. Wow.
Do we even need to advance to the
No,
21? Probably not. We
that's
just make
what I
a
don't
point.
think so. Maybe
right?
you just make a 4 point.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 point does look stronger, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the value of that is, and it's going to be you know, when you have no development on the front side, it's very hard to make new points. So having this 4-point is of huge value.
That's a
One
nice
is going to
roll,
cover the
actually.
5-point at least.
Yeah, it covers both.
And then he gets to anchor as well. Okay, so Mochi comes out of this with a pretty clear racing lead. Still commanding the position.
Double fives. Not good.
5 could come around or it can just make the 3 points.
I would make a 3-point.
Contact seems worth more, and he comes out and challenges the stripped mid. Sure,
That's
he
a
could
nice
just
play
play
if he
13 to
finds
8.
it. This will be, yeah, I can see why that
or 18,
the other one's
yeah,
better.
13 to 8.
This is a
I
tricky
kind of
play.
like challenging the mid. I just hate being pointed on here.
Yep.
It gives your opponent a way to roll the 4-3 is a much better roll, right?
Look at this roll. Are you gonna hit?
I don't see any hitting.
I
play
don't
that
see
makes
a
any
hit
sense.
either. But I'm trying to find something better, and maybe 2 down off the mid.
Yeah, 2 down looks like the natural play. I mean, it leaves the direct on 5s, but you still have your opponent primed from the 23 points, so a lot of work to do, open 5. You're still leading the race after your hit. Everything's just okay. So just play it natural.
He wants a 6. Doesn't get it. Wow, that's a bad roll.
No,
I don't think you can afford to break the
good.
contact from the midpoint either. You gotta... Maybe 13-11 is okay. Yeah, you don't want to shuffle the checkers in the board, I think.
6s, I
Oh,
guess,
this is
are
nice
already
play.
pretty good. Yeah.
Here it is.
And we have the nice cover for the... I like this, yeah. I think this is the best we can do with it. And 5s don't play so nice, which
That's a
we've
bad
blocked
roll.
now.
You gotta play to the 3-point.
Maybe. It
No,
might be an
100%.
opportunity to just run one.
No, it's not.
That's going to be 6s. Yeah, it's too much. It's a triple shot more. That checker's dead, though. That's really unfortunate. The first chink in the armor. 3-1, I think, is just playing behind and waiting on the position again.
That's
8-4, unfortunately.
Use double 3s, double 4s. 5-3. Wow, look at this really. You gotta break the 8-point. You can't find a hit again.
Now we're killing the prime, though. I'm inclined to run from the 8 while I still have a blot behind. I don't think we can give that up. And wow, are they close. Okay. We still have a blot behind. He hasn't made the 6-point yet. And now our opponent can really, like, with hits or anything like this, turn the game around, where at least when we're hit on the bar point after just leaving the 18, our opponent is still stuck back on the 23. He has a lot of work to do. So it feels like all the tactical options point to allowing us to keep us position and just go for a bolder play. Why are they so close here, though?
Because one,
I guess
one
the
wins
6
more
out
games,
is very
the other
it's
one
a
loses
triple
both
shot again.
gammons.
Just everything hits and improves the position and leaves us behind that prime.
All right, he's got to go for it. You
Does
gotta-
this hit?
Yeah, it does. You got to play 12-7.
12-7 is the hit as well.
Either
we could
that,
just clean up
yeah,
the
you
block,
could do that.
but I think that's better. I think we block the deuce 6, things like that. So no, the deuce 6 isn't blocked. It just enters high. Interesting. It feels like part of the prime, so I'm inclined to, remake the 8.
And if he dances here, it'll be interesting, actually.
Yeah, could we have some... I think behind the 6 prime, it doesn't seem like
6-1,
much.
come
Hits
on.
twice.
The Mochi dice.
Yeah, no
What
real
do you
other
mean?
choice. And he's down to just under 4 minutes on the clock, too. Interesting. Okay. Starting to worry about it a little.
Okay.
A 4 is huge for Martin here.
Now he's going to blast him off the 4-point. 6-5 hits
Martin.
twice. That's like a super joker.
Oh, another double hit. Okay.
Double 4 is the only... Double 2s, actually.
In the semifinals
No.
last night. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I've got the runner-up on the semifinal side on one side of the super high roller over here by me. It sounds like Manny Olshinsky's in the finals then, apparently, right? We'll probably watch that
Against
soon.
who?
Yeah.
Against who?
I don't know who he's against. I thought I saw Zdenyek playing someone on the other side of the bracket. Nice run, though. Exciting. All right, Mochi's position is cleaned up very nicely, threatening to potentially win a backgammon for the match. So Martin under a lot of pressure here. This has turned out exactly how he might have hoped, Mochi at least. I think 4 off and pre-clear here. And look at that, up all the way up to 10% backgammons.
This might be it.
What a way to lose the match this would be. 6 away is a crazy score. Enters with double sixes. Okay, that's going to fix the backgammon problem.
Yeah,
almost
it's
entirely.
over now. And,
I think they just
and he
two
still
more
has
out.
some winning chances.
That's all I'm thinking about, but I guess there's other going to improve our board to try to win or save a gammon is more important. So the most constructive plays still lose 5% backgammons. That's so interesting.
Three, 2.
3-2 just
Probably
takes one off from the
yeah,
back. Sure.
yeah.
It's fine. 4-3. Haven't found a way to slot the 6-point quite yet. But get a checker to the 12, which is going to help with that a lot. I like that idea. I'm not sure what the 17-10 is
Yeah,
about.
I don't know what
But
that's,
XG
that's about
preferred.
either.
What's up, Bill?
Well, my match is over.
Oh, okay, okay.
Wilcox Snelling beats Ellie Royme in a very close match.
Oh, wow, okay. Wilcox just knocked out Ellie Royme. Got it, got it.
World champion?
4-1. That's really surprising. Former world champion. Yeah, he evens out the distribution and probably wins the most, but I would have thought to just peel against the 2-point anchor. That's surprising to me. Double fives, okay,
Wow.
rewarded for his play. Double fives for Martin is gonna, okay, he's gonna prioritize saving the backgammon now, get a crossover, and slot the perfect 6' should he get a shot, which is gonna be quite difficult to do. He's gonna need, I think, an ace in the mix.
He's going to need an ace like now and then something like a 6-5.
An ace now or next roll.
But you have to stay, by the way, because it saves the gammon.
I think he does, yeah, because Mochi can't just roll a set and win the gammon here. Maybe one less
Ace,
check on
there
the
it
ace
is.
and he wouldn't.
He has a
Okay,
chance.
and he's got a little chance of
And he
saving
got
the
a hit, by
gammon.
the way, for a double 1 and then oh, wait, you don't have to hit. Why is that?
For the double 1 fan. He has to leave anyway. Maybe he has some...
To win backgammon.
Not sure what the roll would be. They looked about tied. I'm not really sure. Was it exactly
It
even?
was actually a sizable mistake in the bear off, which was like 0.02 or whatever.
Oh. Sometimes when you plus them, they end up even. I don't know. But actually, I think the plies get those pretty right. But okay, Mochi to 2 away, right? 4 points is going to take him to 15. 2 away, 10 away. There's going to be some cube adjustments at this one. Near impossible for Mochi to get a cube in unless he's in the very end of the game in a winning race. And Martin's going to have a lot of incentive to send early in gammonish and threatening positions. Now that we're in range of the end of the match for one side, everything changes.
Getting close to cube territory already.
Well, that makes sense. Someone in the chat says you take off because it's better when you're hit.
Yeah,
You have
that's
another
right.
checker off. It seems fairly obvious now. Okay, and this is a pretty strong start for Martin. I think the cube's coming really quickly.
Yeah,
here.
it's flying.
Maybe a 5 saves the cube for a roll.
This is probably a cube right now.
I'm not.
You have to hit on the 14 point, of course.
Yeah, 3 checkers back though. We have less threats. This it's an easy take for Mochi. now.
It is an easy take, but I think I still find a cube.
But the hit, like,
I don't know.
saves
You
him
have
quite a bit.
you have a decent enough position. He has 3 back. He can get into some
It's
back
pretty good.
games.
How are you worried about losing your market though?
I don't know, double 2, something like
I
that.
guess if you anchor and your opponent doesn't split or something like that could be enough. Yeah. Okay, and so we do have a tiny cube for that. And so 5-3, this is a great example. I think this is the kind of sequence where you enter and make the bar point, and now when Mochi can't roll a 4-3 or split, he's in a lot of trouble. The 22, I think, is going to keep the cube off effectively, though. Again, not a whole lot here.
No,
Oh, look at that. He's
I'm
not
still
even supposed to
sending
make it. I'm surprised.
I'm still sending this, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. You really, once they have an anchor, it's no different. You don't tend to adjust. And it's almost a
Yeah,
gift
but
to Mochi to be able to
it's
try to
not
play this game
just
for
a
2
single
points.
holding game. He has a lot of guys back, and now it might even be a pass.
This is different. With 1 in the air and a 3rd back, I don't see... okay. Wow, we're close to 2 good here. And if we can swing that much, I guess the fan's a pretty good sequence, so it doesn't necessarily make it a cube last time, but you could be right.
Oh, he takes
He's going to
it.
take it.
Wow.
Thinks he has the anchor and not so much threat of gammons.
man.
I tend to think
I hate
way
that.
too.
That 22 point is so underwhelming. It's what's the word?
And he's going to continue to hit on the ace. This feels like an overplay, but it's close. It's close.
But it's close.
Double threes
That's
is a
nice roll.
pretty good response. It's going to make the 10-point on head, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, pausing for the transcriber real quick.
Four six comes in. 6 to 7.
Covers the bar, has nice priming structure.
No,
Mochi
that-
with still good chances. Needs to roll some deuces on short order. With so many checkers back already, he should just make the 3 and keep that 6 block to right. I would have considered making the 5, but
No, it's too
yeah, it
much.
keeps 2 points. Reasonable. 5-2.
Come out and make the 11. Yeah.
I see 8 to 6 is part of it, possibly. Yeah, making the 11 helps you build very well, so I like that play. Yeah, okay. What else? We could have covered the ace. I didn't think about that. A lot of times you prefer to have that covered rather than leaving a blot there. Oh, that's a perfect number. More
Yeah,
6-3.
that's nice.
One more of those for Mochi, and he'll be very happy. 6-1 looks like it just comes around, and probably 8 to 7.
I'll make the 10 point. It's close.
I don't know why you would want to make the 10 point. The 11 communicates with the open 5 a lot better. This one, these
It's-
are never part of a
it's
prime
probably
together
more-
with a
it's
4
probably
points.
more numbers that make the point, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the distribution could be better. Maybe the fly shots are less. I guess 6-2.
6-1, you have to come out.
That's strange
No,
to
you
me,
don't-
though. I for
you
sure,
don't-
I would have gotten
Okay,
hit there, I
cool.
guess.
That was
So maybe
interesting
that's
play.
part of
You
it.
played it quickly and you played it right. Good job.
Interesting tactics on that one. Oh,
So-
double threes makes the 5 point
Yeah,
now. But
that's
where's
right.
the last 3?
You just break the 10 point.
Yeah, because you never wanted the 10 point to begin with. Okay, sure.
Nice roll.
Ace hits, 3 covers. This is perfect, even though we might end up behind that 5 prime now. Too much upside to not go for this hit and cover.
Is that a 4-6? That's actually not bad.
6-4.
It looks pretty bad. Oh, it covers. Okay, we've got a spare. Yeah, we're okay.
5-4, you got a hit right now.
Our other play is to cover and come around.
Nah.
And in the leading score, it's not surprising to me that he finds this and finds a gammon reducing play.
Okay, now you come
4 is
out and
gonna
you
hit.
hit.
4 is going to hit, and does 5 need to come out? To,
I would
think
play
just
come
around
out.
the bend, probably.
Oh.
Oh, look at this. You should come out.
Yeah, I'm on a roll right now.
And around the bend is worse, but this finds quite a bit of mobility. Great plan B. Yeah, we really do hate being hit from the bar on the 4 point, I guess. That's Mochi's best chance of winning.
There's a 6-1 that's going to play 13-6. Duplicate the 2s. Why not?
I like it.
3-2 kits. Nice roll, actually.
2 duplicated.
And he's actually a favorite somehow. Okay, now it's a
And a
massive
fan, and
favorite.
wow, Mochi's got some chances here now. Still 3 behind a 5 prime, though. He's got work to do.
11-6.
I think he's got to start
No,
to go
no,
for
no.
hits,
I know the
right?
play. You hit and you lift. Yep.
Yeah,
You-
hit and
you-
lift
you
buys a
pick
lot
up.
of time.
Oh, it's a huge blunder, actually.
Wow, I would be inclined to make that play too and try to go towards the win and buy time to roll 6s. What is our better option? 13 to 8, just play
0.09,
quiet.
0.09.
I guess what we want is our opponent to enter and roll some bad entering
Yeah,
6.
that's why.
We can roll a 4-6-2-6. Maybe there's some other numbers that crack the prime. Common theme that we want our opponent to roll when we're primed like this, though.
Hitting and lifting made a lot of sense to me there, but you're right, Nick. It's it. You want to
Double 2s is a cracker. We found
No,
it.
it's not. It plays 6-2.
Not quite. Okay, he still has room to play to behind 6
Double
2.
5s is a nightmare. 6-5 is amazing.
Yep. And clean up a blot. 13 to 8 looks very nice. And needs to dodge a 5 or a 3 from Martin.
2-1.
And 2-1's going to be
There
good
it
enough to
is.
break something.
You got to break the 7 point, by the way.
The 7 does seem to be the one. There might be tactics that change and make the 8 instead, but this seems like the natural play.
Three one.
And somehow Mochi's making something out of this. This is pretty amazing.
I would find the 8-5 play here.
8 to 5 looks twice.
No. 8-5, and then scoot it up.
Okay, 16 to 15, 8 to 5. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I'm surprised. Yeah, 16 to 12 seems like it comes into range of shots. But this is already a 5-6. Okay, so we probably don't even give more
you gotta
shots.
go. You cannot
It's
break.
just 5-3, and we get closer to home.
Oh, you
This
have
also
to break.
covers. Yeah, 3-6 is
Wow.
not forced, but I would be inclined to go for the win here too.
The idea
doesn't
is
actually win
to
more.
make a
Interesting.
5-point board before you run.
But I guess we've arrived in a mutual holding game, and our opponent's going to have to give something up and crack sooner
Yeah,
than
that's
us.
right.
We've got
And
better
the
timing.
reason is because you want to make your best board before you give him the shots.
That's true too. We do already have a better board, so it looks kind of okay.
Yeah, but now you have a better board.
A better board.
Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't look intuitive to me though. We give
No,
up
it's
like
not
high
intuitive
numbers
at all.
for Mochi to come out with 2. He
This-
can end up with the outfield control after this play. This is tough. And he does end up running. I definitely don't fault that play. It was pretty close.
That's
So what
okay,
does
yeah.
Mochi have to go with the 5-1
He has
now?
to
Does
hit.
he
He has
have
to come
hit?
down. Yeah.
Okay, he gets a consolidated blot. He's got a blot behind you.
This is why you wanted to make.
And
the
he
2
can
point
win from
before you
here. He
run.
saved a ton of gammons just by moving freight around the board. So in a lot better position to go for it now.
Okay,
The
so
2 covers.
are you
and
coming
then-
out here? I don't think you should come out.
I don't think we need to yet. We can still keep working on closing the board and containing. Boy, are they close. though.
It wins ton more games though.
And gammons, but loses too many gammons to compensate. Very interesting.
That's
And the gammons don't matter at all on Mochi's side.
That's like a super joker right there.
Enter and cover, very strong.
Oh
6-4
come on,
is pretty strong
Mochi.
as well.
Wow.
No entry with the ace, and
That
Mochi might
6-4
find
is
a way
gonna
to
win
win
him
this
this.
game.
It's
There we
over.
go.
GG.
Now that it's DMP for Mochi, he's just looking for a way to reduce contact. No sense in trying to pick up that other blot. Just wants to bring everything home safely. And so this looks like the best way to do that. Trying to make sure he's ahead in the race and not risking losing the game. So I think if he plays this way, it means that he's worried that entering on an ace, he really needs to hit to not just lose the race.
That's a play you would make at a money game, by the way. But because it's
Is it better for money? You could be right.
Yeah,
I'm not
'cause
sure.
it wins 4 more gammons.
Yeah, it does win a lot more gammons. Yeah, but it wins slightly less games. I think it wins more gammons by picking up the extra checker.
Yeah,
That's the only. We just want to keep the contact. Yeah. But again, we just don't need that at this score. This is a very close one, though. What's not clear about it, again, is just that the race is close after he answers with an ace. So we might need a plan B. So he spends time to figure that out and make sure this actually does win the most. 4-1 looks like in, and yeah, diversification. I like it. Lots of ways to make the bar point if we need
Okay,
to.
he's still alive on a fly shot.
6 prime is the ideal way to win this game for Mochi now, I believe.
No,
Double sixes
come on.
is safe, though.
Cleans up
That's also just going to win the
everything.
race.
But there's still some. No,
Pending a shot, which Martin will definitely stay for, not fearing gammons at all at this score.
he still has a bit of chances here if he rolls 6-5.
4-1 doesn't close it, so I think off in 6-5.
Yeah, reasonable.
Six five, he's staying.
Yeah, he's got to
gotta run
stay
to
for
the
one more
ace.
chance. 6-5, 6-6s, and 5s. No, that's it.
5-3 still isn't going to make the point, just going to appeal 2
He
checkers.
needs a 2-1 right now.
Martin needs to, well,
3-2
most of all, he
is
needs to
okay.
dodge a 6 so he can stay for contact, and he does succeed in that piece. And Mochi's still looking for a shot from him.
Oh, come on. All right,
does he-
Mochi's gonna win.
Yeah, he can just clear from the 6 now.
Yeah, that's it.
So he's staying safe, and Martin still has the turnaround big of like 6s or 5s, get him back into the game. But it's looking very strong for the current champ. And Martin instead breaks his board even more. Keeps a way to stay with 5, though. 4-3 is going to take 2 off. 2-1. Sure, we're going to keep his 5 vig. I think XG keeps liking to clean up that blot so we don't have to deal with it when we have contact.
Whatever.
But I like his idea
Whatever.
of saving numbers.
There's
something
a
I think
shot,
we all commonly
by the
do. And
way.
finally, he gets his shot.
and he's supposed
Do we
to
just-
hit here, I think.
He can enter higher, but taking a checker off is very nice too. Especially when we're in this range of like generating wins when we are hit.
Now
And he gets hit instead of fanning.
You're supposed to lift it, by the way.
Probably lift, yeah, and just hope that our opponent fans on this board the whole way.
Yeah, that's right.
It would be really perfect to cover that number and then take checkers off from there. It's not even that much benefit.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
So, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to kind of go for that additional vig. Just pick it up now. Have better distribution for bearing off when we get around the board. I guess if our opponent enters on the
5-2.
6th, though, it is kind of nice to be hit and have more contact.
Now he's got to stay and crunch his board some more. Yeah,
Yep.
that's it. 6-1.
6-5. So, yeah, I think I like your play 6-1 and keeping maximum contact. But actually, you know,
okay,
I think
18, 17,
it's
16.
different here. When you're containing and you can stay forever 11 pips away is great. I think you actually like to be a little closer when your next shot's likely to be your last shot. So the 18-17 shift is not too surprising. 18-14 is only 7 away. Our opponent can get a pass a little too often. But if we think about small numbers, we want a direct shot when he advances 4 pips or something like this, right? Like a 4-1.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have
so
no
the
idea.
18 to 17 is a little bit better here. These are weird ones, though. I don't know those inside out, but I've seen that before for sure. And 6-2, all the same. He was getting a direct shot. Probably would have gotten more the other way. And Martin misses it, but he rolls his set.
It's the best
His
misser.
best miss, yeah. So he must have some chances here, but looking really strong for the champ.
He needs a couple more sets.
Ace for the distribution.
There's one right there. No, that's it. I think he needs like 2 sets. Okay, that's it.
And that might be lights out. 3 rolls left for Martin. And he rolls a set to start it. I think he stays alive.
Just to add the salt.
I think it can be done. Needs a lot of 2-1s from Mochi.
No.
Double 2s will do it, though. All right. And we have your champ surviving, moving on to the next round. What an exciting match. Pretty well played in the end by both. Of course, not their best results ever, but not PRs that they'll hate either. But I got an update from Bill Riles as well that next match is on the stream at 6 p.m., which I forget what time it is here right now. It is 5 p.m. currently. So in 1 hour, we're going to have the finals of the Super High Roller Jackpot. And it is a really exciting matchup. It is none of the top names that you're used to or aware of or know at all. Pretty much. You may have heard of Manny Olshenko. I've played him before in a lot of the tournaments. Strong player from Canada. But yeah, right. And then Joseph Tisona. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I'm not familiar with that player, but I think too, both of these players have had to move through an incredibly tough field to knock out the likes of Sander, Mochi, Wilcox, all these people, and get into an exciting and very high dollar finals here. So I'm excited to see that and see how they play under pressure too. There is, I think, about 75,000 in the prize pool, 74 maybe.
Jeez.
And I think up top is like a 50 and 22 split or something like that. 50 something and 22. 52-22, I've been told. Yeah, over in the background. So that's going to be an exciting match. 2 players that I expect aren't in this position as often as a Mochi or a Sander, and probably are going to feel the effects of playing for that much money too. So I'm really excited to see how that one goes.
Definitely not easy to play under.
And then after that match and after the dinner break, we're going to have the championship round 2, and the matchup there is going to be with Wilcox Snellings playing against Victor Ashkenazi. Really tough matchup there. So lots of exciting backgammon to come. We've got a short hour break, and we'll be back with more action from the Monte Carlo World Championships. Thanks so much for helping me out, Ryan Rebello, and good luck in your next round
Pleasure.
of 10.
Thank you, sir. I think I play tomorrow again. So
Bye, everybody.
Double 2, I could have. You would have stayed here. Double 2, I could have anchored here, but making the 4 point, seems right.
Gotta be right. The one game was very curious. I played very creative, but probably it could be like big mistake.
Hey,
You
so
know,
is the world champion.
Of course, you don't remember. Like I play like this shit. You know.
5-4, yeah, I would have shot 2. Yeah, that's what you did? Shot 2?
Yeah.
Let's figure it out. 800, I heard
This
207.
is like this. You know, one here.
So there is
The 6-1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember those guys. Probably
So
I remember I had like
I
5
don't
checkers.
know
Oh
what
yeah, must
percent
be.
goes to first.
I had
But if it
maybe
was
something like this.
25% is like a little over 40.
Yeah, maybe here.
That
Anyway,
might be
I played that. You played what? You
I
played
hesitated to double, but I don't
Fourth.
think it was a double, right?
one more. Let me just construct. It was like this, I guess, because
See, like 55.
I could play this, but I didn't. And what's like this?
Oh yeah, double one, right?
Yeah.
It tends to be another
So
good
1, 2.
Yeah.
There's no.
Wait.
Maybe here.
I think you were right to shoot a second checker. Yeah, making the bar seemed weak. I think because you wanted to take this after. Yeah, I would have played like you, washing. Yeah, hesitation was washing or shooting loose, right?
This I didn't see.
But I would have played 5-4 twice. Yeah, it seemed interesting. Obviously, it's beautiful against the 2 point, but yeah, you were calculating, computing all the shots that enter and make the bar, right?
Yeah.
And there are a few.
I'm more. Can you find a game that I had a 6-1 to play? I think the score must be. You won just 1 point. I think it's like 9-6 maybe, 9-6 or 9-4.
You had about 6-1.
Very difficult. Yeah, first yeah.
But at some point you have the 5-4 also, which was interesting. And what did you play? You shot 2 in the. I don't remember what you played. I was like, if you leave one of an anchor, maybe I'll double. But you played like this and just leave some blots here, and I didn't double. But I don't know. Maybe it was. I think your play was good because of the threat of the cube. So we just kept this, and we were like, I don't care. You can double.
I don't remember. Maybe I should just find it. Lion is commentating. Lion's gonna say, "What are you doing? You can't do this."
You sent me the file? No, just to know if. Okay, just to know if it works.
I think my double 2 was okay.
Yeah, anything you do.
Yeah, okay. So I found it.
I'll move it to.
Okay.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe out, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got body, move it, baby. Move it, body. Move it, baby. Move it, body.
Hey guys, this is Mark Olsen from Backgammon Galaxy. In this video, we're gonna show you the Adventure board, which is one of the new boards from the Backgammon Galaxy collection. The idea of this board is luxury travel. That's the concept of this board. For those of you guys like me who don't want to play at a lousy little travel board, we designed this board so you get the full luxury experience even though you're just playing on a small travel board. So let's have a look. It has this beautiful black frame. We covered it with leather so that it can take some scraps here, no problem. And let's open it up and have a look at this beautiful board. So it comes with this super cool, travel-friendly checker box. Let's open it, and you know what, let's put it over here. And the checkers are 35mm checkers, so they're smaller than a regular tournament board. But you still get exactly the same high quality checkers as you do on the Earth board or the Void board. They're beautiful, these checkers. Small, travel-friendly, a joy to play on. I personally don't like playing backgammon on all these cheap little travel boards, so this board is just perfect. You know, if you're going to the beach club or to a cafe, or you just want to hang out with your wife or girlfriend, have a quick game, I think this is the perfect board. We kept all the luxury details, the design, the checkers. It even comes with these proper cups here and a beautiful doubling cube. The dice, as you can see, it's a real luxury backgammon board. You know, it's just smaller dimensions. Can you play a big tournament on this board? You could, but it's a little bit small. But you could, because of the high quality. But that's not what this board was meant for. We maximize portability and luxury. And yeah, we're very proud of this board. Let me show you how small this board actually is. Here we have a comparison. This is the Void board in the background, and this is the Adventure board in the front ground here. As you can see, this is so much smaller. You can have it in your backpack or your beach bag. So easy to carry around. You can just grab it by under the arm, and it doesn't weigh much, and yeah, it's just incredibly beautiful from the outside as well. It comes in 3 different colors, I believe. We might make more color combinations in the future, but for now, we have the green Earth board as well. And then of course we have the Galaxy Neptune blue. Yeah, so it comes in different color combinations. I'm very happy with this board. I used it several times during the recent year. It's just a pleasure to finally have a luxury portable travel board to carry around. So that's all for this video, guys. Hope you enjoyed it.
Where is Mishi, guys? I'm ready to roll the dice. Hey, Mishi! Mishi! Hello, everybody. I'm Ali Çetin Belene. I'm part of UBC Contender 2022. And now you see me with a white board, which is my favorite board, actually. The best thing that I like this board is the checkers. It feels like a stone, man. And also, I like simple design here, and I also like the sound when the dice hit the frame or checkers hit the frame. I really can't wait for the next year UBC to play with these lovely boards. Bye everybody.
What's up, backgammon fans? In this video, we're gonna show you one of the coolest products that we have in the Galaxy web shop. The new doubling cubes. And look at this cool little box that it comes in. It comes in 3 different colors: the Earth, the Neptune, and the Moon cube. So let's have a look at them one by one. The Earth cube, it's beautiful and custom made with the G for Galaxy. It's really, really cool. And the Earthboard colors, obviously. Then we've got the Neptune in the Neptune colors. And then we've got the Moon, which is this grayish Dublin cube. Like, I think this is probably some of the coolest Dublin cubes ever made. They're up for sale right now in the Galaxy web shop, so why don't you go in and place an order for these amazing cubes. Thank you guys for watching this video. See you next time.
The Backgammon Galaxy mobile app. Star membership, high analysis, blunder database, private games, coin games, rating games, and much, much more.
What's up, Backgammon fans? This is a video about the Galaxy Dice Tower. It's lightweight, it's compact, it's made of this nice material. It unfolds very easily. Let me show you how. You insert your hands here, you hold the sides, and you press, and you press, and now you have a dice tower. It fits perfectly there. We designed this to be lightweight and travel friendly, but we also designed it to be silent. Unlike other dice scramblers that are usually made of plastic and make an awful lot of noise, this dice tower is nice and silent because of the soft materials that we used. Yeah, it unfolds just as easily. You just do the same, just in reverse. You push, and you push, and yeah, that's it. That's it for this video, guys. Thanks a lot for watching, and see you next time.
Improve your backgammon skills by reading the best books on the market. Available on Amazon. Links in the description below.
What's up, Backgammon fans? This is Mark Olsen from Backgammon Galaxy. In this video, we're gonna show you the newest edition of the Earthboard. So let's reveal the new Earthboard. It looks like an Earthboard because it is, but what did we change here? We changed the wood. It was beautiful before, but I think it became even more beautiful. This wood here is absolutely stunning, in my opinion. Let's open up and see what else changed. The lovely Earthboard here. We got the checker box. Let's open the checker box. Here we go. So another little feature that we changed are the hinges. As you can see here, we put the hinges on the outside, which just leaves this much more narrow hinge. And I think it gives for a better look, to be honest, but it's also more robust. Then the corner joints are slightly different. Again, a little upgrade to make the board more durable and more robust. But, you know, it's still the same Earthboard as the first edition. Very small changes. You still have the same feel. These dimensions that I love, the short dimensions, I think it gives for a better playing experience, to be honest. Especially here, the height dimension, as you can see, you can't even put 11 checkers here. I really like that. I find it a little bit annoying to reach too far, and also I think you play a little bit better because your eyes don't have to travel as much. Yeah, the beautiful wooden frame. I still love that as well. It comes with a MagFit inlay, so you can change up the colors if you want. Buy some other checker colors as well and mix it up that way. Yeah, and then we got the Galaxy/FM Gammon cube here. Yeah, this is the new Earthboard, guys. I hope you like it. What's up, Backgammon fans? In this video, we're gonna reveal a new revolutionary product. We've made a partnership with a company called Tempest, and I have the product right here. So let's unbox and see what it is. Okay. This is the Tempest. It's basically an accessory that works in conjunction with your iPhone or smartphone. What it is a clock stand, super nicely designed, by the way, where you insert your smartphone here, and it uses the gyroscope in your smartphone with this lever that goes back and forth for turn shifts. So you can basically set any clock setting you want on the smartphone app, which is super easy. You insert it, and then you've got yourself a backgammon clock. It's super cool, beautiful, easy to transport. Yeah, and we've got Tom from Tempest to introduce himself.
Thanks, Mark, and hello, backgammon fans. I'm Tom Lakovic. I'm a product designer from Portland, Oregon, USA, and I'm the inventor of the Tempest game clock. The idea with Tempest Clock was to create something so simple based on the amazing user interface we already all have in our pockets, and the high definition screens and the high visibility, and just pair it with something that belongs with a luxury board. We played so much online, we've really become accustomed to different timings, speed games, and so on. So now that we're finally coming back to over-the-board play, we're excited to bring some of that excitement of timing. It's just kind of more exciting, more fun, more gamified, if you will, to play with a game clock. And we've created one that's easy to use, that's beautiful and smart. So with that, I'll send it back to you, Mark. It's your move.
Thanks, Tom. So let's have a look in action here, how it is. I've downloaded the app with the QR code that came with the box. Now I'm gonna choose backgammon. I'm gonna set the time bank to, let's say, 10 minutes. If we play a 5-point match, the delay is already at 12 seconds. Yeah, here it is. Insert the smartphone, pressing play. Here we go. So let's see. Okay, 6-4 for black. White, 6-4, white hits. Really nice, I love this sound. It's got this bass sound to it, I really like it. I love this product, it's so simple. It took literally 10 seconds to set up. The app, very low in terms of battery drainage, so you can just put it into flight mode and it'll last all day basically. So that's super cool. You can connect a power bank as well, but you don't need to. We have a deluxe model as well, so that's the one we have right here. So let's have a look at this one. Here's the instructional manual, and this is the deluxe model. This natural wood, wow, this is beautiful. I'm super excited to have this product available in the Galaxy web shop. I'm gonna be using it myself, that's for sure. Thanks for watching, see you guys in the next video. What's up, backgammon fans? This is Mark Olsen from Backgammon Galaxy. In this video, I'm gonna share with you guys what are my favorite backgammon color combinations. So here with me is the Void board. Most of you guys probably know it already, and as most of you guys probably also know, the Void board comes with changeable inlays and changeable checker colors. So this color combination, Wilson showed it to me yesterday. I played a couple of games on it, and it just, for whatever reason, it just works out amazing. So we've got the purple checkers and the orange checkers. And look at this. Look how sick this is. So it's on the Void inlay, which is quite low on contrast, but quite high on how cool it is. But when you put the purple and the orange checkers, look how they just jump out of the board. Contrast all of a sudden is very high, and yeah, it just works, you know, it's just amazing. I also want to say these void board checkers are probably the best checkers that we've ever done. I'm really proud of these checkers, I love them. It's like almost like a marble stone, almost like, even though it's still basically the same checker technology. We put the finish on them in a way so they just look absolutely stunning. It's the matte surface rather than glossy surface coloring. Yeah, so this color combination, isn't it something? Leave a comment below. What do you guys think? Is it too crazy, or am I right here? So that's all for this video, guys. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar sweet. Ooh, that sugar Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar, just my kind of heat. Ooh, that sugar. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Ooh, that sugar.
Move it, baby. Move it, body.
peace of mind. It's you make me come alive. You light me up inside. Yeah, you make me want you more. Yeah, you put me in a mood. on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Just take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time.
Not that I know of. I'm not sure. I didn't commentate on any of its matches or matches. Yeah. But it could be. I'm sure like Denyek recorded their match together. And I don't know who he played in the round before that. But yeah, a lot of people tend to record them anyway, so they'll find out. If you want to know. Yeah, he won't. Okay. Yeah. I gather this is the Sona cheering section. I said, I gather this is the Sona cheering section. Okay. Hey, everybody. I think this means I'm live. If I understand that coming up next, we're about to start with the super high roller jackpot 5,000 euro entry, 16 player bracket, the finals of that event, with 52,000 euros going to first place and 22,000 going to second place. I think they might have worked out some deals, but that's the theoretical prize pool there. So a ton of money up top, ton on the line for this one between Manny Olshinko of Canada and Joseph Tissona of Israel. So betting odds through the match, I don't think we would have picked either of these players to make it through such an incredibly tough field. But we're rolling dice in backgammon and things like this happen. We've got a super exciting final as a result. So I'm super excited to commentate it. I think this has to be the most like dollars up top that I've commentated before. I guess maybe early on the finals of like the super jackpot for Monte Carlo, the first time I ever did this. It's been a while. This is exciting. A lot of money about to change hands in this one. Oh, cool. We're calling it the Patty Rubin Memorial too. All right, I know both players in the room, and we're gonna get started soon. But quick shout out, I guess Justin Klester helped us out with the dark mode mods for XG, and also this custom board to match the Backgammon Galaxy Grand Prix board that we have ads going for. You've seen all weekend, so you can see the XG feed now matches the actual board that we're streaming on. Super cool stuff and a nice touch for the stream. So really appreciate him working on that overnight last night and sending that our way so we could use it. We're gonna get started here soon. I want to. Man, so lots of. This is an exciting one. 15-point match we have. They've played 3 rounds over the last day and a half to get here. I believe Manny won his semifinals round against this another unknown player, Rami, last night that took out Wilcox Snellings and Mochi on the way. And I'm not sure what Tisona's path looked like all the way to the finals, but I think he had to make his way through Zdeněk Ziska this morning to get to the finals as well. And so here we are in this 16-player bracket. We're going to find out who our winner is of this year's Super High Roller Jackpot. Really exciting stuff. Okay, people are saying they recognize Tisona's name from 25 to 30 years ago. I wasn't aware of that. I haven't heard that name. Manny, I know out at the tournaments. Solid player. You know, I don't know, not a professional player, but he's at all the events and keeps getting better and solid for sure. So we should see a really interesting matchup here. I've gotten to play him a couple times. I remember playing him at Monte Carlo for the first time years ago, and then recently in San Antonio as well. Double fives is a bit fast for Joseph, so he's just going to break the 11, make the 3. This looks like the most natural play instead of giving up the midpoint. So Manny's definitely not going to want to...
He said 1 second. He said 1 second.
Manny's not going to want to split against this for sure. Oh, they asked him to wait on the 5s. Joseph grabbed that. Manny has his headphones on, so he didn't hear about it.
Okay, shoot.
Warming up. I got to, after the last match, I ran to Beausoleil and back to eat a little chicken and have some coffee. Got to do all these things. And, as discussed, how willing is Manny going to be to stick to this idea of not splitting against a 5 splits? Really needs to slot here, but it doesn't feel super intuitive when outboarded, so he's going to find the splitting play instead. Common mistake, I think. So he's going to get punished a little bit for that. Tisona with the pip lead, though, in a 4-2 is going to be under a lot of pressure to split. Except he can also continue the blitz by just hitting loose, so that's an idea. I'm not sure what the 2 is after I split to the 20. So maybe for that reason, I'd like to kind of go for the blitz, but they're going to be close here. And he finds this split with 6-4, reasonable play as well. Fails to take advantage of a tactical opportunity to attack that split with so many in the zone. And Manny returns very nicely, hitting in the outfield, turning this game back around. And a 3-6 fan on the 2-point board. That's a brutal sequence. And Manny clearly ahead in this game now. Is it enough for a cube when outboarded and still with work to do to escape that checker? It is. A sizable one at that, too. I'm sure if we spent some time, we could find some market losers on that one. They weren't immediately intuitive to me. But now we're going to buy some time by going to the ace, and we're going to escape that back checker. Really important to make sure that we get to a cashable position whenever our opponent enters on the ace. Going for the blitz, he's already thinking too good, I suppose. But when our opponent rolls a 5 like this, now we're a bit overrun with quite a bit of work to do to take this game home, and it's not clear we have a cube anymore. I think he still does. The time, okay, we're actually shy of it by quite a bit. So this is the issue with going with the deep blitz so early. And now a 4 or 5, and Joseph's looking really strong in this game. 4-1 is going to enter and hit 2. Very good response from him. And big turnarounds in this match already. And a 3-3 fan. Now Joseph's mostly in the driver's seat, still behind with, needs to improve his board a little bit, and then I think he can think about things. Making the 2-point looks reasonable here, even though it's deep against the single checker in the air. I don't see anything better, but to have a real threat of a blitz probably needs that blot on the 21 point to start moving around. Hasn't recaptured the racing lead yet either. Ace 3 is going to shake another blot loose for Manny. And now with the double shot, Joseph's got some real threats. I'm not sure if they're enough to decide the game or send a cube, but we're really close here too. Interesting if we look at those numbers that they're shy of what would usually generate a cube, but it's so clearly going to be the last roll a lot of the time that we need to just cube on volatility in a spot like this. Misses a small opportunity as well. But Manny responds, I don't know if this is well enough to play. He's gonna, I think he has to play down and stay on the 24, but he can just come out. Ooh, wow. Well, this is a difficult play that he made relatively quickly, and I would have had to spend some time. But yeah, why stay primed and come down into a double shot? And Joseph's going to pass up his opportunity to cube again here. Interesting. This looks a lot more threatening. They're insisting on playing some speed gammon, apparently. Okay. One is going to anchor, and then we can hit. Okay. And now Manny's really got game again. If on a fan, which happens with 16 numbers, Joseph's in a ton of trouble. With direct 6 to hit another blot, a 4 to cover, a 9 to cover. And a lot of volatility on this roll as well, by the way. Still not too far shy of a cube. Okay, entering and cleaning up the blot is going to take away a lot of the threats that Manny has for sure. 3-1, oh, a hit and cover is brilliant. Oh, 3-2, okay. 3-1 would have been better. 3-2 probably covers the 8. Even though, well, does it need to do more? Do we just lose the game if we do that? Maybe we need to hit because we just have to pass after we give away the tempo and just let people play around to the 24 point. Yeah, this looks like a cube that we're kind of rolling past again. 3-1. Oh, maybe not. Are we really like that much in the game? I was thinking that it could be desperate. Okay, and just plays behind, doesn't want to volunteer blots. Makes a lot of sense. 4-3 is definitely going to hit loose and then cover the other blot. And with the indirect cover, I don't know if Manny's going to have a blot or a cube yet. But 8s are going to be real deciders for sure, so he's going to have to think about it. But Joseph performs, sends another checker back, and now he's in the driver's seat already. Okay. Having infinite turnarounds in the first game already. 1-4 is a great response, too. Wow. Slot's the best anchor, and he was going from clear pass to like right back in this game and controlling the outfield again with a 5-point board. This looks really strong. 3-6 coming around makes, yeah, I don't see anything better. I think we would like to, would we hit loose on the 20 if we got the chance? We'd probably have to go for it. Leaving 4s. 4s are nicely duplicated. Oh, lots of times when they're duplicated, things like this happen. So I think, are we going to, 2 of them look like they come up and then we could make the 16 or create 3 blots. So I guess I'm just making the 16. Yeah, there we go. Nice link, nice path home. Takes over the racing lead entirely, I believe. Oh, we're going to have to catch up on the transcription real quick. This is too much excitement for the first game. All right, and a fan and Manny should be claiming this game. Still kind of scary to have to bring this home, but I think he's thinking too good now. So our 4 ace, how do we preserve and come around? He's just going to play out. The way to think about attacking if he enters on the 5, I guess, would be too many blots to play 16 to 11. Okay, this seems quite reasonable. And so he's going to play quiet and think caching as soon as Joseph enters, I suppose. What 4 option do we have? I would think we have to come to the outfield and can't afford to give up the deuce. But he's going to break the 6 point, and Manny's going to roll on after that roll as well. 4-5 does nothing. He has some racing chances, and I think the threats really require him to take advantage of that. I'm pretty sure we sailed past another cube here. Oh, he's going to make the ace instead of linking up and not getting attacked. Doesn't he need to come out 20 to 15 almost for sure? 2-1 seems fine. But yeah, I think he really needs to take away that blitz liability and has a decent race, and I think Manny almost has no cube at that point, even despite the structure. It's just turned into a simple racing game that Manny's leading for sure, but not winning enough by enough to claim anymore. So right back in it. What a wild game we play. This, I don't think we can afford to leave shots. I think we just have to bury to the ace. But, okay, we should give up. Oh, 2 blots and board. What am I talking about? Yeah, sure, we can just play 13 to 8, try to clear a point, play for contact. 3s and aces, duplicate with some covering numbers. I don't really fault the safe play. Okay, are they closer on ++? I can't tell if that was an error or not. But yeah, being hit hurts quite a bit in this game when we're, I mean, ahead in the race slightly. We really want to capitalize on that game plan most. Problem being, well, this is a much better roll for clearing. So now we just get to play both from the 13. And only leave a single shot instead of the double shot we were volunteering last time. So deuces are much nicer, and we can roll above a 4 to clear safely too. Maybe they made a gentleman's agreement to just not cube and play all the games out. That'd be cool. And he got hit with the ace. Okay, ace 6. And yeah, with 2 points open in the contact in the outfield, there's still work to do to bring this one home for sure. Double 5s is going to do a lot of that work though. And yeah, with the racing lead, he's just going to link up with the 8. Doesn't worry about making the board. Leave no shots. Cash next roll. I think that's the plan. Oh, but double 5s are blocked. But I think this is probably enough to stay in the game. This is too much for the first game.
Looks like a double though, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I think, Rory, there's been about 1,000 doubles that we probably passed, and it's
really?
like changed leader every roll. It's just been nuts. And we finally get a cube in with the threat of the pick and passes. Those seem pretty strong in the racing lead, and Manny's going to have to calculate whether he has enough to take. Count the race real quick. Realize the contact isn't bad for him, actually. He might get some shots out of it that can win, too. But this is a confusing position now that Joseph's overrun, and it's not super intuitive exactly what's going on in here. A more pure structure, and he would not be able to take this clearly. Yeah.
And the analysis says take. That makes it easy, huh?
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, a few missed doubles and some plays there too, but just a absolutely wild first game to start. And he's gonna let it go now. Okay. This is gonna be a good match. I'm pumped. I'm exhausted after the first game. Just 1 point for all this. Oof. Killer. All right, returns from the bar nicely. And sure, with 3 checkers back against our opponent's 1, we can just slot and try to take advantage. 3-5 looks like it's going to link up in the outfield and consolidate a racing advantage for Manny, ideally. Get past that slot, looking strong. Three-two makes a very nice anchor, and so looks like we should be in a little bit more simple of a game. A long game, gonna be tough to get in a strong cube. Oh, what do we do with this? Manny could use more 3s for sure. If he stacks up on the 6, which he'd love to do to consolidate his racing lead, then he feels probably compelled to make the 3 along with that to unstack. And then where's our last one? I don't see it. So after I maybe rule that out, what else can I try? I can try 16 to 10 just to play the race. Looks kind of nice. Can make 10 and 3. We could just make the 5 and stack up the 6. There are a ton of options. And this one makes a lot of sense. Our opponent has to come off their anchor and consolidates a racing lead. Doesn't seem to be near the top there. It's surprising to me. It looked like the best play was actually to leave 2 blots in front of the anchor and just make the 3-point board. Very hard for our opponent to attack with a blotting board when we have so much better of a board. That's fair. I wasn't thinking so complicated, though. I was just thinking I want to win a racing game this far ahead in the race. And I think Manny should have a cube here with the 24 pips and the goalkeeper, nice board, all these things. But is going to continue to play on. Okay. I don't see much more than 13-6 here. Our opponents improved their board, not as many liabilities and blots around. Really just want to play the race now. Howdy, Ian. Wilcox and Vic would be a great match to stream. I agree, and so we're going to do that at 10 p.m. About 4 hours from now. I hope you enjoy. Another 4-3 for Manny. Looks like another opportunity to stack up the 6. It's getting more difficult to do, but just fits the game plan, so you have to suck it up and play something that doesn't look much like backgammon. Oh, cool. We got someone that's actually got the Tempest Clock in person and loving it. That's nice to hear. Been working well for the streams. I don't know. I guess because it's angled, it's a little hard to see on the video. But in that live, like the player cam shot, it looks like it's kind of the right angle for it. The first night, it seems like we didn't have it locked into the stand as well, so we were having a little bit of trouble with it, but I think we're figuring it out now. 2-1. Yeah, once again, required to keep the stack of 6 on the 6 point. It's awkward. Joseph's position keeps improving. And I guess he's gotten worse and further from a cube since I thought he should. His flexibility's all gone. And Manny really needs to deal with that goalkeeper. Somehow double 3s is going to help his cause quite a bit. Priming, I guess, for lack of another option you want to do it, the 6-3 with 2 is actually the first 2 for me. And priming that blot is less valuable than attacking it, but this creates some 6s to attack as well, so it works out. What is Joseph's best use of these 5s? Is he ever coming out to the 16? Maybe that links up best and doesn't have to leave on 5s and 6s quite as often. Interesting that Manny recognizes that he has potential for a cube now. Now that his racing lead is diminished, timing is kind of gone. And, oh, Joseph recognizes he's got a pass and is asking how to do it. And a huge pass here. I didn't realize this was so clear either. Joseph still has a decent racing lead, but the goalkeeper blocked in is a real problem, and he needs to get kind of lucky to get that moving and not hit again. Could be attacked. Good find from Manny. Opening with the 2-1. Interesting. I had no idea that even away scores you prefer the split. I bet that's a general trend there. Or a different opening book. I don't know. Strange one. I'm generally slotting with my 2-1. 5 enters and attacks on the slotted point for sure. 3-2 hits back, sends a 4th checker back. Oh, 2-2. 2-2. I keep misseeing the rolls. Oh, that's right. I was going to talk to him about that on stream. I know how to fix that. Maybe we'll get that. I think we got to continue firing away. 4 checkers back is nice, but 5 is back is nicer. Not much difference anymore. What is this one? A 4-1 hits again. Now I'm not as clear about using an ace that way. If we have some other more productive option. Oh, we get to make a really nice double anchor game, though. Ooh, no. I think we enter on the 23 and make the 20 because that's the best anchor available. And also a very nice back game if we get there. So, yeah, we're going to freeze Black's offense entirely by doing this. Best point available to make pretty much is the 7 point for Joseph, and he gets the nice roll to do that. Double 2s is going to get to point on head, and I think bring a checker into the 23 to 21 and just get the backs moving. I was going to bring 13 to 11. But okay, getting something moving makes some sense too. We have too much locked up behind this little 3 prime. For sure, we're making an offensive asset, though. I think the 4 point feels pretty mandatory here. Oh, look at that. But we can play 13 to 11 with 2 and just switch up to the 21. Get the better higher anchors. That's an interesting idea, too. 5-6. Okay. Joseph enters, but he doesn't need an anchor against only 6 in the zone, so he could consider just continuing, but bringing a checker down for distribution and to make more board points makes a lot of sense, too. 3-2. I think we don't mind leaving shots in front of that anchor and stepping up for mobility, so I might have done something like 22 to 20 there. 4-2. Can it really afford to keep playing safe like this? Okay, they're very close. I'm in the mood to do something to try to bring this position home, personally, as Black. 22 to 15 mobilizes a checker. That looks like a very nice shot for Manny. 4-4 can come out to the 16 and down to the 9. Looks great. And this is developing nicely for Joseph, but Manny does have the double anchor game to rely on, and the 5 deuce is almost always a take. Very nice, low risk back game. I think here, though, with those awkward stacks, we want to challenge our opponent to fill in between, and we have enough timing to do that. This can't be too bad to step up, but I think it was better to hold the deeper contact this far down in the race. We give our opponent a little more flexibility to play behind. Not that it's good for him to play behind, that's why it's so close, but ooh, double force does not look like a good roll. I think that was going to be a disaster regardless. So we're going to reinforce the 4 and make the deuce. And apparently after he plays 8-4 with the last checker, he can still take. We had one of these in last game that we streamed, and I struggle to find a take here with our board so trashed. Even though we get good contact from a double anchor, how are we going to capitalize on it when we've wasted our like 6 checkers this way? And it's going to take so much work to fill in the 6 and the 5. Yet it's still, according to the analysis, just a small double and a huge take. I would not be surprised to see a pass from Manny. I wouldn't be surprised to see a take either. A lot of people think as soon as they have 2 anchors and that they have to take until we get to a reference of clearing down to 3 points in front, something like this, and us underestimate how bad the lack of purity in the board can be. But Manny's going to go for it, and it turns out correctly here, according to the bot. 2-1, we must have to go for a hit. We don't mind actually having the checker on the 6 recirculated. Maybe we can find some way to recirculate some of those spares on the 4. This could be a very fun game. Did he find a way to fan on the 2-point board? Okay. Manny's going forward, I guess. Just to hit with a 6 and it'll be no problem. Can't cover the 6. He can make the ace. What? How on earth are we making the ace in this game? Are we really just racing? Are we just playing a holding game? XG is wild in this game. I think that must be the idea, is that it thinks that we can just play a 20 or 21 point game with decent racing chances. And of course, getting behind the prime isn't going to help much. But this isn't a back game. The back game play is probably just 2 down from the midpoint. You can go ahead and make the 10, bring a builder to the 8. And that's the first thing that jumped out at me. Making the ace point when you have many checkers back is usually just completely out of the question. I'm surprised to see Manny thinking about it. That's pretty good stuff. This is a pretty good pure back game play too. We're just either we've slotted a point we want to make, or our opponent hits us, recirculates us, and our timing's better. Either way, it feels pretty win-win. It'd be interesting to see these on higher analysis settings, but crazy game that we've got going on here. And 5-3 enters. It could just run and not hit. He chooses to hit. I didn't see what the bot preferred there. Once again, the back game play is to just leave the checker there, probably. But maybe on a high point, you want to get rid of it and not let him make a good point. So reasonable. 3-6 enters and runs. Simple game for Joseph, ideally, while he still has the prime. And he doesn't have many hidden covers. I desperately want to use the ace to play 4-3. Even though maybe we need to get it out from behind the prime by playing 21-20. I wasn't thinking of making the point, though. I want to keep the 5 slotted, but okay, reasonable. So again, we have this option of we can hit and continue, or we can just pass by and play on the end of the prime and challenge timing. But with the better board, he decides he should hit and try to get home and not leave any shots. The 4-point board is indeed a little bit scary. And misses the blot on the ace again. 6 out. The 6 on the bar is pretty nice there. Really nice to mobilize the checkers. Unstacking the 6 here is huge, making the 3-point for Joseph. One of the last structural improvements he has left to make. And his best 3 is to put a spare there and keep the spare to have playable 6s back on the 9. I might end up playing it in with that one. These are tricky. The 5 is not nice, so he should He needs to come off the front point. Wow. This is another tough one to find. It's we really just can't afford the impurity of playing another checker past the 5 point. And we do have the blot behind to pick up. We can potentially anchor on the 23 after he points on the 20, something like this. I'm trying to talk myself into this play, but I might find too much risk there as well and just end up playing into the 4 here too. I guess 2 out is a nice competitor. Maybe I would do that to avoid being pointed on. But that gives up our back game chances entirely. 3-5 covers. Now he's really threatened if he attacks. 2-6 is perfect. Escaping that back checker and keeping the double anchor game that he has, maintaining some timing to keep his forward position. Very nice roll. Double 5s. Is this required to leave a shot? I don't know where this started anymore. Here's start. So if we play 3 to the deuce, I guess we're going to play probably 1 to the deuce and 1 to the ace. And then we can make decisions from there. I don't see why would we volunteer, though. Yeah. Both these pretty close. So clearing the 8 point a little bit stronger there to reduce contact instead of creating that gap on the 7. Making the deuce point is not so much value here. We just want to escape safely. This is going to clear 2 points. Not a perfect roll. Creates a difficulty with the 9, but we've cleared everything else, so not an altogether bad roll either. And now can Manny split with an ace to create even more contact here? Maybe he wants to... Interesting. Okay, he's just going to keep all those blocked and try to get a lot of double shots, things like that. I would have taken some time to process that instead of burying a checker. 2-4 is going to get... so a split with an ace would have get a triple shot. It's interesting. I could have... Well, no, it would have picked him past, and it would have been worse. Okay. 4-2 hits. I think continues to see the outfield. 21 to 19 seems reasonable as well. Sure. Yeah, 16 to 14 would have been my play number 2 on the list. Oh, we've got notifications on the stream? I'm not sure what that would be. It's not on the mics or anything. Are you getting board and player noises? Could be in there if so. Six hits and then 4 out from the back. If someone can confirm that everyone's hearing notifications, I'll ask about it. But that's the first time hearing that feedback. So I think that's come up on streams before, and it hasn't been like someone else's, on their side kind of thing. Oh, Joseph. Okay, on the stream. Cool. I'll ask him about that. Yeah, is everyone texting Tara and making her phone blow up? If you want to hear notifications on the stream, I'll get her phone number for you. We'll just message that. Hey, they're saying, I think maybe Joseph's phone, someone's phone has notifications going off and they can hear it on stream. Okay, yeah. We're on it. iPhone noses. That'd be cool if it was your clock phone, I was telling him. Okay, everyone hears it. Cool. We're going to fix that. And where are we at? Okay, holding a 2 cube. Finally hit and escaped. Got a checker back. And Manny's got to figure out... Okay, he rolled the 5-3. Didn't send it back yet. Okay. Seems reasonable with that racingly. Got a little bit more to do to cash in. Ace hits. Okay. Keeps Joseph very alive. But Manny's got to be pretty happy to be sitting on this 2 cube and potentially going to cash this. Fans instead, okay. Joseph can get a 4 or 6. He'll be on his way in the driver's seat again. 5-1, no such luck. Stuck behind structure. Manny must be doing pretty well after that roll. Double 2s fans, though. So I feel like whoever's on roll here is leading each time. 6-1 is worth 6, but pretty strong for sure. Takes an advantage again. 3-1, another fan on a 3-point board. Okay. Got to be getting frustrating for Manny. 6-3 is going to zoom past that blot, and now he's going to need a 9 from the roof to stay alive in this game. Otherwise, he's going to be pretty dead. And he does it. Okay. It's going to be this kind of match, you guys. This is wild. Okay, and naturally we just enter and come out to the bar and put all the pressure on Manny right away again. Because it's backgammon. Double twos hits the hard way. Why not? I presume we've got a 5-2 coming up this time, or are we going to do like a 5-4 and challenge Manny to roll a 7 of his own? 5-6, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I presume we're hitting with an indirect again, or maybe we're going to stay put and get a 2-1. Something like this. Yeah, okay, I think he stays there and makes the 5 point. And now, obviously, Joseph can't get past, right? It's the only way this match can go. Oh, okay, simple game. And Joseph's going to survive that hitting exchange, I think, and likely to win this one. Unless Manny can roll a lot of sets. Okay, double fives to start. That's going to bring him back in. It never ends. Still a lot of work to do. Five, 3, 2 off. Good start. Needs to never miss and eventually roll a set. And Joseph's got the speed board, so he's not going to have any problems in his bear off. No aces for Manny. That's huge. 6-2, 2 off again. Okay. 3-1. Eventual possible misses for Joseph on twos if he doesn't take those off first. Double fours. Okay. This is going to fill in the 2 and the ace. 2 checkers off. That's good enough, right? Oh, he plays them both to the deuce. Is that right? Yeah, okay. I guess we get, yeah, we'd rather have the 5 than the 1. Okay. 2-1, 2 checkers off. And I think, where are we at now? Is it 8 checkers for Joseph and 9 for Manny? Is he really that far ahead? I thought they're on the, maybe he's got one stacked up there that I can't see. Okay, he misses and gets down to 8 checkers. So I think you got to fill in the ace here. Most rolls to take off. And this is going to be aces missing for the rest of the game, where it was only 4s for 1 roll. If he rolls a 5, he can get away with that too. Only 2 checkers off for Joseph. So I think Manny's still a decent amount of life in this. 5-1 and immediately punished. 3-2, maximizing on sets. He's going to need 2 of them. And 4-3 is not going to be enough. And Joseph survives that game. And 5-1, he was still, he hadn't lost a roll, so he would have got one more shake at a set, I think. So that was a pretty relevant swing. Okay, we got Joseph turn off the notifications on his phone. Maybe. Well, Tara told him to. No guarantees that he knows how to do that or anything. Sounds good. All right, it opens with a 4-2, which is, yeah, going to make both points. The 10 and the 3 is usually an option there, if you like, as well. Always nice to unstack points. And then against this is a pretty decent priming structure, and we're okay in the race, so I want to get a back checker moving before we really get stuck. And while there's only 8 in the zone. So he just runs past to reduce shots. The split seems reasonable as well. 4-4, great response from Manny. I think makes the anchor and probably buttons up the 9 point as well. What is the other option? Is he thinking about playing 9-5? Why not just have a point? It can't be too bad, I guess, but I'd rather have that checker. And a fan, and this is Manny's game if he wants it. He's going to cash. Maybe he could take a roll there. Maybe he still claims, yeah, break even, too good. Super close decision there, but chooses to claim instead. Okay, totally reasonable. That early, it's hard for the game to be too good, but just looking at the position, it was hard to imagine what exactly Joseph was going to roll to want to take next roll. Some anchoring roll. All right. Joseph going to open this game with the split. Still not in any sort of adjusting cube territory. If we hit, usually we like to, on the high point, leave the checker there and bring a checker down from the midpoint to help cover it. Goes for the double hit instead, the blitzing play. Common small opening error, if you haven't studied those kinds of plays. And just enters with the 2, so works out. Hit and cover is a very nice result for Manny. Going to be tough. Going to continue the blitz as often as he can. Okay, a fan with 1 is nice, but Joseph also likes entering deep, so he's out of the harm's way for the blitz as much as possible. Double 2s is going to make a point and bring 2 more in the zone, I do believe. Oh, it could switch to the deuce. That's an idea too, but the nicer board point is very good, and they're super close. Okay. This is the blitzing play for sure. But I think after our opponent rolls the deuce, we're happy we made it. Or switched there. And then otherwise, maybe we're happier with the more solid play. Yeah, it seemed like an optional cube there. Gets a checker in the zone to continue the blitz. If he can dodge a 3, he's going to have a really solid position. But Joseph anchors and neutralizes the position quite well. And Manny needs to get his back checkers working now. Double 4s is going to do that. I usually like priming the 9 here, but you're so far ahead in the race and just want to clear to win that I like 24 to 16 is the first play I see. Maybe even making the board somehow makes some sense, since filling in the 5 and the 4 is going to make contact a lot easier on the way home. But the 9 is more of a liability in this position, I think. I think you like that point when you're worried about your opponent escaping from the 22. But your opponent wants to stay on the 22 here. Double 2s, now it can escape to racing. Making a board point looks really nice too, though. I have trouble passing up on the 5 or the 4. But our plan is to race, so sure. Let's just break contact and go. Lots of little bit of both play options there too, where we could have played down to the 11 maybe and created some builders that way. Yeah, 52K up top, 22K for second. This is awesome. This turned out to be a nice high roller tournament for sure. 16 players we got in there. And, yeah. Oh, the rest. What did he just roll? 5-5 came from the 18. Okay. Yeah, clearing seems better than making the 4 point, I suppose. Huge racing lead, but a lot of work to do to break contact here. So decides to take a roll, and that seems reasonable to me. I'm not sure. I don't think we're ready to start burying checkers to the deuce quite yet. So I think the blot on the 5 is enough of a liability to just volunteer and make the 5 point here. We really need that to bring this position home. And if we get away with this, I think we have a pretty clear cube. So I think it's worth turning this into effectively a last roll position. Oh, he could just play 11 to ace. Okay, that's probably better than burying both checkers behind to the deuce. And he does go for that, but I think we need to take the opportunity to try to just win the game outright. And when we got away with it, we'd be done with this. And now we have to try to bring this position home with 4 checkers behind the anchor and a 5th one dead already. Gonna have to get a lot of luck to do that. I think it's probably, well, now we don't have a blot and it's a 4 point board. It's gotten worse. We've already started to burying. So maybe to the 1 has gotten better, but we should still make the 5. Okay. I would have been more confused after getting in that position, but I also probably generally wouldn't be in that position. So sometimes it's hard to know what to do in those spots. 5-3 is forced to leave a shot now. And so I think just clearing the 9 must be the best way to do that. Now when we get away with it, though, it's not clear to me that we have a double. I think we still need to cover. And even then, it might still be takeable. Oh, yeah, people worried about being allowed to have phones in there. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. That'd be a complicated signaling system, I guess. If he's, like, not actually looking at his phone and just getting dings on there. What do you think the dings mean? Howdy? What? No, I'm good. Thank you, though. Yeah. And we're right at a break-even cube. This is so likely to be the last roll and decisive that we should send it even though we don't have crazy winning chances. But when missed, largely resolves. So it feels like the last chance. Double sixes is not going to be enough to stay in the game. I think he even has to stay for contact and just play all the checkers into the board like this too. He's going to send the cube. And Joseph's just going to let it go. Okay. It's not crystal clear to me. The contact looks okay, but he's about to get pulled off. I don't know. Probably not enough contact to play. Yeah, 10xing your money is pretty solid. Exciting to have big buy-in tournaments like that where a lot can be won. Like to see more of that in backgammon, of course. This second roll always points on the 7. Oh yeah, if he's gonna have the stream or the phone during a match, I think he should have to. Oh, look at this! He's gonna hit and make the 5. I've seen this play before, and it's close. But I'm always a little bit surprised by it. Like it just feels so natural. Such a easy one to kind of learn once you've seen it once or twice. But yeah, if we're gonna have a phone by the table, maybe you should have to move it a little closer to the clock so we can also see what messages he's being sent. How do you guys like that? Maybe the flashing light is Morse code. Let's get some rigged phone theories. 5-1 makes the 5 point. Oh, I'm having flashbacks. Somehow I missed that could do that. Really annoying play and saw it immediately afterward during my run. Okay, out to the bar, hit loose. Sure, we have more checkers back and our opponent's threatening to escape. Got to go for something, equal boards. Best way to play for advantage. Return hit from with an ace from the bar. Enters and covers, and now, yeah, sure, why doesn't it hit? He wants to think about hitting 2 instead. I think having the point must be stronger. Oh, he can hit on that bar. Of course, he can hit with either 6 that he wants. Either way, he's covering still. Yeah, this looks stronger. Good find from Manny. One 6 makes an anchor. Equalizes the position pretty effectively. Manny's going to have a little pressure to make an anchor of his own. Still has a little bit of equity in pointing on the 4 here, but not too many rolls that do that. I think it's probably better, for example, to just make the 18 and play 6-5 than to continue the attack. With only 9 in the zone, he's going to go ahead and do that. Small racing lead, too, that he'd like to preserve, and comes out of this exchange with a small advantage, but a lot for each player and not really close to a cube on either side. Six 4 just comes around and challenges Manny to hit from his anchor. Double 2s is going to do that safely. I think we want to conserve our racing lead now, almost certainly. And double 6s fans. Okay, and now Manny's got a pretty clear advantage. He's still got work to do to bring the checker around. Only 9 in the zone, not threatening a lot of gammons. So this is looking stronger now that he's got another checker in the zone. That's going to be the real kind of decider of this game, is if Manny can get enough of a blitzing threat against that extra checker back, he can have a cube. Otherwise, he's got to get to a pretty standard holding game position, threatening to escape. What is 5-3 going to do? I'm not sure there's going to be anything better than... I was thinking hit loose. What do we do at the 5, though? It doesn't really fix anything. What can we do with this? We can challenge the anchor with our blot, at least. Okay. Yeah, this was kind of the idea, and it's a close play, but a little bit better to just come 2 down after midpoint and try to break contact. Makes a lot of sense. 1-6 links up. and leaves Joseph in this game for a long time now with the contact against the midpoint. Manny under a little bit of pressure to clear just like he did. And he gets to play 13-9 with 2 as well and have even weaker contact from the 14 point. Nothing's challenging at 6 away, and so this racing lead could easily be enough to send a cube on the next roll since the contact's a little bit dubious here. Yeah, and we've already got a pass. And Manny looks like he's rolling on, not realizing how different the 14 is from the 13 and that he already had that game won. He's going to recognize it now for sure. Yeah, next match I think is 4 p.m. at NYC time. Cool. I'm witness to this bet. 20 on each. Canadian, right?
Yes.
1 point for Manny. Chipping away. Four or 5 is going to make the 9 and probably come out to the bar, try to get moving from the back. We want an advanced anchor of our own after our opponent has anchored up on the 21 for sure. And it looks like he's going to get hit with that ace. And the 2 can come down for a builder. Sure. That looks nice. Two, 1, bit of a whiff. I think we're just going to split. Oh, this is interesting. I would think to just play to the 22 as well, but small tactical opportunity to unstack with the rich ace duplication. Almost all aces can make the 5 point, and so they're not that excited to break the anchor to hit instead. Joseph really needs some development, so a nice little tactical play there that could have been found. Small difference though. Double 6s. I think this is going to... Well, the checker that can run to freedom never quite gets to freedom, but it at least challenges the anchor to hit if it wants to. So I do like parking that checker on the 10, and then we can make the bar point along with it, make a nice little 4 prime in front, and we're looking really nice. Okay, and the other play, instead of leaving a shot on the midpoint as well, is just to make the 7 with 3. Yeah, these both look pretty strong. You can see the merit in each. We'd certainly rather be hit from the anchor if we get the opportunity. But we don't like having to expose a second blot, or a third blot, I guess this would be in this position with the blot back on the 24. So he's going to take some time to think about it. I think he will realize that checker needs to go somewhere. We can't afford something like 13-7 with 3 and then continue on to the ace, because it leaves those 2 checkers stranded from our position completely and very well contained and primed. And the anchor is at least closer to the army for Joseph, so he's going to be doing very well if Manny finds some way to not at least get 1 checker moving around the board. I don't know. Yes, I do try to be gentle somewhat because I don't know I don't know. I'm not here to talk about whatever. Yeah. I mean, I guess the real thing is that this game is hard and everyone makes mistakes, and it's more interesting to me to like talk about what's happening in the position, why they might have made the choice they made. For the ace gets to clean up the block. Okay, very nice, very nice. And we see a little bit of light, slot a decent anchor. What is this? I'm having trouble seeing the rolls a little bit. 4-3, likely points on head, even though it gives up a nice priming point. We don't really like breaking the 7 to do this, but better board, and he gets a fan out of it. Okay. And how much is Joseph's going to struggle to find a cube with work to do to escape that anchor, but it's looking pretty good for him. Remakes. Okay. Yeah, gets to remake the bar and escape with one of those checkers. And when this works, he's going to be in the driver's seat in this game. So Manny might have to find loose hits. Ooh, I don't think he can afford to come in and hit from the 7, But he can enter on the 22 and hit from the 9. That looks nice to use a spare that way. But the tempo looks pretty desperate here. He can easily just lose this game when Joseph rolls a 6 and escapes to freedom or makes a 5 prime, anything like this. So has to do something to keep himself alive in this game. 5-2, okay, Joseph misses, so he's going to come in at the edge, link up. This looks good. And once again, Manny needs to do something to keep his opponent from escaping. So the 1 feels somewhat mandatory, even though it's 2 blots in board. And the 22 to 16 fights for freedom most, so it looks like a pretty bold play, but I think this is the best we got with the position. We still have a 4 prime. When our opponent enters deep, we're doing really well. We're very likely to make the 5 or the 4 point after this. This could be a tough play for Manny to make, though. It looks really natural to me if you're like talking about the strategy before the play about what we need to do. But over the board, looking at the idea of hitting and double slotting when outboarded, all these things, it's scary. And I think not a ton of players find plays like that instantly. I think our Mochi's doing such. But okay, he doubles and is going to get a take out of it. Yes, and I think that's seems like the cube action. Given that Joseph still has some work to do, but when he escapes, like I said, he's just dominating this position. No strong 3, and so the best thing he can do is just unstack in front. The 2s are well duplicated. Okay, he misses the tactile advantage and breaks a point instead, unfortunately. The 1s aren't duplicated with hits either, but at least his opponent doesn't hit and step up to the edge with tempo. But okay, Manny performs well, hits and covers. Double aces is going to make a 5 prime. This is a great shot for Joseph. Once again, dominating this game. And we'll see how Manny's going to find some way to turn this around instantly. It's just been back and forth like that, right? And he gets the point on head. Okay. Really, a big step is going to be rolling a 2 to step up to the edge. I was looking first if he could use the 15 to cover some blocking point again, but no way to do that. Priming battle is not really his game plan anyway ahead in the race. So just a 2-6. That's all he needs. Operate out. 1-6. Okay, you had the right idea. Just a small execution error. I think I would link up the blot and step up with the 1. Even though we lose 1 number to step up to the edge, I don't want to expose any blots and risk more back. Yeah, and so it looks like we should play bolder and stay back and keep those numbers. Play 16 to 8, but that's a tricky one to me too. I can definitely understand that safety play instead. He'll be sad when he rolls a 2 and happy when he rolls a 1. And he rolls the 1-6. There we go. He knew how to roll that one, and he knew he could find it if he just stepped up once to the 23. And in the driver's seat, if he's missed here, 5-4, he's got a huge racing lead and about to escape to safety. This looks like a recube. Oh, and frozen on the double 6s. Has to leave another shot too. Oh my gosh, where did he find that number? I think you have to make the 5-point board. Leaves a few more shots. I don't know why you want to stack up on the 3 instead. But I would have thought about doubling before that roll. I think if he just can get that checker on the 16 pass. Oh, for some reason he reduces. Okay, he reduces shots instead. I understand that. But better to have the 5-point board here. And he avoids being double hit. Okay, the 6 is going to hit. And do we cover? Or do we keep our 5 prime and find something else to do? I think covering's a little bit tactically going to help us pick up the second blot a little more often, win some gammons, things like this. And when we get hit, we can definitely lose the game. Our opponent hits with tempo on the edge of the prime and might escape that way. So I like the covering play. One thing that helps with the pressure of playing for 55K is to realize that you're only playing for 30K, which is different. I mean, you get 22 for second, so the difference is really what you're playing for. Most people don't think about it that way, though. They do think about that. Oh, and so he's hit from the bar and gotten a fan, and he has 2s and 5s to cover, 2s to hit, a racing lead, a lot of gammons. I think the question is whether or not he needs to play on too good, and he does. Okay. Oh, no dice on checker here, so that 4-2 is not going to count. Probably would have been a nice shot, though. Hit and make the ace. This looks like it's going to cover. And then what is our best ace? Do we really have to lose? Finding the loose hit on the 5 is a little tough. 2 in the air. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The thing about this is that when our opponent rolls a 5 now we have nothing again and under a ton of pressure, just like this. 6 links up, and now Manny has work to do to bring this position home. Not even sure he has a cube. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was thinking linking to the 9, but this controls even more. And so hitting on the 5 is bad either way. Okay, this is a very last rolly kind of position, so he should be sending the cube here. This is a small opportunity there. Gets passed to his single shot, and when missed on the 4, he's going to cash the race on this game. I can only imagine that it'll be hit the way this game has been going. And he's hit. And the 2 out. Okay. Yeah, I guess he gets off the double aces joker. My instinct is always at 15 to 13 to get an eye on the bar in case he hops out. Okay, 2 in, so he has 5s to escape. And Joseph's still under pressure to contain him. Does he need to hit to do that and break that? I think you rely on the prime instead and get some checker in play to... We're going to think about outfield coverage. This volunteers a lot of fly shots that I'm not sure are worth it here. I guess the 5-5 is a winner either way, but the 5-4 hurts a little bit. It pays on the 5-1, though, and we step out. Now we have a triple shot, so he found a way to maximize that roll. Oh, so much so that he shouldn't even come out to the bar. I did not consider that even for Manny. This makes the ace now. Okay, great improvement. So must be a 2-5 from the bar, right? This is how you roll when you're in the finals, I think. It's just massive. Oh, off by 1 again. Okay. He's got the right idea. Double 2s. Goes for maximum distribution for the closeout or when he gets stuck on the deuce. I think this is wise. But 2-5 and 2-6 are going to be pretty painful. Only indirects to cover those. So he needs to close the board with this roll, and he does. Shouldn't be much gammon risk for Manny. Needs to remind him to still use the clock on a closeout like this. Yeah, I guess. Oh, he's used a whole 2 or 3 minutes of his clock time. I think Joseph might be okay. Yeah, he realizes I don't care about the clock. I'm not going to bother. Oh, he threw the dice on the floor. Is that a proper clock or like a phone cradle? I think it's a proper clock in a phone cradle. Is what that is. But it's on an iPhone is how it works. Or whatever, a smartphone, any type of phone. And you put it in there, and the application they developed with it senses the tilt and understands which player is on roll when it shifts side to side there. It's a little bit less to travel with, lighter, things like that. I think I'd be happy to just use my phone as a clock without like the gyroscope functionality personally. But if I wanted to have like a plunger or something like that, I do like something that actually fits a backgammon board. It looks like you could just pack that in, probably lighter than a real clock, all these kinds of things. So see some value to it for sure. I don't know. I'm not so fancy though. I don't mind. I was using an iPad for a clock for a long time until my battery fried on that. Keen asking if this is technically winner take all. No, absolutely not. There's prize money for first and second. I was talking to Manny beforehand. Man, I don't want to ruin it. I want to pretend like they're just playing for it at all. I should just say that. I came to the room expecting that. Manny was happy to report that they like evenly hedged some things out. So they're playing for some smaller sum than the real difference. So a little less pressure. But yeah, what this could have been on the sheet, the prizes are 52,000 euros up top and 22,000 for second. So this is a 30,000 euro match if they wanted it to be. Winner take all would be juicy. Gosh, I wish they were playing for 72 grand right now. Oh yeah, the clock for an official match. Yeah, I mean clocks. Of course, it's definitely like an official clock. There's nothing wrong with it. They should pause it while the transcriber goes here too, though. No reason to be running against his clock here. Yeah, there we go. Hit the pause. You don't need to put it on Joseph's instead.
1-2.
You can hit the pause. I'm going to go tell him to do that.
Okay.
Laugh out loud at hedging. What's funny about hedging? That it's boring? Yeah, that must be what you mean. We talked about that before I ran to dinner. He was saying, like, if, you know, like maybe I'll just have to play for it. I was like, yes, blood. This sounds fantastic. More gamble and backgammon. Ooh, double twos. What a shot. Gonna make that 5 point as well after hitting. And with 3 checkers back, not too much threat to this position. 4-5 is gonna make a bid at freedom again. And he's always in it with that bar point anchor, but of course would really like to hit to keep his offense alive. Now he's gonna be fairly clearly on the defense. I think just making the bar point looks fine. I don't think we need to get the back checker moving to the outfield. Might create some interesting contact, but I think with the better board, being back on the 23 generates the better long-term contact in this game. Oh, Thomas wondering why you'd prefer this to a real, like a regular clock. I gave 2. I really think, I mean, I almost never travel with a clock because it's a pain to travel with a regular clock. I hate it. I really do. But I mean, this I could just pack in a board or something lighter, and it doesn't seem you have to worry about breaking it or batteries or anything like that. So that piece of it I like quite a bit. Also, the app might just be easier to work with than a regular clock. The clocks don't really sync up with our backgammon boards either. It's an interesting thing. Maybe we'll end up with something more like that along the ways. That's funny. That's like the only solution I want is just something flatter and lighter that fits in a board that is acts like it's for backgammon. This is tricky, yeah. I guess we don't want to give up the 8-point landing point to bring our midpoint home against the bar point anchor. But the attacking point to challenge that extra blot back is quite valuable too. Four one can come around and make our opponent at least break their anchor if they want to hit. And I think Manny will be happy to, yes, covers, hits, and links up and brings a checker in. That's what it looks like to me. So he's still going to have a little bit of work to do, but he has some gammon threat too. So it'll be interesting to think about cube action if our opponent doesn't enter here. It looks strange to be sending it with the checker still buried back on the 24, but it looks strange not to send it with 10 in the zone and the best 4-point board. And yeah, as expected, wins under 70%, but gammon's pretty high here. And Joseph's put in the blender trying to figure out whether or not he can afford to try to play for the win here, and just going to let it go. Okay. Oh, the brown small one doesn't fit in a board either. What are you talking about? I know what you're talking about. Those are the leaf. I've played on those. Not to mention that they also like suck. Like the battery just falls out during a match and the clock goes blank. I have seen that an absurd amount of times. No one knows how to program any of the clocks that we use either. So if this is any easier to program, we've got a slight advantage there too. But yeah, I don't know. All that said, I don't know if I'd like play with it exactly either, but it's interesting at least. 1-4 comes in and hits. Am I getting paid for the commercial clock? Indirectly. It is part of the Galaxy shop. They do put on all these streams. So if you don't like the clock, but you just want to see more of this backgammon action, maybe buy a clock anyway. will help him put on stuff like this. This looks like it's going to make the 4 for sure. And then what's the best second part of it? Do we just make the 5 and have a really nice board? That's the typical play, but we could go for some sort of anchoring play as well and try to get the back checkers moving. The 7 still has quite a bit of value priming the checker back and getting a feel for Manny's style. I have this sense that he'll probably work with the back checkers instead. I think this is a common... I'm not sure. Okay, he makes the 5 point. This is something I see a lot of players, like, I guess, undervalue the 5 relative to the 7. Think that it's still quite strong, and so I could see him just playing from the back there. 3-1. I think our back checkers are our biggest problem now. We really got to get things moving. Yeah, stepping up, and then I really love the split from the 24 to double cover it as well. If Joseph hits loose, there's going to be just a ton of return hits, so it puts a lot of challenges for that 20 point very effectively. Oh, yeah, that is true. Michael points out that, similar to the Leaf, at least, we can smack the clock with our cup. That's the problem with the ZMF or whatever it is, the touch sensor one. That is maybe one of the most entertaining things in backgammon, to watch someone really frustratedly try to hit the clock with their cup angrily, and then it doesn't work, and then they try a few more times and eventually realize what's going on. It would be a shame to lose that from backgammon, I suppose. I guess that's kind of a selling point of the ZMF. 6 is fans. Okay, and on the edge. Oh, huge threats. Is this too good? This is massively too good. He's going to send it over. He understands he's clearly claiming. Gives Manny a small hint there. Manny is going to think about whether or not he needs to take it. Use this delay. You can smack it because you don't risk hurting an object you care about. This one costs more money. Shouldn't you care about that more? I don't know. Maybe it's built sturdier. Maybe they actually did build it, so smacking it with a cup is like the ideal thing to do. I think in Mark's unboxing video with it, he said it makes a cool, deep, bassy sound. I don't get to hear any of that. Can you guys hear that? Does it make a nice, like, click, the plunger? How do you like that? Not a plasticky, tinny thing? Like the Leaf? Ooh, inopportune fan. Small edge for Joseph. He can consider a cube here. Okay, and just rolls right past it very quickly. Double 3s is likely to sail past his market. What about anchoring in 1 down? Okay, he's just going to go all in on the offense. That seems fine as well. We do self-prime ourselves a little bit. 3rd checker on the 24 is illegal, as I explained before this, and so Manny is going to be required to let go of this game. And this time, Joseph's going to take a roll. Does he think... I guess he is pretty close to too good and safe to do so as well. But I'm surprised, of course, way less gammon threat here. So I'm not sure what he's using to evaluate his decision to play on or cash a game. 6-5 escapes, and Manny's in a lot better shape in this game now. 3-1 makes the bar. Nice dominating roll for Joseph again. Feeling in the driver's seat. Just needs to escape the back checker. Making the bar is a decent improvement for Manny, but I guess he could think about splitting to the 23. He's passing regardless. Wow, this is close, though. This is a very close decision. And he's going to snap it up, play the 36 air. Okay. Realizes that his opponent's prime still has to escape. When worst comes to worst, then he still has an ace point game, which he wins a decent amount from. So a lot of times when you have an ace point plus a little bit extra vig, it is a take. I like his instincts there. I think that's pretty good. What do they use at the LA tournament? Oh, Michael's saying there's no... Yes, I do have room in the coffee crate. When I'm driving to Chicago, I'm fine. When I'm playing international tournaments, I fly with 2 backpacks. So there is absolutely no room for the weight of a clock in that. I got to reduce quite a bit. I brought almost nothing. I have to do laundry and stuff, but our laundry machine's broken. I'm in trouble. I got to figure that out. 4-2 is just going to roll the structure home for Manny. In tough shape behind the 6 prime now, but a little bit of work left to do for Joseph to fill in the 2 point.
Okay.
And a 2-6. I think, yeah, Manny should be fairly happy to just clear the mid and stay pure. I guess I don't think he's getting a lot of value out of contact up there. And feels weird to play deep, but okay. I guess this is fine as well. I guess if we hit a shot on the midpoint and try to contain it behind the 4 prime, it could work, but struggle to imagine how we're ever going to crack our opponent first. I think the 5 should come down here and cover with the deuce if we're going to do something like this. Interesting. I'm not sure why we want to leave the checker on the 4 point. 5-1 is going to cover. Okay, worked out well. And maybe, sure, 11-6. Bringing some checkers home is going to reduce gammons at least. So... But he also killing some 6s and stacking up the 6 point will let us keep our board for longer in case we start to get into trouble behind that prime where we would otherwise crack. That's kind of Manny's goal right now. The double 4s, he can survive 1 roll, but next one could be a problem pretty easily. Double 6s fills in the gap nicely. Okay, no more struggles with that. Manny needs to avoid cracking before he gets some freedom here. Needs Joseph to hurry up a little bit. 6-5 leaves the shot right at the perfect time. And just a 6 for the closeout. How could it not happen in this game? How could he not roll a 6 here? Okay, so double 6s and then a 6. That's most interesting. There's more turnarounds in that kind of game. Okay. So we're just going to clear the 6 here. He's going to leave the blot on the 6, hoping to remake it later. But I think it's a little better here to just lift it in case you do get another shot soon, so you don't have to deal with it. Oh, he did have the 6 in hand and was ready to use it there, hoping to avoid being closed out. And 5s leaves a shot right away. Okay. For sure he's going to try to reduce with the single. We'll see if Manny can roll a 5 from the bar. This makes sense to get some checkers off, so there's some, like, replay. Okay. This is the more natural turnaround. Oh, and he misses. Okay. 5 off and 4-2. But you're supposed to rip 2 and try to win a gammon here? Wow, okay, 9 pips outside. There's enough, and you still get a shot when you get hits. Very interesting. I would have been thinking safety in general there. Okay, waiting a second for him to get the play in the transcription. Yep, shouldn't be on the clock while that goes, but that's okay. And he's going to be fine on clock time. Likely just a 2-point win for Joseph to go ahead 7 away, 10 away. Interesting, Neil. I don't think I've seen that scenario before. I was pretty surprised by that. But down to 10 checkers, he says you often rip like that. Okay. Learn something every game of backgammon. That's how it goes. You did only win 2, right? Manny saved a gammon. How did they get to a resignable position so quick? Maybe Joseph just offered no gammon. Nice guy that way. Don't want to spend time rolling it out. I like to think that people playing this tournament are just so rich that resigning a game with winning chances is worth it for them. It's not worth wasting the time to play it out. Oh, there's some lag you guys are saying. Yeah, I feel like your comments are coming in a little bit behind what I'm seeing on the screen here and talking about, but that's fine. I can keep up with that. 6 down to cover after hitting. Okay, nice early game advantage for Manny. 3 checkers back to semi-escape for... And 5-3, or was that... Oh, 5-5. He had 2 on the roof and managed to hit back. Okay, they're actually 4 back, so huge turnaround. That's pretty nice. Nothing gets the freedom from the back checkers, so maybe we make the 9 points and just come out. Okay, this looks good. I guess their other option would have been making the deuce, but this feels like it interacts with the anchor a little better. 5-6. What is this going to do? We can't. We're down significantly in the race. So we really like where our back checkers are at, but I guess just hitting loose seems like a nice start. Oh, interesting. He can hit all the way from the back, and so he's going to leave the anchor to do that. My instinct was 10-4 and just leave the anchor alone. This is going to be pretty risky for sure. Enters on the deuce and gets hit with the 5. Lots of returns in the outfield from the bar there, and a lot of loose hits that might put him behind a 5 prime. But he's lucky enough to enter, make the anchor again, and hit loose. Okay, so the play works out very well in the long run. Not exactly how he was thinking, but 1-6, yeah, nothing else to do but come out to the bar. Manny has got all his frontside checkers working exactly the way he wants to. Maybe he would like to unstack the 6 with the set, but really the liability of the position is just getting the back 2 checkers around and connected to the army, and so he's going to focus on that with most of his rolls. 4-6, again, just going to make a bid at hopping out. And Joseph's going to keep hoping to hit. He's already shown that if he rolls a 6-4, he's going to go for it. And so here we go again. And a double 6's fan is a massive swing. Joseph very likely to make a board point now. And can point on head, actually. I think that must be stronger just to buy the time than anchoring up. And clear favorite in this position. Manny enters with both. This is a very strong response against that deep point that he made. No priming value for him. Pressure on again, so we anchor up and lift up a blot. Back in the race, Joseph leading that. And so he's looking good in this position with the only offensive threat. If Manny can make an anchor, though, he's just leading the position again here. I think I kind of like coming out to the bar. Oh, there's no ace, so we can't. So what do? We almost have to play 6-2, and then maybe... Oh, there is 4-1. Yeah, we can step up to the edge with both, but we get attacked so often with the weaker board. I guess that must be better. Okay. I might find the 6 to deuce and 22 to 21. Okay. But yeah, I don't want to break a priming point. So this is a bit of we'll call it an overplay. I don't know. Just a little bit too conservative. We've seen Mandy with a tendency to like miss some of the bold plays like that too. We're taking a short transcription break here. I don't know if we need to correct something or what. Oh, just getting a drink real quick. Okay. Oh, but the clock's on. Can you guys pause the clock? Yeah. Remember to do that between your turns, Joseph. I think you're going to be okay on time.
No. There you go. Can you put your phone face down? Just the blinging. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Back to the action. 4-3 develops nicely. Would have been pointed on, but Manny would have been shooting at an anchor from the roof, so not so bad. What do we have now? Ace-5 doesn't improve the way he needs it to. What can he do? He can play behind to the ace with the 5. I don't see any other. He can cover. I guess, but how do we play this game afterwards? Down in the race, 2 checkers back, not anchored, facing 11 in the zone with the much better board. I think he's just letting this go regardless, but he finds the best play, finds an opportunity to do something bold and improve his position. It's a good find by Manny, and he has a very small, almost break-even kind of pass decision at this score. Clear pass for money, but it's a good thing he found it too, because as we've seen, both players tend to just kind of play on here, and the hit and lift is a little better. This could be a symptom of the cube position, where he's supposed to cash when he can get there. But if he's thinking about playing on, he might have found the best play. That's something that we'd have to run to know for sure. And Manny hits and anchors. What a brilliant turnaround. And now happy that the cube isn't in play here for sure. 13 to 9 covers, okay. Where did we get here? Okay, we're off on the transcription, I can see.
Okay.
Oh, pause the clock, though.
No, no. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
All right, helping us get back on track. Gotta make sure the 2-1 gets entered first. Looks like a nice shot from Manny. Plays 6-4 for distribution. Okay, 8-6 cleaning up's a little stronger against such a strong board. And then Manny. Okay, what did we roll? We rolled a 2-6 and hit. Oh, immediately punished. Okay, okay. And now Manny's on roll. Cube still centered. Oh. No, this is right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So. Manny's on roll.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Okay. Okay. Good. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll ask them about that subscriber only mode again too. Oh, actually, I've got Wilson right there. We talked about it yesterday, and I thought they had something to set that up, but figuring out the 3-3 and what plays we have available here. I haven't seen the start, so just gonna link up to the 4. Okay, so have to be in the room if he enters and has 3 more to play. Finds one of the top plays for sure. Direct shot for Joseph. Gonna think about the cube briefly. Hits with the 4. Great shot. 3 gets moving. And going to have a clear racing advantage. And I think, I'm not sure if he's going to think about sending in a position like this, but has a pretty clear racing lead against a more static position. So this is less of a volatility cube. We've seen them kind of slow to send the gammonish cubes, and maybe this one's a little bit more obvious. And yeah, Joseph does find that one. Break even, almost like really close to 2 cube decision, and Manny has an anchor, so he thinks he should play it. But this is pretty bad with an extra 2 checkers back behind priming structure. He very well could not be so lucky to escape with those extras on the 22, and sure enough, right here he already has to break and bury a checker instead of moving those, and is gonna feel why this position was a pass with the extra checkers, but I totally understand the take. It's the instinct when you have an anchor is just to play this out for contact, especially when our opponent still has to move checkers around from an anchor of their own. So at first glance, it looks quite a bit like a takeable position. It is not Bull Riles on transcription, but I appreciate that nickname as well. I type that into Messenger regularly. Never comes up with anything. I think he needs to change something on his side. Double threes coming around quietly. Hasn't managed to make the 4-point yet. That would be a huge improvement to Joseph's position, but he's doing okay. Manny really needs to free up a checker. Still can't do it. Still stuck behind the prime. Position deteriorating further and further. Still semi-alive in the race, but wasting so much now that really having trouble. Double fours hits. This is the only shot lever. In this game, it feels, okay, 6-5 is going to bury instead. Unfortunate for Manny. Not a lot of rolls that can make the 4-point here. So he's going to make stacks of 6. Wow, and this is ended up fairly awkward for Joseph, but fortunately not too much board on Manny's side to punish it. He's going to play the 4 out and then find his best deuce. Just advancing seems fine. Sure. Instead of burying another checker, Joseph is going to hit and lift the blot. Oh, taking the dice. Playing fast, stealing dice from Manny. If he's impatient, I don't know. I think we have to keep the checkers live, enter high, play 4-3. Maybe we would prefer the additional contact, but can't afford playing 4-1. What's up, Rory? No, I'm good. I actually ran to my house and yeah. Rory's being nice and offering dinner. Who is this guy? Someone replace you. He's always a kind, hospitality kind of guy. Yeah, very nice of you. Thank you, Rory. Enjoy. I think Bill and Tara went to dinner already. They're good. Yeah. You can ask the transcriber though. Yeah. He's other room. I'm kind of here doing commentary and kind of just talking to everyone. This is we're basically on dinner break here in the room, so the room's pretty quiet. Most of the staff has gone out to catch some dinner before we start the main event again. So nice of Rory to think of the people and make sure no one's starving while on duty over dinner break here. Oh yeah, lots of people's pet peeve when people grab the dice before they're ready, but I get it, just speeding things along. 2-3, is it worth the pick and pass? Yeah, sure. Does it gain more gammons? I'm not sure why. It might enter on the 22 and reduce contact. Hard to see exactly. I would have had to think about that, about exactly what the gain is, but feels like a natural play to Joseph. Finds it quickly. 3-6 enters and out. Nice gammon saving roll for Joseph for sure. 5-4 could just clear from the rear, but he's going to take a checker off instead and risk leaving a shot against such a weak board, potentially win some gammons. Yeah, he's grabbing at those dice really aggressively. Okay, decides to bring a checker in this way. I think that makes some sense for distribution. I hope was it legal? Oh, it was illegal. Are they going to pause real quick? Our transcriber. It's not a huge difference, but okay. I'm going to have to go tell him about this. Yeah. No, hold on. Yeah. Do you understand what so an illegal play was made?
Yeah.
This should have gone to here instead of here, right?
5-4?
Yeah, you're 5-4. So you changed your 5 down to a 4 and played a 3 in basically. But since he made a play, I think we should leave it, and it should just stand that way.
Where was this checker?
I think it came from here.
Right, so 5?
Or sorry, from here.
Yeah, the problem with it.
Yeah.
So I just thought.
But it's made and he already acted.
No, that's okay.
And I think
That
it's a small
doesn't matter.
difference.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
I don't see Arda around if you want to wait and get a ruling on it. If that's very important that it be on the other checker, we can ask him about it. On stream could be different.
It's
but
no
it's not a
legal
legal moves tournament, so my understanding would be that it stands.
It's finished, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. If that's good with you, then I won't get him. But if you want to talk to the director, you
No, it's my phone. So
okay, cool. Thank you. This is exciting. Yeah, I'm used to players a lot of in many tournaments just picking up and playing fast like that too. All right, finds another pick and pass. Maybe some gammons on the line. Gotta be careful there. It would be fascinating if that illegal play somehow resulted in a 3 not peeling a checker off, but hard to imagine that sequence. Oh, he just moved a checker. Yeah, okay. This is the best match. I don't know why that part cracks me up. Oh, God. I'm sweating. If it matters, it's going to be so brutal. Oh, man. 6 in. Well, oh, I don't think there's any way it could matter, but he could have just played 4-3 and definitely guaranteed that he's off the gammon on his roll. I think all rolls get off anyway, but yeah, that's funny. Cool, if you guys are wondering, I just ran in there because the transcription was going to be slightly off. He figured out how to fix it. An illegal play occurred. And the move does not have any illegal moves ruling. So illegal plays stand unless someone catches it and corrects it first. You're not obligated to, though. So because Joseph chose to just like roll on and play on, I mean, I pointed on what went on, but that play should stand. So, yeah, I asked him if he wanted to talk to the director or not and like confirm it, but pretty sure that's going to be the ruling here. And we're going to be on a short player break at 5 away, 10 away. Joseph leading Manny in a really exciting match so far. And I will be back shortly. I'm going to take a quick break myself while the players do as well. How you doing? Fourth is a good solution, but when they're on stream, did Artie tell you anything about what to do when there's an illegal play made? He didn't? Usually in a stream, you can pause the match and say, but it's not quite the, okay, he didn't notice.
So it's a bit difficult, and I just wanted to keep going.
Sure.
I didn't want to. Good if you can.
Yeah, I think the tournament rules are that it stands, but I think it's okay if you press one and let them know while it's on screen. But let's remember to double check that. I'd like to know for sure. But usually the rules change a little bit. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice job. Last time I asked Wilson about the bots and setting the channel to subscriber only, he thought he asked like Tara could do it. Okay. Oh, she just went to do it. Is this like a thing we have to do every day with every new stream or something, or it's not a channel thing, it's like by stream or what? And subscribe somehow? Okay, so they. Oh, well, I thought.
Okay.
Well, it's not about blocking them. It's about being subscriber only. I thought that would. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with Justin there about funny things at tournaments. I mean, if you're like newer and haven't played as much, it can be distracting, and I don't want to say that people should deal with things that take them off their game, or so you're definitely within your right to ask people not to touch the dice if it's distracting you a lot. But if I can put up with it, I feel fine with that. Wow, 4-3 is kind of challenging here. The 2-up, I guess, seems natural. Otherwise, slotting the back and splitting to stay out of direct range. There's so many different concepts that we could go with here. Really neat how often 4-3 plays this way. Duplicates sixes. Okay, this is a fun idea. I kind of like that little tactical find. It plays nicely. Invites our opponent to come off the anchor, and instead we play behind. This is quite okay, too. Double fours is going to point on head and punish that play. Yeah, people definitely pay $120 an hour for massages, just not you, Justin. But you're welcome to come to Monte Carlo. I don't know why you're not here, man. This is a fun tournament. Oh, yeah, so the bots are figuring out how to get around the subscriber-only thing. Okay, so that doesn't fix it. Good to know. 5-4, wants to hit, can't quite hit. No good 4 at this, so now are we stuck playing 6-2 now that our opponent has a board? I think so. I don't really see the value of giving our opponent a nice 5 to escape with tempo. Oh yeah, some people pay 120 for messages too, right? Wait, what does that say? Why massage? Oh, in quotes. Okay, something else. Sure, I'm going with a different joke. Oh, double 3 is an interesting roll. We can make a priming point down in the race, but getting ahead slightly, it's interesting that we can just run all the way to the 12. I'm considering that play strongly. Out to the bar instead. It actually looks really weird to me now to give up the midpoint to block with the 13 to 10. I guess if we make the 5 with it, that looks pretty nice. Strange, but yeah, 24 to 12 feels like a really interesting play to me. It just strands the blot on the 23 inconveniently, and we have a tactical opportunity to make a 5-point instead. Okay. All right, chat's getting on ahead. This is the right match for it, though. After all, like the top-level pro PRs we saw and stuff too, it's cool to see the end of the high roller just feel like. I mean, we're here trying to gamble too, right? Roll some dice. Styles prevail. 6-5. What is this doing? This we'd love to cover with the 5. We'd love to get some mobility with the 5. We'd love to point on the ace. Yeah, I don't really see a better play. Joseph finds everything faster than me, man. I can't keep up with this guy. I feel like I'm usually pretty fast on commentary, but he doesn't think about stuff, just makes a move. I think the entirety of his clock that's ran off has been like waiting on transcription fixes. I'm not sure he's actually spent any clock time thinking. 7's to hit for Manny, even with the blot behind. I think he's going to go for it. 6-2 is probably going to be destructive somewhere. This is uglier than it looks. Maybe it gives up the 8 to cover. But after we play 7 to 1, yeah, our best option is switching 3 to 1. That doesn't look very desirable. Not a lot of good 2s there. Ooh, a 10 links up nicely. Protects that blot in the outfield. Small racing lead for Joseph. Ah, we've got a Tisona child offspring in here. I've heard that that Tisona was a legendary name 30 years ago or something is what people are saying in the 90s. That's pretty cool stuff. I haven't heard it before and I haven't seen him play, but he's playing pretty sharp. Glad we've got family in the chat cheering people on. This is awesome. This has been, like, seriously, a very exciting match with a lot of jokers back and forth from the get-go. Okay, he's thinking about a move. Confirmed that he uses clock time. I wonder if he usually plays clock or if he's played in tournaments like this before, too. If he is just coming back from having played in the 90s, maybe they weren't playing that way back then and you could think as long as you wanted. Not sure how it worked. I don't see anything better than advancing 10 to 9 here, even though we would prefer to keep the double sixes joker blocked. We're not going to like bury a checker or anything like this. 5 is going to come in. Baylor Tara reminding us about Victor and Wilcox tonight. Going to be exciting. Maybe not as exciting as this, though. I don't know. This might have my vote for most exciting match. And covering a point seems strong. Leaving seems risky, but we can start to think about leaving the anchor and playing from a single checker back when our opponent has 2 checkers buried and we have another open 22 point to come in for deeper contact, even if we get hit. So there's a compelling option to run all the way from the 21 to the 12 there. Oh, and finally hits the 5-2 fly shot. Big turnaround again. It's been a game of constant turnarounds, and we'll see if Manny can cash this within. Nope. Going to enter with the 4. Oh, maybe. This is not a good entry. Has to bury a checker. But the race is a little too close to cash this. Manny's position a little too impure to be super threatening. 6-4 is going to hit and put the game on the line again. And a little bit of gammon threat here when he's missed. I think, okay, of course he hits. And I think we got to create a blot in the outfield now. So what hits here? Nothing? Oh. Does double 3s get there? Oh, it would have. Double 3s got there. We have loose hits in the board too. 3-5, 4-5. Ace 3 is going to pick and pass, okay. And Joseph back on the offensive, trying to bring 3 blots around before Manny can enter. Manny enters quickly on the 3, on the 22. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on Joseph's game to bring these 3 blots around. I think they've been slow on the cube in these kinds of games, but wisely in this one, I think Joseph has too much work to do to think about it now. Manny can either go for maximum contact and say split or make the 21. I think maximum contact and get more shots, break 9 to 8, try to build the board. And he's thinking about it. I think he knows this is the idea with all these buried checkers. What does he really fear here? Oh, he fears double aces. Okay, jeez. Oh, the jokers in this game. This is wild. 5-4 going back, right? No, 4-2. Okay, we're going to do it the hard way. Enter with 5 afterward and stay there for maximum contact again. 2-1 must link up blot somehow. Yeah, I kind of... Well, if our opponent makes the 20 point, he could regret having made this point that's 6 pips away, but I see the logic of it. It helps us build the 5 point sometimes, and now he must be getting range in some sort of cube. Oh, double 3 is rewarded for making that 11 point. That's going to play perfectly. Had a small cube we can see there, and we can see now that after such a brilliant roll, okay, Manny rolls the 4, so I think he's going to still have a takeable position, but this is a clear double just because when Joseph gets to safety, he's lost his market by a mile. But being 11 pips away from the anchor and 9 pips away from safety, he's still got work to do that. So Manny likely to get some game-winning shots along the way, and I think the contact tends to be good enough when your opponent's not direct away from safetying that blot. And he realizes that and takes and plays this game out. 5-4 is going to link up with the 6, but still some awkward numbers for Joseph, of course, after this roll. Manny just hoping for like a 5-3 or something to build the board. 2-1's going to slot it. 5-3 is going to fix the distribution and take a checker off. Okay, looks pretty nice. 5-2 is going to... Oh, is it a 5-4? 5-2 he's going to run. Oh, he could have covered and dumped to the ace. That looks like a nice option too, but he's going to go for some gammon saving, I guess. Okay, 4-1 clears the 6 safely. Manny, this time he's going to use the 5 to cover and come around the bend. And any 6-5-4 combo. Okay, clears safely. No gammons in this position. And it looks like we're going to move on to 10 away, 3 away. Nice solid lead for Joseph Tassona. Five one. The 5-4 was actually a 5-2. It's just because like people are saying Joseph grabbed the dice really quickly, but oh, transcription pause. Yeah, they're playing lightning fast in the bear off. They're giving Aviv a tough time. You guys might have seen. Oh no, the camera wasn't on us, I don't think. But he walked over here and I was chatting with him on the break. That's who we've got. Staff member Aviv helping out with the transcription. 5-1. Okay, had it as a 5-2. Actually 5-1. Oh, we got a bot back. In and a checker off. Okay, Manny off the gammon. Nearly dead to win the game. Some pending miracles. 6-4, probably not miraculous enough. I presume he needed sets to start. This should decide it. Joseph definitely not used to playing on a clock. I wonder if he's playing the main event as well or not. It'd be interesting if he just showed up to play this high roller event. He doesn't play many tournaments. I don't know much about him. Maybe we'll get to chat with him. Why does Manny play with headphones? I don't know why he does personally. Some people just like music, of course. For me, it's to avoid distractions of the playroom. But when you're in that room back there, it's pretty quiet and not too tough. So I might not need them kind of on stream. But I presume it's something like that. Usually I'm using music to do that. But a lot of players wear earplugs and things like that too. Ooh, after making the deuce, what do we do here? We love to make the 5 after making that, and then the anchor of the board. Okay, trailing in the match, I don't fault that play. And it's close, though making the anchor is, of course, very strong. 6-5 runs, which is great. And, oh, look at this. Manny's going to escape past a trailing against 3-away cube and miss that. And after hitting that blot, yeah, we see a lot of market loss, especially at a trailing cube. He's going to whip it across. And we'll see if Joseph knows his match play well enough to let this go. Actually, he doesn't need to let know his match play. This is a pass for money as well. And we're going to move on to the next game. So missed opportunity there from Manny to cash in on potentially a gammonish position and get further in, but instead just claims the 1 point. We're going to move on to the next game. Low roller event for the little guys, yeah. You know what? It's a joke, but I actually kind of like that. I think one of the most fun events out there right now is the Estavder tournament. Just because they do, it's I think the entry is like slightly under 100 euros, and over 600 players in the last event played in all the same division, and so you get to play against all the best players and all the recreational people out there, and it's just a really exciting thing to get everyone reasonably in the same division that way. So I do like events like that. I think the prevailing logic through time has been that you can't get the top players to come out unless there's a whole bunch to gamble for or something like that. But I don't see an issue with more events like that either. I think they're exciting. I think I want to draw more new people out to the game too. Can't get a bottle of water for $1.25. Yeah, that's true. What's up, Bill? Oh, I ran to get dinner actually already between 5 and 6. So I'm okay. Yeah. Thank you though. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I'm being offered a break. They don't know that Nick doesn't take breaks though. I literally sprinted up to my apartment at 5:30 to wolf down some chicken that was in the fridge and drink some coffee sprinted back down in time for 6 o'clock for this. I got here at 6:01. I was a minute late, but yep. I had a lecture. After the lecture, I got to lay in the sun though, Tara. So I'm happy. I'm doing well. All right, 9 away, 2 away. How did we get to 2 away? Did I miss a whole game? Joseph just started off and claimed a game at 3 away. How on earth did that happen?
1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, more satellites is actually fun too, which is a thing they do here. So if you ever come out to Monte Carlo, they play like, I think 8-player brackets at the most for entries. So it's probably like 125 or something like that buy-in to get your way into the main event. And those, a lot of people are playing those. A lot of people that, maybe would play the intermediate division. If they don't make it, will try to satellite their way into the main event. So this is like a very different tournament that way. And I think if more people showed up looking to do things like that, I'm sure that the directors would be happy to be extended out and make it more viable for people that don't want to come spend 1,000 or 5,000 euros on a single tournament. That's another cool way to think about extending this and opening it up. But it is certainly exciting to have really massive prize pools like this too. So I'm glad that we got so much interest in a $5,000 high roller. I think they ran some satellites maybe for it too. Maybe not. Maybe only for the main event. Well, that's another thing that I've seen at other tournaments that I think is pretty cool. White makes the bar point in front of 3 checkers, so commanding lead for Manny. At a trailing 2-way score, I think he's going to have a lot of cubes here. Escaping is going to be quite a bit for his opponent to manage. I think we just play 24-20. A few more gammons than it looks like with that extra checker back. Against the anchor, we don't adjust as much, that's for sure. But 6-3, I think we have to... Well, we could just run out, too. Interesting. And Joseph's going to go for the win. This is... Wow, he hits and plays out from the 15. That feels like a DMP play for sure, but pretty risky at this kind of score.
6-3, the white.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay.
This must be why this is fun. Oh, is the Galaxy scoreboard for sale? Yeah, certainly. I think they have those in the shop. I haven't played with that particular one. I don't know if the rings happen. I know the rings on all the scoreboards I ever played on have worn out in one way or another. So actually, those rings are a little more heavy duty. I don't know why those would... It seems like those would actually last a little bit longer. Yeah, we do need a Chris Moneymaker. That'd be cool. What do you think his name's going to be, or her name, in backgammon? How on earth did it happen that that guy won the World Series of Poker and was also named Chris Moneymaker? Manny's on the clock thinking about a cube, or is he waiting for the transcription? He needs to pause the clock if they're trying to fix it. He's thinking about the cube. Okay, good. And wisely, he's very close to a double here, too. Interesting decision. Hits, realizes he can lose his market on that play. But without it, pretty simple cube to take. Okay, enters, and we know that Joseph's going for the win. He hits from the anchor all the time. And I don't think Manny has an opportunity to cash in on the volatility here. Ace, and what is the 4 has to leave a double shot anyway, so I guess we're just playing behind. Okay. I was considering breaking our prime to hit. Joseph looking strong in this game, though. Double 6s. What is this going to do? This could just make the ace, and we could win a gammon for the match, and he's just going to play from the back and play DMP instead. Okay, okay. That can't be too bad. This is an opportunity, though. Steve Gammonish. I like that. We're going to end up making a video out of that somehow. One says the wine from Monte Carlo is good. I haven't tried any. I don't know. I'm afraid of wine. Are we... Okay. Oh, he's considering a cube at this 2-way score. Wow. From the bar. Okay, fearless of the match score, even leading 2 away. How wild would that be if he like avoids a bunch of volatile cubes and then ended up sending it at 2 away in this position from the bar? These aren't very real sounding names, but neither is Chris Moneymaker, so I'll give it all to you. 5-1. Wow, they're getting some difficult plays here, but yeah, we can point on head. Why not? I guess he's thinking about he can play down and step to the edge. He needs to escape the prime somehow. But we take a tactical moment to keep our opponent dancing and not creating a 6 prime, things like this. Okay, enters on the deuce. The 5 is not so strong, but comes around the bend. And once again, would love to step up, but in quite a bit of risk here. Ooh, 1-6. Perfect joker from the bar. This is fantastic. You can, but I don't think this is going to be your style of commentary, Ryan. These guys are playing wild. And after the 1-6 from the bar, that's enough to cash the game, and Manny's going to put another point on the board. Okay, survives this one. Big turnaround. From game 1, it's just been super jokers everywhere, Ryan. It's fun. The cubes haven't been flying. They've been pretty careful with that in volatile positions. But interestingly enough, like 2 away in this game, like I think Joseph really paused on the clock for a little bit to think about a cube. So I'm not sure how he's approaching that at all. But he's been around since the 90s, apparently. Very strong player. Classic era guy. 5 is going to... Oh, we're supposed to hit loose, but okay. Okay, we can just run past. Yeah, for sure. And anchors up. Okay, nice improvement for Joseph. 6-3 is going to link up, and we're going to play a simple game. This is not the game plan for Manny at this kind of score, but Joseph should be very happy with the opportunity to try to cruise home in a race and maybe win 2 points that way, or get to Crawford. Exactly the kind of game he wants to play. 5-3 is probably going to make the first board point, but interesting that it can just slot the better point and go for racing distribution. Very nice. Oh, someone wants the world championship to be seeded. I guess that would be interesting too. But it's, I mean, it's like a fun dice game. I can't think of a poker event that's seeded. It's not the right idea. Yeah, dice generally win the matches. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun gambling game. Yeah. I mean, it can make all the difference, but it's not too often that it does, you know? Yeah, yeah. I don't remember if that cube looked takeable or not. But interesting, Justin. Kind of flew by. You guys play fast. All the critical plays are just zooming by. When does Victor play Will Cox? At 10 o'clock, which is 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And then to play Blitz Gammon, and if the other guys can't keep up, that's good for me.
What is that, like speed
Well,
gammon?
no, it's because if you're playing fast, the other guy's generally going to play fast too, because he doesn't have the, unless you have the like the patience to slow down a bit, and you're not gonna play as me playing fast.
A lot of people have to remind themselves to play slow when they play against a really fast player. Linking up 15-8 makes sense to me, but against a perfect 5-point board, volunteering any shots is a little bit too much. So just clearing the 8's a little bit better there, and punished for it immediately. The 2-8, okay, and that 8 shot that Manny left could be the match here.
Yeah, it could be.
Needs to enter desperately with an ace just to save some gammon saving pips, and now at severe risk of being closed out by Joseph and getting gammon for the match. Double ones is gonna bring a builder in. Okay, doesn't want to risk the fly shot ace to 6.
Yeah, there's no reason.
Reasonable. Interesting. What do we gain when we play 9-5 instead? Double twos, I guess. Okay. 4-1. Oh, it doesn't have a better ace. 9-5 and 3-2 seems reasonable too, but okay. Gets off a few more shot levers. No ace 6, just ace now. And still looking for that closeout. Okay, he's going to play all the way in the deuce and not leave the ace-6 again, being stubborn about not leaving a shot. Manny can't enter. Really needs to find a way to get some of these pips around and not lose a gammon. 6 in. Okay, this will help his cause, though. Going to leave opportunities to enter on the ace and start moving things around if Joseph can't.
It is turned on. I'll turn it on.
Joseph can't close it. He pre-clears the...
I'll let Blazer do
Oh, rolled the ace-6, and Joseph immediately picks it up. And he has to decide, do I run out and save the gammon or try to play for some wins?
He wants to win. You don't blame him.
And he can get closed out, though. No, he really needs to run and just save the gammon. But
Oh,
Joseph's
wow.
gonna catch
Okay.
it now. Okay.
He's going to take it.
And-
Watch. No, he doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, massive error if he would have taken it. Misses out an opportunity to maybe win a gammon for the match. We're going to go to Crawford.
The 15-point match.
Yeah.
Have you guys taken a break at all?
Yeah, there's been some breaks,
All right,
man.
all right, all right.
We've been playing for 2 hours. Doing well.
These long matches are almost like a marathon.
Oh, it's a grind for sure to stay focused for 2
I
whole
can't
hours.
do
and
it.
play
I
a
can't
couple.
do it.
Yeah.
I play significantly worse in the latter half than when I'm forced
Yeah.
to play 17. I just get way too distracted, man.
I always
it's
see
too
you
hard.
looking around at other matches when you're playing. And stuff
Because
like
I
that.
can't. The 7 point is what I was made for.
Oh, wow. He's going to give up 2 points to point on head here. I think that's right, but okay. And he's 8 away Crawford as well, so gammons are going to be worth something, so he can
Yeah, you
play,
can make it 23.
play
Let's see
some
if he
blitzy
finds
kind
it.
of plays. Yeah, the 23 plays pretty nicely here now that the 8's given up. Looks like this is going to make the 7.
Oh, nice play. Let's see if he finds this one at the score.
What does the 5 do, though? So maybe not. Does it make the 8s
Come on, you can do it.
and
No.
slot? Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Leave 2 blots in front. That's a tough play to make. Okay. And Joseph's going to hit back with the 1-5. Very nice.
Decent.
What do you have?
5-1, nice. Another
Oh,
boring.
and anchor's up right past. Wow.
Another boring game.
No, I promise you there are no boring games in this. You'll see. I don't know how it's going to happen. But, like, I mean, for one thing, despite the better board, if Joseph rolls the 8 here, he is 100% hitting.
Slot it. Why not?
Oh, he's on the bar. Is the
Yeah,
issue.
come in and slot.
Oh, really? You're going to...
And it's actually the right play. I would do it just for fun, but he likes it too.
I guess I just don't see a better 3 or an ace. You're leaving shots anyway, so it might as well be productive. I had lost track of that a little bit. Gets hit. Okay. 5 is coming around the bend, I guess, trying to get that checker into play. Can't take anything off the midpoint. We could leave 2 shots in the outfield instead,
Yeah,
but we
this-
want to keep
this
the
is an easy
anchor
play.
slotted. So
Nothing fancy going on here.
what do we got?
3,
And
4.
the anchor's up. Okay.
Slot.
That was important
Why
to
not?
do. And 13 to 9 for lack of another 4 to play. And he makes all these like plays instantly too.
Yeah,
It's
it's
been
good.
so much fun.
It's good.
See, usually as soon as Matty rolls a dice, he picks the dice up.
Okay, no. You
Yeah,
Joe
like you should do it this
should
way.
not leave a bunch of slotting plays here.
Okay, ace and 5 down. Not many options. Coming off the anchor.
What is he,
Yeah, I
8
guess
away?
there's a lot of mobility. Okay, I like this. This is a good. I think he's generally finding DMP plays all over the place like this. So he just leaves that and needs to maybe try to save gammons here.
You made the right
But
play
sees
there?
that he. I don't think it was the right play,
Alright.
but I think it wins the most.
Fair
and just risks too many gammons is the issue with it. But he's shown a propensity for going for it. for sure.
You actually care
Very
about losing
willing.
a gammon in that. This
Yes. Definitely understand that. But he's made some bold plays and been rewarded for it, and it's been an exciting match as a result as well. Making the 9-point
All right, what
interacts
does he
very
got?
well with that 22-point anchor
6-2.
for
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
And so Manny looks like a big favorite to survive a game here. 4 down, 6-5, not a whole lot else. I think that has to be why it's been so exciting. Is that like Joseph has been playing fearless, and there's been a bunch of back and forth hits. Manny's gotten into some situations where he tries to play a little bit safe and finds impure positions, and things get weird. And
It's good.
yeah.
I like this. I like playing like this. It's a lot more interesting to watch players playing 2.5 over and over and over again. Because XG just loves all those simple plays and play holding games, and it's just boring, man.
It's mixed it up for sure. 4-3. What are we doing with this? Probably something quiet.
Yeah, break the 9-point.
Break the 9-point. Oh yeah, we do need to clear that. We're just so far ahead in the race that we're not trying to contain the anchor. Doesn't surprise me though. This is people think that they want to keep blocking that and not allow sixes to escape, so he keeps his structure in place when really we could just clear this quietly and play a holding game home. And so once again, we get into these sort of like non-standard positions this way, where he could clear the 9 point again, but he's going to keep structure. And now we'll probably end up in some sort of shot leaving position that we wouldn't have been in otherwise. And the contact's going to be very interesting.
I guess
Maybe what he's doing wins more gammons somehow.
Yeah,
But probably not, since just winning games actually wins the most gammons too.
This
But,
6-1, you shouldn't break the 7 point.
Yeah, I can't see any other opportunity to play more bold than that, really. So I think he's going to make the 2, even though it's not a pure point. What do we got here? 6-1.
6-1, wow.
And now we've gotten awkward. And I mean,
gotta
if we
clear
see
the
now he's
point.
playing at home, and he's for sure going to clear the 7. And I think that maybe, I don't think he can afford to go for the mid. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Right play, too. And now we've got really interesting contact in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I
with
have a hard time bringing this home, actually.
Yeah, and so now he's got to figure out with the 5-1 what needs to go. Can he afford to play to the ace? And he realizes that he can leave that shot and get returns in the outfield quite a bit.
Nice play.
Make the stronger board. So much down in the race that it doesn't change a whole lot. Nice bold play. I don't see us giving up the mid here. Now we really have to clear the 9. I don't see him finding 6 to ace, 5 to 2 or
that's a
anything like
weird
this
play.
anymore. Now it's become the last thing to clear. And next roll, it's very likely that he'll have to leave a shot of some sort from the midpoint.
Unless he rolls a double.
Gonna make sure that he doesn't give the easy ace to get home.
2-1, okay.
2-1,
survive.
okay. Gets to delay the inevitable. I think we want to play 4 to 2. And from the 5, sure. They seem comparable. 6 deuce, what is this?
Oh,
gonna
come
be?
out. Why not? No.
If it won more games, I promise you Joseph would do it. So you got to be off on that one. 6 to 4. Both from the 6 makes sense. I think we want to pre-clear, but he's going to keep the spare out there instead. Okay. Make sure he wants to have a playable 5 instead of having to leave the midpoint. And again, looks like Manny's tendency is to try to preserve timing to escape from the midpoint.
That's a
This
nice roll.
gets him closer to home. Very nice roll. Doesn't do it all, but it's an improvement. And Joseph's able to stay on all his contact points, has to weaken his board a little bit, but all the checkers are live. It's looking good.
Here's a
and
shot.
volunteers the first shot.
You probably got to bring it closer, too.
Does that reduce shots?
It
though?
doesn't matter. It reduces
6-2
shots
and
for the next
4-4.
time, too.
Right now in 2-1 and 1-1 is 14 17. And if he steps forward, it's going to be 4-3, 5-2. I think it's 17 either way. And 5 and 11. No, this is 16. So this does reduce by 1 shot, I think. And it gets it closer to home. But he gets hit for it.
Wow.
And definitely going to go for that hit.
But the problem with
And
this play is you could lose a gammon by doing that.
sure, if Manny rolls a 5, this is the easiest way to win a gammon.
He's got it. Yes,
Usually he does. And he performs again. Match refusing to fail never disappoints. Never disappoints.
If he can win a gammon here, that would be huge. He's got to hit with everything he's got.
I think he's gonna come around and end up like having to play against
that's a
this
nice roll,
phantom.
actually.
Oh wow, what a shot! Okay.
I think he's still
No
supposed to
3.
hit.
This is a surprise. I'll be blown away if Joseph doesn't end up with a shot somehow in this game. That's how it's always gone. Okay, the 5
Hit
comes
now.
in, and then do we need to hit or just play safe to the ace? I think that's Manny's style, and it works out well here. He's
Actually,
gonna
one
win
more
plenty of
gammon, but not
gammons.
hitting, 'cause
We can just come home
yeah,
safely
that's
here
right.
with 5 checkers back, effectively.
There's a 2-1.
2-1.
I guess
Does
that takes-
does it help to pick and pass?
I
think it
don't
leaves
know.
your distribution really bad.
I
so
might.
like 6 to
I want to
4.
take the 1 off, and I might do this play.
Oh, he just
too.
takes 2 checkers off. Okay, yeah, it looks like good
6
distribution.
6-4
too. I
looks like the best
understand
play
that one.
there next year.
Yeah,
There's a 6-2. That's a
6-2
shot. Actually.
plays very poorly, and now he regrets not having done
Yeah,
something to
for
clean
sure.
up. This, I'm telling you, every game like this, we just get into these funky spots
of
where now he has
course
to
he's just supposed to
volunteer
hit 'em.
something. Nothing better to do than the 5 to 3. Probably cleans up the easiest, but he's going to consider whether he should just peel, having to leave a shot either way anyway. Finds the hit.
3
Okay,
on the
okay.
roof is always strong.
I hear some shalosh shouting in the background, which I think means 3 then, I guess. I have to assume. Ooh, which plot do we lift? Ryan?
6 point always.
Wouldn't it be I guess it's one more shot, but it seems easier to clean up the blot on the 6 points. I would think 3 to 2.
Well, no,
They're
it's
super
because the
close,
thing
though.
is, you can cover the 3 point after. It's safer for the long run to actually just clean up the 6 point.
But being obligated to isn't so great either. When he rolls high numbers, so a 6-5 leaves a double shot next time. I'm actually surprised by this. Not sure what the benefit of playing 6 to 5 instead. These are very hard. Got to go through all the rolls to figure this out.
It's safer next turn. That's why.
Is it though?
Yeah, it is.
The only example I found was if he plays 6 to 5, 6 5, 6s, 5s, 4s, all leave double shots. I don't think that ever happens when you play 3 to 2. So no double shots after that roll. Oh, they're playing some piano out there for the guys, and they're not appreciating it. Piano's gonna Tara's gonna go out and give the shush.
No piano, please.
Piano immediately ends.
There
Nice.
you go.
Oh, this cleans up. Okay. So he's rewarded for his 6 to
I would
5
have cleaned
play.
up other way.
Well done.
And he also would have got hit the other way. There you go.
Wait, I heard a couple more notes. Tara came and dropped the hammer. Clearing 2 points for sure. What is he thinking about ripping 2 and leaving a shot?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Wait, did Tara just go out the back door for some other reason? It wasn't go to shush him? I actually thought she was doing that, telling him not to get the piano anymore. But it's definitely still going. 5 in. Backgammons don't count for too much, but some small vig on that. A set and an ace.
Boxes. There
A
you
set. Oh, always a
Yeah,
set.
no,
Gotta see it is.
backgammons don't even matter.
Oh,
man.
okay, 2 out to save the backgammon. Yeah, backgammon saves a free drop.
He actually has some decent chances here because he's 6 away.
Yep.
It's probably
And
like 14%, something like that.
6 away post Crawford is going to be a free drop type score. Well, is there singing along with the piano? That's loud out there, man. Maybe Tara just went out there to watch. Excited. Oh, Joseph's clock is still running. He doesn't care. Not going to change anything.
They're playing speed gammon, man. Why not?
Yeah.
Joseph has 22 minutes left on stream. Are you crazy?
You bet he does. I was suspicious
If
for
you're
a
not on
little
stream,
while
it makes sense.
that the entirety of doesn't just plays this out. Doesn't think of the free drop after the split. But
You gotta
6-3
hit
looks
here,
like
of
it's
course.
gonna. Oh, it hits in the outfield. Okay, yeah.
What's going on over there?
I
You
counted,
guys are
dude.
playing a high freaking money game, and there's piano in the background. Are you joking me?
What, you want to gamble with no music?
If I was in there, I would be like,
What are you talking about? There's singing with it too. This is amazing. Going for it.
probably Victor and Will doing a duet.
4 down to cover the 9 makes sense to me, but we can think about hitting and going.
Oh, he's
for
gonna
gammons
hit. There's
too.
no doubt in my mind he's gonna hit.
On the 4.
And why
We
not?
could have
There's more
entered high and
upside.
hit with the other one. Okay, that's a little bit stronger play. 9 to 5, fine as well. Leaves so many returns though. It's just so hard for it to work. What was this? 2-3. Okay.
Just
Hit
play
from the
back
middle.
games, man. Why not?
Yeah, reasonable. Because you don't win a lot of gammons when you're defending from a back game. Even if you don't risk.
Well, if you get a triple back game going,
Anchors
there's a
and plays
ton of
behind.
gammons there.
Doesn't want to
actually.
make the 4 point instead. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe the 4 point was better than the 11.
Come
but
down and
decides to
hit. Why
prime.
not?
What an interesting
The
play
2
Joseph
points
just found
probably the
there
best
to make
play,
the
but
11
come down
instead
and
of the
hit's not
4.
bad.
6-4. What is this? Yeah, the 2 points all we really have? Okay. Look at this play that XG likes. What is
Yeah,
this?
coming down in the
Stack
hitting
down
play.
and hit.
It's a good play. It's the mix things up play.
Okay.
And why not? Right? I mean, you're down 14-9. You're trying to do something here. You don't just want to play a holding
I
game.
don't see a ton upside.
It's no good. This play.
Somehow this is like a strong candidate. It must have something to do with making the 11 point and the blocking point too, though. Very strong.
Double threes.
Double three
Right.
just makes the 2 all contenders. Little options.
Well, you can make the 4, or you can come down.
Maybe we want to get a back checker moving too.
Yeah,
oh,
but
we
there's
can
no
cover
last
there.
one.
Okay, and then challenge the anchor. I
This
like
is
idea.
reasonable. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Let him hit with 5s.
4-3, double slot. Why not? Come on. You want to see action, not more holding games. You watch enough of those.
This is a difficult holding game, though. There's a lot going on in this one. And Manny really needs to play from the back just for mobility. At least he finds
he finds the hit.
20.
I like it.
It can work. Double sixes
No,
fans. Double
there you
sixes
go.
fans. Okay. He could be getting to the DMP game shortly.
5. Yeah, there's
five.
a 5.
Okay, hits. Do we cover or do we hit?
No,
though?
no,
He's
you
got a
hit.
dilemma. They're very close. I think the reason they're close too is because gammons are, well, they're not worth more.
Are they not? They take you
I don't think
to,
so.
to
I
2
think
away.
at 6 away, 4 away post Crawford, they're just worth the same as a win. It's only at the when the gammon gets you to the match win that they're worth the full one.
Fair enough.
Same thing.
This is an easy play. There you go.
Yep, and now the blitz is on. Gets to cover anyway, gets missed. And looking very likely
Double
gets to go away.
aces.
Okay, double ace is going to make things exciting, going to hit a blot. And now a little bit for everyone in this game.
I like this. This is the kind of game you want to play.
This is so much fun.
And come down, yeah. Get
Yeah,
that,
well, there's
get
no
that
other
shot
four.
out there.
There's
That's
no
true,
other
that's
four.
true.
I don't think you like to park it in front of that anchor.
Well, you could come out.
And I am certain that Joseph's going to hit with a 4. Oh, he gets to hit twice with the 2-4. What a roll that is. Turns the game around completely. Manny was looking great to win a gammon, and now Joseph's in the lead again. Every game has just had so many turnarounds like this. Enters with both, of course. Both positions extremely challenged. 4-2, I think.
The right play here is a stack.
I really want to make the 20. I don't know what I want to do.
Yeah,
with the
you
4.
want the 20. Just stack them up, I guess.
Yeah, just both on this 20. Yeah,
Sure,
sure.
why
We
not?
can reduce blots there. It's not like we're gaining really by having more contact. We're ahead in the race, so we just need to get moving. That's an argument for making the bar point as well, but that 3-point board is a little bit scary, so I want a point and board right now.
All right. 6-4, come out and hit. This is an easy
Hits, are we
play.
coming out from the 22?
Yeah.
Sure. Sees the most of the outfield. I like that.
Well, the piano looks like it stopped.
Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, comes from the back instead.
It's fine.
They're pretty close plays, I'm sure. 5-6 is gonna, just go for mobility, hop out to the outfield. Makes lots of sense. 5-1.
You got to make the 18 point.
Why? I would make the 22 and play to the 13.
Oh,
I
you
think.
can make it 22. Yeah.
That you don't really like having the 20
you're
and the
right.
18 together like this. It doesn't. You get a lot more mobility out of that other play.
Yeah, but both of them are borderline.
So
But you made the right play there. Nice job.
End up with like a back game type of thing, you know.
Now we're just gonna another holding game.
So enter on the 2 and the 4 again is mobility. Got to get playing from the 22 now.
Just keep it simple, man. That's what XG likes.
Down a bunch in the race. Yeah, he's looking for a shot, and maybe we can just 17-10 links up at the point. But yeah, I'm looking for opportunities like this. I like.
But you
this
see,
play.
you see how it's always just a simple play that's right on this
Yeah.
thing.
This is very
More
close,
often
though.
than not, it's just what it is. XG loves for you to play a holding game because it wins most.
2-6. What can we do with this? I think we're just going for purity and mobility again, so I'm playing from the 18. I don't really care that much that it's a double shot. What else do we have? And the 2s and aces that hit aren't even that great for Joseph. Okay, instead he gets to clean everything up and play 16-10 and 17-14 with 2.
Seems reasonable.
And one step closer to cashing in a winning holding game for the match here. Double 3s. What does this do? Do we make a new point yet?
Yeah, you make the 7, I guess.
We release contact with the 14. Do we really want to give that up?
Well, what else are you
We
gonna
have
do?
some,
You gonna play
nothing else
6-3, something like
moves.
that?
Nothing else moves. I guess we have to do that. He really wants to go. I think keeping that contact
Yeah,
back on the 23
you
is
can't
pretty
leave
strong
there.
here.
I know, you just can't. Now when
Okay, he
you're
just
down in the race, it's
wants
always
to
a
keep
mistake.
all of his
to do
points more, and that's the priority, to keep the contact with the 14 for Manny. So he's going to find a way to shuffle all the other checkers. We'll see if he rewinds this, though, and decides it's too impure. But I've seen Manny play a lot of plays like this. Just
6-4. That's nice pull roll.
sitting on the position. and
This
not
is looking
so
really
scared
good for
either
him
player
right now.
Of playing a little bit impure in the boards. They'll deal with that later. 4-2 ends up having to release the midpoint anyway.
2016, 13-11 seems reasonable there.
Oh, interesting.
Because you want to get the goalkeeper back.
Yeah, okay. So you don't mind being hit there. He's probably not going to.
And it's more flexible, right?
Yeah. I was really thinking I like the 13-11 to. I was going to bring 2 down to try to make the 5 point quickly. but interesting mobility option there again. What a strange position that they end up in.
Okay, 5-4.
Lots of even numbered points. Slots to 5. Very
These
strong.
these 7-5 back games are dreadful.
You're the one that told them to make it.
It's true.
It's your fault.
And you see why it's a mistake.
Right. They don't play that strong.
I mean, it's just trash.
Oh, nice. Joseph has to wave off for a second to think about his play a little more. Oh, there we go. Okay. What are they waiting on? Oh, they might have a transcriber has to play this. Okay. They keep forgetting to pause the clock while it's on the transcriber. Man, he just puts it on Joseph every time. What's up?
None of them are gonna run it anyway.
No, not a chance. I was convinced for a bit that the entirety of the time that ran off of Joseph's clock was transcriber fixes and never him thinking about a play. But I think he's thought about a cube like once. So, yeah. I think this just plays to the ace for lack of another option. We can make the ace. That's the best distribution
Yeah,
option.
it looks fine.
Giving up the 18 feels like it makes a lot of sense.
No, you don't want to
Give up
get
the
hit
one
there.
squeeze. I guess we can get some double shots eventually. But it's just so ugly to play to the ace.
Yeah,
I
it
might
sucks.
go for the pure play and leave the 18 there. Maybe you can even leave a single checker on there and just not really.
No,
worry
you
about
can't
that
get hit with
contact.
the ones right now.
6-4, 2 in. Okay. Joseph looking really good to win the match on this game. In
No,
the
you,
driver's seat.
no, and he can still play.
And Manny
play
can't cover
inside.
that 5, but makes the rest of his board.
Here's his double
very-
shot, by the way.
Oh, you
6-3,
think so?
6-1.
Yeah.
Is
yeah.
that it? That's it.
That's all I see immediately.
Double threes doesn't play very good.
4-3.
Problem is, it doesn't roll it now. He has to break the 18 point. He's only gonna get a single shot.
Well, if you break the 18, you can still leave one checker.
Oh, come on.
6-5 clears.
What do
yeah.
you mean?
And very unlikely shot chances left for Manny.
Game's over.
Down below 5% even. And that evens Joseph up, so sets aren't going to leave problems anymore for now. 6-2 is going to come around and get prepared to cover the 5 point. I think we got the Tisona cheering section over here in the stands too. It's tempting to just leave the anchor here too.
Yeah, you got to.
Aces don't really punish, so instead of burying, you need a chance to cover that 5 point. We're getting really deep if we play them both to the 6. So it seems fun.
That's
to
a
run,
weird
but,
play.
Barry's behind. Yeah, I see this a lot. I think that checker on the deuce is forever. It's going to hurt your race later too. So usually not the right idea to kill checkers to buy time like this.
6-1 and then
But now he can
6-5. I
play
guess.
2-1 with it too. Interesting.
Okay, he's gonna take
5-4. Okay. That's going to leave the last chance.
Last
You
chance.
should actually take a checker off there. That's interesting since it's 6-5 or
Yeah,
6-1,
makes
5-1
sense.
less shots this way.
Oh
And
no,
then
he has
can
to
break
break.
his- and now he has to break
Look at
because he
that.
didn't leave.
That's brutal.
I mean, very unlikely sequence, but
Okay,
that
one more
hurts.
ace.
He can still remake it though. Only 2 dead checkers, so he's definitely running with
What's going on there? Transcriber screwed up.
Okay, yep. 4-2, yeah, they play fast in the bear off. 4-2 to play, yep, comes out, okay. And
That's it.
6-2 is going to clear. and
Well
that's the
done,
ball
Mr.
game.
Joseph.
Congratulations to Joseph Tisona, legend of the game, winning these things back in the 90s and winning the super high roller jackpot of 2022.
Love it.
We'll see. I hope his fans are ready to cheer for him here too. All right. What an exciting match that was. And Manny looking disappointed over the board there. But great fight from him. Such an exciting match. Thanks everyone for tuning in for that one with us. That was a ton of fun.
a great run.
Hour and a half till the next match, 10 p.m. here. We got some cheering. And he's walking in. There he is, Joseph Tisona, getting all the hugs, all the handshakes, all the kisses. Your super high roller jackpot champion. What an exciting match that was. We'll see. I might jump off the stream and see if I can get interviews or anything like that with Wilson, but that was a blast. We'll definitely be back in an hour and a half. What do we got going on in here? Final PRs. Who cares? That's what the PRs were. Oh, Arda comes over to discuss business. I like it. They did make some arrangements as far as I know beforehand, so I think Manny's still going to be doing well. Going to be happy with his situation to have made it to the finals of this super high roller jackpot and taking a pretty big prize home with them too. Really excited for both of these guys. Do I play again, Nick? No, I'm done. I'm doing all commentary for the weekend. I don't get to play the championship or nothing. 5K buy-in. Yeah, let me catch up on all this. Home of 79 cheeseburger and fries. Are we talking about Monte Carlo? Yeah. Yeah, it's expensive here. But you can just walk up to Beausoleil if you don't mind walking uphill for a mile and get some chicken there and everything like that too. Thanks for the nice commentary. You're welcome, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Why do they always stop? Yeah, the transcribers got to catch up sometimes. Let's see. Too much to go over. That match was awesome. Yeah, first prize was 52,000, second prize 22,000 for this 5,000 euro buy-in event with 16 players. Almost as much as the winner of the world championship is going to take home, maybe more. So super exciting event there. Thanks everybody for joining us. Can't wait to come back in an hour and a half for another exciting world championship matchup between Wilcox Snellings and, oh no, I forgot. Everyone tell me who it was. Victor Ashkenazi. That's right. How can I forget that name? That's going to be very sharp, high level, technical play kind of match. I was thinking if I had to bet on something random in the match, we can bet on whether or not Victor smiles over the board at any point before the end of the match. If he wins, maybe. I bet no. Wilcox, great player. Haven't seen him play in a while, but always at the top of the game. Hope he can make it out to UBC event at some point too. Always great on commentary too, so maybe I'll have him join me if he loses or something like that at some point. But that was a blast. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm going to take a quick break and we'll be back in an hour and a half or so.
Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. 'Cause every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me Move it, baby. Move it, body.